Steel 2 Morning Show.
Good morning and welcome. April's going to play with her hair, get all the way ready. Are you good? Can we start?
So good.
Okay, just making sure. Gonna make sure that we've got me too. You know what? I'm going to do it too. I'm going to make sure that hold on. Let me finish my makeup here. Let me get all my little things done there.
Your spider legs. Fix them.
Do I look all right? Do I look? Honestly, Hobo Chili Recipe has won. It's over. Like, there's no... I haven't lost my self-confidence. I still very much believe in myself. But Hobo Chili Recipe has won in that he's invaded my brain and made me think about everything I do as I get ready for the show, appearance-wise.
That's a lot.
Like, I wanted to wear this sweatshirt today because I love 3rd Street Brewhouse, and it's a very comfortable hoodie.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, that should be all that matters, right? Don't fuck with my shit. See, now look. Now, how like crazy am I during shows? And then you make my strings uneven, and that like
Watch.
don't no, because
now
it was fucked up though. That was fine. I was okay with that. Oh boy. So anyway, Hobo Chili Recipe is in my look. I know I'm not the most sane guy in the world. It's what's the line in that movie where he goes? He says to one of the characters, "I'm an old man. Humor me." Crazy Heart.
Okay.
Where Jeff Bridges is doing a sound check, and he goes, the snare's fucked up. Like, this is wrong. This is wrong. And the sound guy's like, sounds great from here. And Bad Blake just looks at the sound guy. Jeff Bridges' character goes, I'm an old man. Humor me. That's like how I feel. Like, I can't explain to you the idiosyncrasies of me getting ready for a show and what I need. I just know I need them. And I feel like Bad Blake in Crazy Heart where I go, April, I'm an old man, humor me.
Okay.
That's it. That's all. I know it's not sane. I know I'm not rational. I know I'm not normal. I know none of these. I know that if I was looking at me, I would go, none of this makes any sense.
You're insane.
But then the other part of me would go, that was looking at me, would go, humor him. You know, so it's kind of both. Why are you staring at my hair now?
You're talking about your hair.
Why are you...
You're very much talking about your hair.
I was talking about my hoodie, but here's where Hobo has got me. Hobo has got me because I put on this sweatshirt today, and I love this sweatshirt. This sweatshirt is wonderful. It's great. I enjoy it. But I also thought to myself, it's an oversized sweatshirt. It's about a size or two too big for me. Hobo's going to see me wearing this, and he's going to call me puffy, and he's going to call me doughy. And it's going to hurt my feelings. And I'm going to be fine. I'll do a show. We'll get through it.
Yeah, I hope so.
But just the fact that I'm thinking about what Hobo is going to say about my sweatshirt shows that he's won.
Stop that nonsense.
I know. I should not think about what Hobo thinks about my sweatshirt, but I think about what Hobo thinks about my sweatshirt.
I think at most I might think about Hobo like 10 minutes after the show if he's really been egregiously funny that evening. I mean, I certainly don't think about him when I'm dressing myself.
I do. Sean says, yeah, Someone was pointing out yesterday, there's a lot of like shows and like streaming fans out there that have steel toe derangement syndrome where we've broken them and driven them. Like Patrick's one of them, all of his fans. We've driven them nuts to the point where they rage about us and we just go, haha, you're fat and can't wipe your butt. And then they take it all very seriously. It's steel toe derangement syndrome. Our mere existence has made people insane. It's also given people jobs, which I think is important too. But I now suffer from like just because you cause people to be deranged doesn't mean you can't be affected by it yourself. No, and I have to come clean today and admit I have hobo chili derangement syndrome.
That's maybe one of the worst things you could have.
Is it hobo chili derangement syndrome or is it aristocock derangement syndrome?
I don't know what an aristocock is. I don't care.
Oh, did you guys hear that? Did the aristococks hear that? They're one of the highest choirs of angels.
No, I think you're just insane.
Patrick's stool servant says, I got a job because Patrick's fat. See?
Somebody has to push in his stool.
See, let me teach it, because he hasn't worked in comedy a long time. Let me teach you what funny is. Funny is just a quick aside and then you move on. It's not 4 hours of just spewing words and hoping something catches on. It's a quip. What is it? Brevity is the soul of wit. That's all it is. Patrick's stool servant. Perfect.
Somebody somewhere like a Patrick is going to see this, though, and they're going to be like, look at what his chat has done to him.
They'll get divorced. It's like, we just said you can't wipe your butt. Jesus Christ, relax. You're the one who told me. I'm just going by what you said.
Jeez.
Sean says, to be fair, I was deranged before I ever found this show, allegedly. All right. I have an announcement to make. It's a full goal today because the evening show missed by 100 yesterday, but that's okay. I have an offer. We knock out the 350, obviously, 30 minutes of overtime. You guys knock out the 350 and pick up the slack from those worthless hobos on the evening show.
Hobos.
Those filthy poor people.
The hobos.
Then we do an extra hour today. 350 equals an extra half hour. 450 equals go until 11. So there you go. The gauntlet has been laid down, so be remarkably irresponsible with your money. In fact, let's start it up now. Everybody, throw it in. Throw it in, throw it in, throw it in. Because you know me the day after a loss. I don't take these losses well. I don't take these defeats well. I'm a man of great ego. So, throw a bunch of money at us, be irresponsible, miss all your bills, fuck shit up, create tension in your home, just so I can say I have a quote-unquote real show and real job.
It's ramen for dinner, guys.
Exactly. You have to sacrifice so that we may live. Perfect. 350 is the number today. Everybody get in there. You can't count on Sid Saraf every goddamn day, right?
No, the man's busy.
Exactly. Packer Backer over on Rumble says, "Gah, Aaron, you have a spider on your forehead." Oh, God, I hate spiders.
That's a big one. I've never seen one that size.
No, that's just my hair, you guys.
Why do you do that?
It's just my...
separate the legs.
No, April, it starts up and it just falls down.
Yeah, see, part of it is up. It's over there. It's like standing up, though.
Yeah, but it falls down. My hair doesn't stand up.
Well, that to me says you need a haircut.
Yeah, probably.
Crazy human being.
Egg Picker on Rumble with a big news update says, glad my STDs was cured.
Me too, buddy.
Hey,
That's great for you. Not mine. I don't have any. But for him, I'm happy.
Oh. So you're not saying your STDs are
I've never
cured?
had one, no.
Okay.
No, but his are cured, and I'm happy for him.
God bless, Egg Picker. God bless. What are you picking off me now? What are we in a chimp relationship? What are you picking shit off me?
People that
want to check me here.
Hey.
Want to check me
Oh,
first.
God, no. Whoa. I can't look at that.
Pick the lice out of my head and eat it.
There's something terrifying up there.
Eat it.
Your mole is grown back.
I'm sorry, Egg Picker. I don't want to get sued. Egg Picker says, no, steel toe derangement syndrome, dumbass. Oh, STDS. Will you understand, Egg Picker? It looks like STDs.
It does look like STDs.
That's brilliant. So the people who hate our show and come into the chat like, I hate you fuckers, you pieces of shit.
They have STDs.
You guys have STDs.
Wow.
All the people who hate this show and just can't let it go have STDs. Steel toe derangement syndrome.
That's ugly.
That's wonderful.
This has gone to a dark place.
I gave Patrick Melton STDs.
Hey.
Right in his, and you know what the
Hey,
worst
buddy,
part
I
is?
wouldn't be too proud about
I
that
gave
one.
Patrick STDs in his asshole, and you know what the saddest part about that is? He can't reach him.
You can't cure gay stuff.
You can't cure gay stuff. All right, let's Rumble hitting it big today, getting us off the ground running. Bigot on socialist media with $11. A golden whale for him. A golden whale for Scarface with $5.
Thank you.
Says appealed my PayPal suspension. Felt pretty retarded explaining a comedy bit involving remaking the 1997 movie Con Air with Cyrus the Virus leading Hamas. I'm not getting my PayPal back. I mean, we did do a Con Air Hamas mashup, and
wow,
I
that
don't
would
know.
be. Is there really anything weirder to explain to PayPal?
Right. It's like, no, you don't. You guys, you don't understand. I wasn't giving money to Hamas. You see, what I was doing was there was a show I was watching, and it was doing Con Air references, but as Hamas members who were attacking in Gaza. And PayPal's probably sitting there going, would you please give us the name of this show so that we can block it?
That'd be horrific, actually. Never give PayPal the name of the show.
Exactly. Lampshady says, well, guess I'm skipping toilet paper this week. But wait a minute, you didn't throw any money in, so you're fine. You can have toilet paper.
Maybe he's about to. Stop yelling at him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Take your time. Inshallah. By the way, I don't know why inshallah made me think of this. Maybe because I secretly think he's a Muslim. Royce tweeted at me yesterday. He had to correct me on something. Royce, of course, from Revenge of the Cis, 3 to 5 p.m. Central Time over on Rumble. It's such a good show.
The one you call the dirty Puerto Rican?
The dirty, filthy Puerto Rican Jew. No, what did I call him? A Muslim. Not a Jew, a Muslim. Royce Lopez from Revenge of the Cis. I put up a clip, and it's doing very well. Thousands of views on it. Very nice when we can break through a little bit. The Bill Burr, UFC, Nia Burr, Trump thing.
Yes, the fingers.
So I wrote on the thing, hey, nobody's saying that he has to get his woman under control. Nobody's saying this, that, or the other. We're just saying she's cringe and what she did was kind of gay.
Mm-hmm.
Royce replied to it and wrote, no, I'm telling him to get his woman under control. And I said, well, then I guess, you know what? I just wrote to him, I stand corrected. I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry. I assumed your response.
Does she have to be so nasty?
Does she have to be so black? No, I meant biological. Yeah, I meant like the darkness inside of her.
Right, there's darkness.
Yeah, not the darkness outside of her.
Right, that one's beautiful, right?
There's nothing wrong with
you
that.
You think that one's certainly
that ebony princess?
Exudes
yeah, there's nothing wrong
beauty.
with that obsidian lady.
Onyx.
On that onyx woman. Oh. Bill Burr's a gay F word. All right, let's continue on here.
Allegedly.
No. I'm just saying he's a homosexual.
Are you saying he's with a linebacker?
He sucks dick. Bill Burr takes penis in his asshole.
I hope it's at least good dick.
You know, this is what I love about being a nobody. And Kevin and all these other people could learn this in that world we used to be in. They can say the same shit I do. Nobody's suing you. You know why?
Why?
They don't see it as a threat to their reputation. Like if I sit here all day and go, Bill Burr takes giant black dick in his ass. No, but Bill Burr's not suing me for that because he's going to be like, who gives a shit what that guy says? Nobody fucking cares about him.
If he had any balls, he'd sue you now.
Yeah, that if I got a cease and desist, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, could you stop talking about all the miles of black dick I take?
You have to, because Bill Burr's lawyers would then have to write a letter to me, and that you have to say in the thing why you're writing this, and they would have to say, please stop saying my client takes throbbing, veiny, purple black dicks inside of his anal cavity. And then I don't want to get sued. You know, what am I, a psychopath?
And then, like, the notes at the bottom, it says, P.S. He does not have anal fissures, the way you believe.
Which I never said. So
but you thought about it.
That's protesting too much. Dario Delfino says, saying that you two have a chimp relationship is a loaded term. You know what? Good point. Good point.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that.
St. Floyd's neck pillow writes, why don't you stop believing in yourself, Aaron? That is one of the most demoralizing questions a human being can ask another one.
It's actually cruel.
Why don't you stop believing in yourself? Because he sees me believe in myself and he goes, I need reasons. Like, why? This is not a self-evident thing. I need to know why you feel the need to believe in yourself. Toolman Mike also says in the chat, they're individually placed follicles. All right, well, fair enough. Veldrain with $5 says, use half of this to get a haircut. I hear they charge based on the amount of hair you have.
Oh, no. Thank you, sir. Mine costs about like 6,000 times that because I just have so much.
Very mean-spirited.
Would you like some blonde hair? We can get mine trimmed and like glue it on.
No, it's too late to be
frosted tips.
It's too late to reinvent myself in such an aggressive way. I have to baby steps.
We could dye my hair.
Tin Man Taylor with $20 says, here, take my lunch money. I guess it's sawdust and PVC glue for me again today. It builds character. I mean, really, more than anything else.
There's protein.
Give me tips with $5 says, here you go, Spider Pig Loaf. Spider Pig Loaf actually is my mafia name.
Spider Pig.
Ooh.
Isn't that a character somewhere?
In the Simpsons movie, yes.
Yeah.
Lisa Marie says, next time you go in for a haircut, ask for a buzz cut. Number 4 guard on top, number 2 on the sides.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 191 Redbird with $10 says, F you. Hey, you know what? If someone's going to be nice to me and give me no money, or tell me to go fuck myself and give me $10, I would gladly accept the $10.
I actually really like the insults that come with money. I think they're very funny.
Toolman Mike says, gives another meaning to punching the muffins. School Scam Sam, Aaron, did you get the traveler's checks I sent via Western Union?
The ponies are running slow.
End Stage Rory says, Aaron's cool, only wish Ape showed up without doing her fucking hair. It's not a bit, it's insufferable. End Stage Rory thinks you're insufferable.
Cool. I'm going to get off this show later and think about how End Stage Rory.
Hey, End Stage Rory, I don't want to see you get STDs now. Push Up says, did you guys hear Charlie on Keanu's show last night? You know,
what?
There's a lot of things I did last night that I look back on and I go, I did the right thing.
I have a lot of regrets about last night that you don't know about.
Not hearing Charlie on Keanu's show is not one of the things I regret from yesterday evening. Rick Bradley says the last hour of the last half hour of the show, Aaron has to go topless. That's not a rule. You just said that word. You said those words.
In our show's history, you have been topless.
I have had my shirt off before.
Yeah.
That is true. And you know what? Not as bad as people imagine. Still bad.
Yeah, but it is
not as bad
true.
as people imagine.
People like to fantasize that you look like some bridge troll ogre.
You know,
like under there.
I hurt Granny's feelings at the anniversary show, as a matter of fact, because Granny grabbed my tits at the anniversary show, and he said, wait a minute, where are your tits?
Oh.
And I said, I just don't have as much tits as you guys think I do. And he goes, well, fuck.
They're not meaty. He actually, I remember that day. He did come up to me and he's like, there's not really
he was
anything
bummed
to hang on to.
Yeah, he was bummed that I didn't have like grabbable tits. What can I tell you? You grab my tits, you'll feel something, but then eventually your fingers will start to touch each other.
Look, it's a steel toe event. Somebody's got tits to grab.
Exact. There's always tits at a steel toe show. And we had Gino there, so there was a boob. You see, it's a joke about his character. Stacy starting us off on PayPal today with $5. Appreciate that. 305.
Thank you.
Is the number. Thank you very, very much. Oh, you guys are off to a great start today. Get ridiculously irresponsible, and we'll be very thankful for it. Again, knock out the 305 today. We do 30. Knock out what last night came up short. We do an hour. That's the deal we offered today. So throw it all in there. Let's have some fun today. We have plenty of things to talk about. I don't know if I want to do the Leo DiCaprio rapping thing later today.
Ew.
Yeah, he had his 49th birthday, and at the club, he was rapping. And, you know, people are like, oh, it's so cringe. Oh, it's so blah, blah. Like, the internet is always so desperate to, like, have a win over someone very wealthy and very famous that they're like, oh, yeah, fuck him. And I was going to make fun of it, too, until I realized this was a man with tens of, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank.
All the pussy, probably.
Lots of pussy and inappropriately aged pussy for a man his age. I mean,
is there such a thing?
24. Yeah,
if you're Leo?
No, it doesn't matter. I'm saying in the grand scheme of ethics.
Okay.
Pussy that is far too young for him, Hundreds of millions of dollars surrounding him. Lots of friends, a club, happy birthday, 49, big-ass birthday party. There really is no cringe or L at that point. You can do basically whatever you want.
Right. He's probably going home with some hot chick or going out on a boat or a yacht, I mean.
Even if you go home with a dude.
Even if you go home with a dude, that dude's going to be hot. You know? Just because you get that.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong. Like if Leo DiCaprio goes out and starts rapping, it's on his 49th birthday. Basically, if you think it's cringe or you think it's awful, my response would be, the fuck you gonna do about it?
Was it as bad as, like, I'm guessing he did 50 Cent in the club?
Why would you think that was the song?
Because it's the birthday song.
It's not the birthday song.
It is the one.
He's 49.
What did he rap then?
He listened to rap in like the late 80s, early 90s, so it was probably like the Sugar Hill Gang.
He's probably friends with 50 Cent.
Probably not. All right, let's check it out. Let's see the Leo DiCaprio 49th birthday rap. See, that's some 80s, early 90s shit. He's doing like hip hop hooray ho.
Well, that's fine. That was in his movie. Yeah. It's not even bad.
See, he's old school. You can't even hear him rapping. It's just,
no. There was nothing cringe about that, actually, because you're right. He didn't rap loudly enough to embarrass himself.
Yeah, and he's not doing like YG or new shit or anything like that. He's doing shit from when he was younger. It's no different than somebody singing like Take Me Home, Country Roads, which, by the way, big controversy on that song, and I know nobody's going to care. Do you know the line in the song where he talks about geographically where he is that he loves so much?
West Virginia, Tennessee. No.
West Virginia, Tennessee.
Yeah,
April, you want to try again?
Song.
No. Do you know the lyric?
Am I missing it?
There's no West Virginia, Tennessee.
No, I know there's not. He's talking about different places.
Here, take me home. This fucked me up a little bit. I had to look this up. The lyrics to Take Me Home, Country Roads. So, Almost Heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Okay. Where's he singing? What state is he singing about?
I've always thought West Virginia.
Me too. He's talking about Western Virginia. If you look at the map of Virginia and West Virginia, the Blue Ridge Mountains and Shenandoah River are tucked comfortably inside of the western part of the state of Virginia. Now, I know this is internet autism run amok.
This is disgusting me right
and
now.
It sounds like something I would bite on all the way. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River map. Here you go. All right, so we have the John Denver thing. Yeah, see, even Longhorn Nation on Twitter is pointing out, like, here's the Blue Ridge Mountains right there, and I believe the Shenandoah River runs right up against it. That's in Western Virginia.
Right.
The song Take Me Home, Country Roads
I can't.
is about the western part of the state of Virginia and not the state of West Virginia.
But I do have to, like, send home to you that I don't know how it matters. It's just a song.
It matters to me. Where is John Denver from, by the way? All of this. We're arguing over whether it's West Virginia, whether it's Western Virginia. The motherfucker's from Roswell, New Mexico.
Yeah?
That's why he looks like an alien.
But maybe he doesn't consider that home.
You know, they
Did you
do
ever
say
think that?
Home is where the heart is.
Right. What if my home was
It's a great point.
in a beach somewhere right now in my head?
Matt Melt with $4.99 says that sweater can't be good for the sweat buildup under your milk dud topped loafers.
Who, me?
See, no, I was talking about me, April.
But I have a sweater on.
He's talking about. Thank you very much. 300 is the number for today. Yeah, Hulkamasha Baby says, where did April get Tennessee from?
I think there's a lot of memes. That song has so many memes around it, and one of them involved Tennessee once, and it stuck. I know that's beyond. It's before your. No, it's too young for you.
Before my time. Oh, I see.
It's too young for you.
After my time.
But there were like 3 million memes about that song and like a fucking cat for a while. And one of them I do believe involved the word Tennessee, and it's stuck with me.
Oh, okay. So your age people are retarded and fucked up the song, and it became a meme, and so that's my fault.
Okay, but yours is so retarded that it has to worry whether they're talking about West Virginia or Western Virginia.
These things are important stylistically. Bird Collector on Rumble says, Aaron, I feel bad for you getting picked on about your hairline. I know how it feels to have the line move, but I'm much older. My hair was great in my 30s. See, now you started out helping. You started out very nice, but that ended up actually not helpful. Not helpful at all.
No.
Cockdiff says, deep dive into John Denver. Well, guys, let me educate other people who might do shows, who might watch Steel Toe and go, what's he doing? You start out nice and slow. You know, you don't come out of the gate at fucking 6:25 in the morning going, here's all our good shit for today. You come out, you're conversational, you talk to your audience. These internet people, I got to teach them how to do radio, unfortunately.
You know what I've heard about John Denver?
Oh, what's that?
That he's full of shit.
I've heard that too. I heard a couple of guys were riding a motorcycle through what they thought to be the Rocky Mountains, and they saw flat land. And they said the Rocky Mountains aren't rocky at all. That John Denver's full of shit.
And they were heartbroken that day.
They were very upset. Sci-Fi says his name was Tex. He was from Alabama. Oh, yeah, the Forrest Gump bit. There was Cleveland. He was from Detroit. There was Phoenix. He was from Memphis. And there was Tex. And, well, I don't exactly recall where Tex come from. I don't know. I just thought that was a retarded, funny moment in the show. Literally a retarded, funny moment.
Kind
in the
of.
movie. Yeah. Hobo chili recipe. See, I don't think Hobo was here when we started the show, and I said that I have Hobo chili derangement syndrome.
Wow, he missed that moment.
Yeah, I think he missed it. Hobo says, my question is, how do you have 3 different bald spots on your head?
What's the third one?
I don't know. But now, see, Hobo said it, so now I'm nervous. Now I'm wondering if there is one. Or if he's just being a cunt. No, Hobo, I said earlier, the fact that everybody, on the show, the fans for years, we've just, poked fun and everything like that. But you're the only one that, like, before, when the show's not on the air, I'll think about. What I mean by that is, when I put this sweatshirt on today, before the Aristococks and Hobo chili recipe came around, I would put this sweatshirt on and go, it's a comfortable, oversized sweatshirt. It makes me feel good. I like it. But now that Hobo Chili's around, I go, yeah, but it's like 1 or 2 sizes too big. So it makes me look a little puffier. So now Hobo Chili's going to call me fat, and I'm going to have to deal with the psychosomatic results of that. And I kind of did one of these. I went, you're letting Hobo Chili recipe dictate your wardrobe decisions.
Do you ever think that maybe you shouldn't tell people when they have that much of an influence on you?
No, it makes the show more fun. Hobo Chili recipe says, great. I don't care. You still look awful.
Ouch.
Okay. Michael B says loss prevention from the Chin Factory called. They want 2 back. See, now I can't believe you don't think that's hurtful. 300 is the number today. We knock out that 300. We'll give you a half hour. We knock out the 100 from last night. We'll do a whole hour. Thanks, guys. Okay, they are back. They are back, and they apparently will never fully go away. The COVID people.
Uh-oh.
The COVID people are back, and they are letting us know that, hey, God damn it, you better take precaution, all right? Because winter is coming, and when winter is coming, it means that COVID's going to be back, and we need to make sure that COVID doesn't grab onto us. Now, this surprises me because I thought so many people were vaccinated. And with all these people vaccinated with a vaccine that totally works and hasn't killed anyone and prevents anyone from just getting the disease. And actually, that's now medical misinformation because even they admit that it doesn't stop you from getting it.
Yeah, but they don't see it that way.
Right, but so with all these people vaccinated, I thought it wouldn't matter anymore. I mean, they took hundreds of billions of our tax dollars and gave it to these pharmaceutical companies for them to engineer a vaccine, an mRNA vaccine, that would solve this whole problem. So I don't understand. Why do we have to be worried again this winter if these hundreds, it reminds me of that scene from Grandma's Boy where he gets kicked out of his house that he rents.
Yes.
Because the roommate didn't pay the rent. I feel like when people say, oh, COVID, we should be worried about COVID. I feel like, and cover your ears if you don't want to know that I know the actor's name in Grandma's Boy. I feel like Alan Covert in Grandma's Boy, when he says to Kevin Nash and Rob Schneider's character, he goes, no, we're not behind on the rent. Because he goes, Alex, you no pay rent, so I'm kicking you out. He goes, no, I give Josh hundreds of dollars of my own money, and he pays the rent. And the guy goes, they're just so beautiful. And he reveals that he spent it all on whores. That's how I feel with like the COVID people is I go, hey, wait a minute. Why are you saying we should be concerned about COVID? You had this vaccine and it was the miracle cure. We gave you hundreds of billions of dollars of our money and you were supposed to develop this vaccine. And they're just like, but it doesn't work. Oh, God. Wear a mask inside again until after Christmas.
Socially distance.
Yes.
At your holidays.
So there is I'm just looking at the memes people are posting in response to this. Bloomberg published an article this week. With COVID back and winter approaching, is it safe to dine indoors?
Are you kidding me?
They wrote this article, and this was their answer. At this time last year, I was able to recite the number of COVID cases in New York from memory. Time out. That's insane.
Don't do that.
That's a mental illness. You need to get help. COVID was so ingrained in daily life then that monitoring viral risk was as much a part of my routine as checking the weather. God, these people from New York are so fucked up.
Aren't there worse things to worry about in New York?
Oh, yeah. Like
a whole list?
COVID's not going to kill you near as much as a mentally ill black homeless guy in the subway will.
A very stabby one.
Yes. In November of 2022, last year, COVID was ingrained in daily life, this person says. I don't remember this. I feel like we've been back to quote-unquote normal for over a year now.
I would think so, right?
Yeah.
I haven't worried about a mask in a long time.
These poor bastards. You know, I like the true believers more than I like the people who were just fucking with us so they could have control. Because at least the true believers are now in a hell of their own making.
Yeah, and they're scared.
They're still scared. I like that. Stay scared, motherfucker. Stay inside.
Wow.
Wear a mask when you drive in your car. I'm happy about that.
Maybe that makes us sick, but I like that too.
What I don't like is the people who told us what to do, kicked us off of social media platforms for having opinions, tried to get us booted out of everything, and then just moved on and went, oh, well, what do you do? Wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. Moving on anyway. Hey, guys, we're friends again? You're like, no, fuck you. Absolutely not. I actually I appreciate the people who are still scared shitless anytime there's like 3 COVID cases in their state.
And then they strap on 3 masks and stay inside.
Yeah. Live scared. You deserve this. This is the life you deserve from here on out. To be a hypochondriac, worry about every germ, every Amazon package, every piece of meat.
Spray it down.
Oh, spray everything down. Wash your hands like a rabid dog. Just sit there scrubbing your hands raw. I love that. Those are my favorite people.
Because you know they're miserable.
Right. You fucked with us so bad, I want the rest of your life to be you worrying that...
It's today. Jimmy Shaker Day.
That's what I want you thinking.
Dude, you could fall down the stairs and break your neck.
Fingers
You know,
crossed.
Before, like, those masks fail you and all that shit and you die from that.
Yeah.
I'd say the stairway's a bigger concern.
Now, in the article, Bloomberg said, as a healthy person in my mid-30s, personally, I find my risk tolerance mostly depends on whether I have a social or work event coming up that I don't want to miss if I get sick. Good. So lock yourself in your house for a week before that event and just shudder and order all your food and have it delivered and all of that shit. Love it.
But
absolutely love it.
That's a very interesting thread to tug on for me because I too, like when I think about, if I have a trip coming up, I certainly don't want to be sick for it. But you know what's going to get you sick before anything, Aaron?
What's that?
Locking yourself in your home, not exposing yourself to anything at all. So then when you travel with a bunch of people and you get to your destination, you pick up everything because you've got nothing to be immune to.
Yeah, and what I love about the people like this who write this article in 2023 who go, it's winter, is it safe to gather inside because, COVID still. What I love about these people is they stay home and they sit and shake and they drive with masks on because they're worried about getting sick. And what I love about that is I just want to tap them on the shoulder and go, I've got bad news. You see what you're doing? You go, yeah. I go, you're already sick.
Right, this alone.
Yes, this is a sickness.
Stop it.
COVID isn't the sickness. What it's done to you psychologically and who you are now, that's the sickness. And I must say, as the kids say, I'm here for it.
You're here for it.
I love it. It gives me good vibes. It's giving.
It is nice. Ew. Oh, that was a skosh too far.
It's giving.
It is nice to be able to see the brittle people in front of you, like identify them and just know, that's not.
Yeah. I mean,
would be the one to say, that's not my tribe.
People in the chat right now are going, must be talking about my aunt. Like, people still know human beings like this.
I don't.
Who live this way. I love it. Love it.
Wow.
Love it. Love it.
I'm hard pressed. Like, I'm the one who runs the errands for this house and stuff, and I'm hard pressed to think of like 2 people I've seen in a week now with masks on in like a grocery store. I saw one in Target the other day. Troubled me.
Hobo Chili says, I'm driving as we speak, and there's a guy next to me wearing gloves and a mask by himself in his car. Good.
Ew.
Good. I love that they still have to do that. Again, the true believers I'm okay with because they've damaged themselves beyond all reason. It's the ones who didn't mean it and were just fucking with us who now go, hey, like they thought it was all pro wrestling. And they're like, hey, so it didn't do what we thought it would do. And we locked you down for no reason and fucked up all your kids' education. We're cool, right? I hate those people. I really get angry when I think about those people. But the ones who are like, guys, it's winter and COVID could come back and we shouldn't gather indoors because we could get sick. I'm like, God bless you. You're my favorite.
That'd actually be super funny if those psychotic people threw their holiday parties outside in the front yard in the cold.
I would love that.
I really would find that funny.
Laura Pickle, that's a great name. Laura Pickle says, I have an immunodeficiency disease, so I'm fucked regardless. I can't build antibodies and vaccines don't work properly on me. Not wearing a mask, though. Look at her going out on her shield.
And you know what?
Look at you, Leonidas.
Right. Mindset, though, is also like a big thing in getting through life and being fucking healthy and shit like that. And if you riddle yourself with that much anxiety and stress, do you know how much that weakens your immune system? Like, seriously?
Dario says, I work by a college and a high school. The kids are wearing masks more lately. Good. Stay scared, you rat bastards.
Really?
Michael B says, I work in a casino. No one cared. No one ever cared, but we have the loosest slots in the state. And that's what's really more important. I'll get COVID for loose slots.
You know why I would rather wear a mask to like college and shit like that? Mostly because I don't want people to look at me.
Oh, okay.
Just leave me alone.
Yeah, you don't want doing a walk of shame with a mask is a lot easier. Oh.
You just think I did that?
The real Stonies, Cheeto says, my bitch of an aunt won't speak to me anymore because I didn't believe. By the way, she is a bitch. I was kind of getting that vibe.
A little bit.
It's kind of getting that vibe.
Tiny bit. Except we did have a super spreader event at his location.
We did, yeah. I mean, we did host a super spreader event, but hey, everybody was fine. Hey, nobody died. We're good.
And you know what? The next event we hosted, not a person sick.
Nobody's sick. So it must not have been as good.
Maybe a hangover or two.
Yeah. Wasn't as good of an event, apparently.
No, I guess not enough spitting in each other's mouths.
Veldrain says, I'd look one of those people straight in the eyes and tell them, shh, COVID never went away. Just make them worse.
Well, you know what?
They fucked with you. Fuck with them back.
The thing is, though, is that I'm sure it kind of didn't because it was manufactured somewhere and now it exists much like the common cold does. It really does linger, but you're going to be fine.
Laura Pickle, it absolutely does, April. I'm proof of that. I made myself sick from anxiety in my younger years.
Yes. Things like your mental problems will have physical repercussions on your body, always.
Toolman Mike says, I don't know if I ever got it. Was tested coming back from Mexico twice. You know, that was always the fun argument some people would have about COVID. You know, that old talking point of how bad can a disease be if you have to be tested to know you have it?
It is interesting. Yeah. Is this a really bad cold or is this COVID? And then you have to sit back and wonder, does it really matter? I've got it.
Thank you for defending me on knowing actors' names, Scarface. He said any Adam Sandler fan would know Alan Covert's name. He's literally in every Adam Sandler movie. I mean, yeah.
But I only know the faces that are in every single Adam Sandler movie.
I got so close to nailing a name yesterday out of nowhere that it actually almost made me sick. There was a guy in an episode of Law & Order. He played a lawyer. We were watching Law & Order SVU last night. And I said, oh, that's the guy who plays Will Scarlett in the 2010 Russell Crowe Robin Hood. I think his name's Scott Hempstead. And his name wasn't Scott Hempstead, but it was Scott Grimes.
You had it half right.
I was this fucking close, and I almost had Scott Grimes. Oh.
And I just see him as redhead dude.
Boom Lake says, any news about Gaza and Israel is in my channel. Well, guys, if you want to know anything about Gaza or Israel on Rumble, you go to Boom Lake's channel, and he's going to fuck you up with information. Let me tell you something. You want to know what's going on? Break down to the minute what's going down with those Jews and Muslims. He's got it all figured out.
Kids' bodies, mostly.
Kalama says, click the like button.
Yes.
100%. Everybody take a break right now. And if you're not throwing us $500, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe. Boom. Perfect. We love likes. We love likes. We love subscriptions. I mean, do we love money most? Yes. Rotten, greedy bastards to our core. We love $300 specifically. But we will settle for a like in your subscription. Your support is great. Dead Game says, did both. Dead Game's the man.
Thank you.
All right. We got to get to some other things. Speaking of Israel and Palestine, let's do that one now. Since that Boom Lake is trying to hone in on our Israel-Palestine territory, you know, we're going to get...
It's a hot topic.
We're going to get run over. You know how people who support Israel will be like, hey, that's a anti-Semitic conspiracy that Jews run everything.
It's a terrible thing to say.
Yeah, or that Jews own or are involved in everything. That's a terrible thing to say. It's awful. Now, I always thought that calling that anti-Semitic was awful. I actually thought denying the theory was the more racist thing because even if people are mad about it, that's still a compliment.
I always think it's a compliment to say you're in charge of everything.
You are a tiny little group of people with tiny little hats and tiny little statures. But somehow, genetically or something, you're so good at management and running things that all of these world's businesses have trusted you and people like you to either be in charge or be in the group of people that are in charge
you
of
have
that
to be
thing.
associated.
That you have to be associated. So, on one hand, these like super pro-Israel Republicans are like, hey, stop saying Jews run everything. And then on the other hand, Not the Bee, which is big on Israel, loves Israel, they post this video making fun of this pro-Palestinian protester who's telling you what products to boycott. And Not the Bee is laughing at him going, ah, ha, ha, ha. So these same people who go, it's anti-Semitic to say Jews are, run a lot of stuff. But then at the same time, the pro-Jewish people are going, ha, ha, look at this guy. You're going to have to boycott like everything if you want to boycott everything Jewish. We're like, yeah, that's what.
Isn't that interesting about most things people decide to boycott, though, is, hey, that's pretty much associated to something in your life. Always like people that don't like using plastic.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, we have to ditch plastic silverware.
Well, no, it would be like the pro, getting rid of fossil fuels for climate change people.
Yeah.
Like, you can't use any oil products. I'm like, well, guess what? You're drinking out of like those wine bladders they used to have in the medieval days. You're drinking out of a leather sack. And everything's going to be made out of wood.
Yeah, that's the thing, because most things in your life are made of that thing you hate or used to get there.
So let's watch this video. Not the Bee is laughing at this man because he's telling people what they have to boycott in the supermarket to boycott Israel. And, again, to these people who are laughing at this video, they're like, oh, these anti-Semitic tropes that Jews have their hands in everything are disgusting. And then they think they're owning the Palestinian protesters and owning the Arabs by going, haha, look at how many things you have to boycott. And I just, as usual, sit back and laugh at both of you going, I don't really like or hate either of you. But boy, I'm savoring the irony here.
Yeah, you're so funny.
Let's check it out.
Ben & Jerry's are on the list. They were originally pro-Palestinian, but they were sold to Unilever, who support the genocide. We've got Hagen.
There you go. So Ben & Jerry, who are pro-Palestinian, they sold off their company to an organization that's pro-Israel. So
Out of here.
Involved with the Jews. Gotta go.
Stop eating your ice cream.
Yep, no ice cream, guys.
As well, avoid them. Nescafe, Costa, and Starbucks are all funding Israel.
Oh, you hear that, April? Starbucks is funding Israel.
Gotta stop stopping for treats.
God damn, man.
Teenager juice is off the list as well. Red Bull are on the list, so they're a no-go. Mondelez products, which includes Oreos, they're off the list. Nesquik is owned by Nestle, so they are off the list. Walkers are on the list, so don't buy.
Well, first of all, you can tell people that these things are on the boycott list. You don't have to go into the grocery store and smash their products.
That's the most offensive part to me is you're wrecking products in a store.
Hey, bro, don't be crushing my cereal.
And if you're dropping like energy drinks and shit like they're exploding.
Yeah, don't sit on my snack crackers or whatever the fuck these are.
We could be boycotting all these items just to have better waistlines.
Yeah.
Walkers are on the list, so don't buy Lay's. Coca-Cola are on the list.
Oh.
Everyone knows that already. Good old
No Coca-Cola, or as they call it, Jew Juice.
Pepsi Max is getting the axe as well.
Wait a minute.
Why?
Why just Pepsi Max? Wouldn't that then be all Pepsi products?
You would think. What did Pepsi Max do?
Yeah, what did Pepsi Max specifically do?
I understand maybe if they sponsored the flags that these people carry around.
Maybe, I don't know, but
Come on.
yeah, I think you have to go all Pepsi products there, Chief.
Cereal are off the list, so don't be buying them. Pringles are included in the list. They're a no-go. Also,
No Pringles.
Doritos as well are on the list, so don't be eating them. Fanta.
You can't jump on trampolines. You can't smoke crack.
I'm starting to think he's pulling this red out of his ass.
Oh, no, I believe him 100%. All of these companies either support Israel or are just straight up owned by Jews.
No. Sprite. Nope. 7-Up. Nope. Tango. Yes. Aero. No.
Oh, wait, what was the one we can drink? Tango?
No go. Kit Kat. No go. Twix. No go. Snickers. No. Nope. Tango. Yes.
Pando? Congo?
Congo?
Tango. Yes.
Tango. Okay, so it's like a juice
Oh, it's a
soda.
C. Kango.
Kango.
What?
Aero. No go. Kit Kat. No go. Twix. No go. Snickers. No go. Mars. Maggi noodles are off the list, but can't see them anywhere here. Looks like Asda became pro-Palestinian. Orally. No go. Gillette. If you shave your beard. No go. Haram. Pampers are on the list.
Oh, it's haram.
Haram.
Yeah, shaving the beard is haram to begin with, so all shaving cream should be off the list.
Just really keep your beard.
Yeah, just
right?
keep your beard, and then you won't. Then we can know you're a Jew hater.
They are a no-go. Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo as well is also off the list. Thanks for watching my list.
Don't wash your baby.
Ben & Jerry.
That's right.
Can we just...
You're gonna have to have stinky babies and unkempt beards, and I mean, you won't have diabetes at least.
Just put a whole sign on the front of the store that says no.
Yeah,
Just no.
can't be eating any of this shit. It's
Gotta...
all Jew food.
I think... How funny would it be if they would just open up an anti-Jew supermarket and we get back to those days? How evil.
Annoyed Quick Trip supervisor becoming a member for his 18th month says, remember, people, if you don't pay your $50 monthly VIP dues, Aaron doesn't read your chat. That's not true. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? We got our ass kicked for $100 yesterday. Yeah, just take that to the bank. Just everybody throw $50 in right now because that's 1,000% accurate.
If you all wanted to throw in 50 right now and wipe out the week.
Oh, yeah. Just go bananas. I mean, here's the link in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I mean, just go in there. That takes the least percentage. Just go in there and fucking go bananas. I mean,
And we'd stay till 11. I think we could argue we could probably stay till 11 the rest of the week.
if they knock out the rest of the week today,
Yeah.
I mean, it's impossible, but yes, we would stay till
It is.
11 every day if that happened. Yes, of course. Fallen the Great says, Aaron, you are missing the point. All these foods liberal pig white women eat. I know. That's what I love. That's why I never engage in boycotts or any of that stuff. I stay completely neutral about all of that because, A, I don't have the self-control, as Hobo will tell you, to stay away from the snacks. And B, I get to watch all of these people overcommit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They
the bit.
overcommit to their cause and they go, I'm not using anything they're involved in. And they yell that before they know exactly how much those products, those areas are involved in.
Yep.
And then it's like, hey, fat lady, you can't have any chocolate. And she's like, but
What is the demographic drinking Pepsi Max, by the way?
People in denial. That's who.
Pepsi fucking Max.
People in denial drink Pepsi Max. I
He
believe
just-
that's in the commercials.
He just likes Mountain Dew too much. He couldn't say all Pepsi products.
Right. He didn't want to. He couldn't bring. He wasn't ready to announce it yet.
No.
You know, he needed to make himself ready first. Tridio with $5 says, "Come on, man! Everyone knows the only the only Jew juice is the kosher version of Burnda juice." Trugger 18 Wheeler with $5 says, "How do I sign up for the reverse VIP?" Oh, it's just real easy. You just give us a shitload of money.
You actually just pay another $250 to reinstate like all the things that I
Yeah,
failed you, and we're
Look.
square.
I wouldn't be doing this if I thought it harmed one single American senior. Hobo Chili Recipe with $9.99 says, "It's not a tight-fitting sweatshirt, you dick. It is so big that, look, you could fit a
I
whole
could
nother
be in there.
You could fit a whole nother one of me in here."
I bet if we tried real hard, I
You
could.
want to try and stand up through my
Oh my
sweatshirt?
God!
You want to try
Are
it?
we doing this?
I showered last night. I didn't shower this
Okay,
morning.
hold on.
So this might be.
This is gonna
Try
be.
and stand up through the front
Can I
of my
take this
sweatshirt.
off so it doesn't get stuck?
Yeah. April is now, we'll get to all your super chats in a second, but April has to try and stand up through my sweatshirt. All
Do
right.
I have to get in the sleeves?
Yep. No. Well, we'll see. All right, here we go. This is hot in a weird way. Look at this. Look. Oh, wait, April, get your head's got to come through here. There you go. And, oh, there we go. Now get through the sleeves.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Look what we did. Look what we did.
I'm
Put your
joking.
other hand
I'm
through.
stuck.
Come on, you retard.
I'm-
Get there. Hey!
I can't breathe.
Hey! All right, now you got to get the fuck out of my shirt.
I can't breathe.
All right, come on. Oh, yeah, that's hot for a weird reason. Oh, yeah, it's like I'm giving birth.
Ugh.
You know, I said earlier today that I have hobo chili derangement syndrome. I literally had April stand up through my sweatshirt to prove that this wasn't a tight-fitting sweatshirt. So I ask you, as I sit here going, yeah, I did that to own Hobo Chili Recipe, who really owned who?
Okay, but I can't breathe, dude. That hurt.
You're going to be fine. If you're talking, you're breathing. Don't be a dramatic white girl. Hobo Chili Recipe with $9.99 says, I noticed on your very tight-fitting sweatshirt, do you have laces? Which is strange. I didn't know you were in the Renaissance Festival. Also, nice alternative lace-up, like if you had a wider foot.
Oh, wow.
Veldrain with $2 says, oh, crap, the anti-kosher is the new vegan. I mean, in a way, yes. Can't buy anything anymore.
I told you it could fit someone in there.
See? $4.99 from Semper Reloaded says, I'm getting sick of your negativity towards people with unkempt beards. It's not our fault you are too much of a girl to grow one. I tried. It looked rapey.
I actually really love beards, but you should keep it somehow. Like, you should trim it, right? Clean that shit up.
Michael B says, grab them titties. FTW Nil says, rolling on the floor laughing. Good job, Hobo. You win. Yeah, because I mean, if you came up, yeah, that's Hobo winning because I went and did that.
You were so worried about your sweatshirt, you made sure that a person can fit in there.
Darren saying, come on, accidental titty on the dismount.
I'm such a mess.
Tom Thompson is proud of us. Now this is pod racing, says Return Trip. Skeezy says, aren't you two youngsters just fun and adorable?
I think that was fun. I'm really sweaty now.
K Fallen becoming a member for his 18th month says, Jujuice. Isn't that kerosene? No. Oh,
Hey.
oh. The Burnside says, April will be fixing her hair the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Fucking fix that hair.
It's very staticky now.
You have about 7 seconds to fix that hair, and then you're done fucking touching it for the rest of the show, or I'm going to lose my mind.
I got it.
President Camacho says, after a horrible tandem hoodie accident, April has died from asphyxiation. Would have been a hell of a way to go out, though, right?
Did you see what I was trying to pull your laces away from my throat, and you kept dancing?
If you would have kept dancing with her in there for another minute, you could have danced with a dead body, says Mudda Trucker Gaming.
Right, prop me up at the club so people can twerk on me.
Jay Hasty says, someone clip April saying, I told you we could fit someone in there. Oh, Rexstar Parody account says we needed the Double Dare physical challenge music for that. Hold on.
I'm not doing this again.
Double Dare challenge music. If they have it, you have to do it. All right, come on, April. Here we go.
Are you shitting me?
Come on.
God damn
Double
it.
there. I'll leave it here. I'll listen. All right. Come on through. You gotta do it like double there. All right. Get low. Dum, dum, dum. Nose. There we go. And she's through. There we go. We did it. Look at the 500-pound man. Get out. Get out. How the fuck do we do this? All right. There we go.
Why?
I don't know.
Twice in a day?
No, we made my wiener feel funny. That's for sure. Welcome to the show.
Woo.
Thank you very much. Sparky Rose says, what the fuck? I log off for 1 minute to go into the store. How do you look?
Not good. You were sweaty in there.
Was I?
Oh, I don't know if that's my sweat or yours.
Corn Diff says it made my wiener feel funny too. See, everybody's just got weird feeling wieners now. Nobody knows what to do. Nobody knows what to do. All right. We got to talk about stuff today. April, it's time to get serious. All right. Enough with this. Oh, my God. This stretched the sweatshirt up something awful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know what? You owe me a new sweatshirt. I can't believe you would be that irresponsible. There we go.
You made me do it twice.
Sorry, hobo. I had to tighten it up because it was too loose. I know that goes against the narrative.
You need hoodie rejuvenation?
I do. I need a hoodie rejuvenation. Annoyed Quick Trip Supervisor says, why isn't this show number one? I ask myself that every day. There's nothing funnier than what we do here every day. But what do you do?
I literally was just made by my boss to go in somebody else's hoodie twice today.
I gave birth to her through my clothing.
Dude, that second time, I was trying to escape and get out,
Yeah.
and your laces were stuck on my throat.
I really didn't know how we were going to get out of that one.
I was about to cut it. I was like, can you just
Yeah.
scissors?
We were about to have to do an episiotomy on my hoodie. Unfortunately.
The jaws of life.
Jaws of life. Remember a few months ago when she announced, or like a year ago, when she announced that she was running for president, I kept saying, hey, I kind of like this Nikki Haley.
Yeah, you did say that.
I've always thought Nikki Haley was good. She's a straight shooter. She's a pro, Nikki Haley's a good thing. Well, I hate Nikki Haley now. Nikki Haley, establishment politicians, and this really bums me out because it didn't always used to be this way, or at least it didn't always used to be so brazen and deliberate.
Yes.
Politicians didn't used to publicly campaign against freedom of speech and have people like it. This is one of those things where I don't blame the politicians. I more blame how stupid the people have become.
That's fair.
Because if you're a politician, you can't say something and keep saying it unless people like it. If people don't like it, you'll stop saying it.
It's very interesting. You're right. It's like somebody standing up in a test room, like as a speech giver, but there's a big crowd out there and you say the most horrific thing and they start tittering and ooh, and I like it. And
right.
Yes, more of that. And then you say something logical and they're just crickets.
So if you say something like, yeah, we should limit people's freedom of speech if it makes some people uncomfortable, and people go, boo, you're anti-freedom, you piece of shit. They'll never say that again because they don't like getting booed like that.
Right.
But if people cheer it and think it's great, then they'll keep saying it. So then I ask you, whose fault is it really? Is it the politician or is it the person? Well, Nikki Haley was asked a question about people on college campuses saying mean things about Israel. Now, since this whole Israel-Palestine thing started up again, I have been very nervous about the amount of censorship when it comes to criticizing Israel's response to the terrorist attack, because people are equating being wrong with should you be able to say something.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, one of the best parts of freedom of speech is people have the freedom to be wrong. They have the freedom to say shit that's not true and that might be stupid, but you have a right to express that opinion.
And
so when these gay college kids with blue hair say queers for Palestine, here's freedom of speech. They get to say that, and we all get to laugh at them and go, oh, nobody told them.
Right. Oh, you don't know?
You don't know. So, but what we have is we have a lot of these colleges, and then we have Republican, like conservative people backing them, saying like, oh, if you trash Jews or you trash Israel at college, we're going to call the employers that you're thinking of working for, and we're going to tell them not to hire you because of these protests you've been doing. It's like the answer to shitty speech is not banning speech. It's more speech. It's more people talking on the opposite side. It's so funny when these college kids get together and they want to rally for some person with a cock who wants to dunk against women on the basketball team. Well, that's encouraged and that doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, that's just fine.
Right, but if they say, oh, Israel kills babies, you know, they're like, well, no, that could affect someone. That's not good. We can't do that. We're going to call your employer and get you shut down. Let's see what Nikki Haley thinks about all this. Because to me, if you're a conservative and a Republican, then you're like the pro-free speech people. That's how you've positioned yourself.
Yes.
You love free speech, and it's these dirty, filthy, progressive libs. They're the ones getting rid of free speech in this country. Well, let's check this out, and let's all hate Nikki Haley together.
Is there a limit, in your opinion, to free speech? We all know you can't go into an...
You know, if I'm the one running for president, here's how I handle this.
Is there a limit, in your opinion, to free speech?
Stop. Don't say anything more.
Never.
No.
That's it. The answer is no. If you want free speech, it has to be all-encompassing.
Say whatever you want, and then they give you a follow-up question. Well, what if someone feels like they're in danger if you said it? Are they in danger? Well, no, but they feel they are. Then no, you can say that.
That's an instance of fuck your feelings at that moment.
Oh, the thing you said makes me feel not safe. Well, okay, go underground, do some kind of training and exercises that make you not feel that way when you hear shit you don't like, and then come back to us when you're the one who's not ready to join the real world. You should have to go away, not me.
I agree. I mean, I want people to be out there saying whatever they believe in and shit like that, because then I get the opportunity to decide if I want to be around that person or not.
If you're someone who says, well, speech is violence, then if that's how you feel, you have to go away and re-educate yourself, not us. Like, we're good. We're the ones who say, look, say whatever the fuck you want and deal with the consequences later and whatever. As long as you're not physically calling to action a threat against somebody, say whatever you want to.
We all know you can't go into an airport and shout bomb, and yet right now...
Okay, fine.
Wow.
But I know what you're setting up to. Saying that Israel overreacts every time there's a terrorist attack and they slaughter women and children, that's not going into an airport and yelling bomb. It's not, and by the way, you dipshit lady, that's not what the example is. The example is yelling fire in a crowded theater. I mean, God, it's one of the most overused tropes in all arguments, and you couldn't get that right.
I see why you liked her, though.
It's probably because her husband does everything. This isn't Nikki Haley.
Now you can chant on college campuses to kill all the Jews, or wave a poster that says keep our streets clean, which is exactly Nazi propaganda. What are the limits when it threatens the safety of a group of people or incites violence against them?
I have bad news, guys, and this is a failure of our school system to teach people what their freedoms are. As nasty and as terrible and as wrong as it might be, you're allowed to say Nazi propaganda. You are. You're allowed to say communist propaganda. You're allowed to say Nazi propaganda. That's what free speech is for. Free speech is to protect disgusting, violent, hateful, gross speech. It's not there to protect saying pizza's nummy. You get to say that because that's not controversial. Freedom of speech only exists to protect your right to say fucked up things.
Right, just the action of saying it, you're right.
So let's see what Nikki Haley has to say about the question of should we limit free speech. Now, again, I feel like I've already handled this question very well by saying, no, it's all fine.
I mean, we're blessed because we have free speech. We never want that to go away. But
everything you just said doesn't mean a goddamn thing before but. Doesn't mean anything.
Don't say but after that. You can't
because we have free speech. We never want that to go away. But
right there.
No but.
That was the end of the response. Perfect.
The difference is when you are pushing violence, when you're pushing genocide. I mean, that's what this is. When you support Hamas, you're basically saying that you support that Israel shouldn't exist.
So, do you hear the mental gymnastics in that? Now, do I support Hamas? No. Do I think you're allowed to support Hamas? Yes. If you think that they're right in this war, you're allowed to support any side of a war you want. After 9/11, you're allowed to think that Al-Qaeda should beat us.
You're right.
I think that's terrible.
It's bad.
But you should be allowed to do that. But that's part of free speech. So she's saying, well, but if you say you have sympathy towards Hamas, that means you want all the Jews killed. So you saying you support Hamas is the same as saying murder all the Jews. So therefore, you can't say that. That is the textbook garden variety fashion, how despots take away your right to free speech. They equate this thing with that thing. So then that thing becomes this thing. So now you can't do either one anymore. You know, it's like when on college campuses when they go, no, but that's hate speech. Right. But hate speech and free speech are not mutually exclusive.
No, not at all.
Hate speech is protected under free speech. You're allowed to hate people if you have freedom.
You can certainly hate and preach about your hate and all that stuff, and I don't think there needs to be consequences until there's been a bad action behind it. But then again, it's not the words that were being punished, it's your actions.
If you're doing a call to violence, if you're saying to people, and here's the call to violence. The call to violence is not, I hope all the Jews in Israel die. That's a terrible thing to say, but that's not a call to violence. You can hope someone dies all day long. You cannot say, hey, you guys, you know what we should all do? We should go to that guy's house and kill that guy. You're not allowed to say that. That's not free speech. That's a call to action to murder a guy. Standing
in a room anywhere and saying you support Hamas is also not a call to violence.
No. There's an old saying, your freedom to swing your arm ends at the tip of my nose. And that goes for just about everything.
That you support that the Jewish people shouldn't exist. And so what I have said is if you look on these college campuses and you see what's happening, if that were the KKK doing that, every college president would be up at arms.
Hey, Nikki, we had a Supreme Court decision on this. These people, either they're dumb or they think that people are dumb and they're playing them. The Supreme Court ruled. And the Oklahoma National Guard protected the right. Federal troops protected the right of the Ku Klux Klan to march in Muskogee. And the Supreme Court said, look, these people may be disgusting. These people may say horrible things.
They're wrong.
They have a right to gather and march. They have that right. Everybody has that right.
And it's up to everybody else to decide that that's wrong, right?
So for her to use this example of, well, free speech is fine, y'all, but, what if the KKK were doing it? You don't have to ask what if. We've already answered that question. It's okay. Like, again, I've said this before. Like, in terms of the outcome of this war, if I had to pick one side, gun to my head, I'd pick Israel to support. But that doesn't mean you don't get to say you support Hamas.
What we need to remind Americans is anti-Semitism is no different than racism. They are both.
But both of them are allowed under free speech. And by the way, people are like, wow, you're getting really animated about protecting these two things. The only reason I protect those two things is because after they fall, the stuff we like is going to go away.
Yes, it lowers the bar all the time.
You have to have a zero tolerance policy towards limiting free speech. Otherwise, they can use that to go, well, remember when it was Jews and black people? Well, now you can't talk about white people, or now you can't talk about gays. I don't want people to not be able to shit on white people. I want everybody to be able to shit on everybody if they want to.
The second censorship enters the conversation, then you're right. The bar gets lower every single time for the things that are not allowed to be said anymore.
It's evil, and we don't want to have that happen. But let's go to the core of this. Anti-Semitism was always bubbling underneath the surface. But now we're seeing this massive exaggeration of it. But no one's talking about why. The truth is, if you look at social media, the misinformation and the dramatic sides of social media are instigating this. Why?
So, answer me this question. What's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican then?
Nothing.
Because you could tell me that this was Nancy Pelosi saying this. Because isn't that their whole thing? Like Kathy Hochul in New York is now monitoring people's social media accounts.
Big on the misinformation, yes.
Right. And as long as you call it misinformation, well, then it's fine. We can get in there and start censoring it. Well, guess what misinformation is? Part of free speech. There's nothing about free speech that says, well, you have free speech as long as you fact-checked everything you've said.
I like, too, that these people are blaming misinformation, quote unquote, on social media for people's actions and people's views and stuff like that, as if nobody can think for themselves anymore.
Well, they clearly desecrated a Jewish graveyard because they read something on Twitter.
Right.
No, they were a crazy asshole to begin with. And if spreading misinformation on social media is, a bannable offense and we need to punish people, everything about Loch Ness Monster has to go. Everything about Bigfoot has to. I mean, it's misinformation, right? Misinformation is the problem. What if somebody shot a gorilla in the woods because they thought it was Sasquatch?
Right. Start with all fantastical things.
Do you see how ridiculous that sounds?
You're crazy.
Then your position's stupid.
Why? Because it's being pushed by Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea.
There we go. Use the big bad guys. Use the big bad guys to censor everyone's speech. It's brilliant. This is right out of the Despot's playbook, Nikki. I can't believe I ever said she's good. She is a tyrant in insensible women's clothing.
This is why when I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms.
No, they shouldn't. And when you say, by the way, when she says Americans, she means the government.
Yes.
No, do I think Facebook's gross? Yeah. Do I think TikTok is gross? Yeah. Do I think those companies should have to show a motherfucking thing to the government ever? No. Go fuck yourself. They're a private company. They can do what they want. You don't like it? We don't use Facebook.
These are private companies, though, that are not so private anymore. Like, we've already been known about, like, TikTok and all that shit. Like, government spies on that all the time.
But now tell me, what's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican? Because here you have someone running for president as a Republican, and they're going, if I get in there, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make private American citizens turn over private data.
Yeah, we're going to monitor your private opinions.
Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their...
No.
Isn't that... Well, see you, trolls. Sorry.
But trolls, but how about this? You're a rape victim who wants to go on social media, and maybe part of your recovery is you want to follow what people in, that circle are talking about. Mm-hmm. But you want to be anonymous, or you want to go to a rape crisis group on social media, but you want to be anonymous.
You just don't want your presence known because you've been through something.
Right. Do we take that away now? We can't do that because trolls are mean? I would rather have mean trolls to deal with on the internet than people who have serious problems can't maintain their anonymity online.
Their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say.
Accountability.
And they know their pastor and their family member is going to see it. It's going to help.
That's the end of the clip. So as long as we're going to protect freedom of speech by forcing everyone to be terrified of what they say so they don't say anything bad. Wow.
That's a very Republican move, though, too. Like, let's bring my church into this. Oh, you wouldn't say that in front of your pastor, would you?
Nikki Haley is evil.
Yeah, that was
I'm gonna go with evil on that one. $4.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, I can't see you with a beard. You would look like a fat Sigmund Freud. Instead of everything being about your mother, it would be about gorging food. Lazy. Hobo, that was a lazy one.
Yeah, I didn't like that one. And he's had a semi-beard / goatee here.
That is a basic bitch argument, says Michael B. I want to see what everyone has to say about old Nikki Haley. It's all basic bitch arguments at this point. Tridio says, and you can yell fire in a crowded theater. That quote comes from a dissent in a Supreme Court case that is misattributed. What if there is a fire? What if you're an actor on stage? Well, yeah, that's a good point. Yes, then you can yell fire.
You technically can yell anything always, right?
The metaphor they were using, the thing they were trying to illuminate in that case was you can't say anything that's going to cause a massive disturbance that will endanger the safety of people. Essentially, like you can't be in a room full of people and go, everyone grab a gun and shoot that guy. You can't say that.
Yeah, but somebody somewhere would argue that if you stood up and yelled fire in a crowded theater, that there could be tramplings and hysteria all over the place.
Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, don't both Zionism and Hamas want to take each other out mutually, but their citizens just want to live in peace? I mean, yeah.
Isn't that most situations? I would wager that
that's every war.
It's every war. Every country is chock full of normal citizens who just want to live their life and not be in a war, but the people in charge of it, we have to bury this person.
Toastmaster says if you repeat something enough, the less intelligent people will start believing it. Well, thank God Nikki Haley's not going to be anywhere near the throttles of power anytime soon. Whitney Chapman says, what if they are not an American citizen? I struggle with this answer. It's a good question. Like, how many rights does someone who's not a... I think if you're here illegally, you don't have any rights. None. I don't think just touching the grass on the American side gives you all of these rights.
I think I'd agree with that.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, hi, support hummus as long as it doesn't have canola oil. Of course, we got to take people's health into consideration. Dario says, something is affecting people, therefore we should punish the people, right? Hey, the first day I'm in there, all these private companies have to turn over their algorithms. To who? Well, to the American people. You ain't going to give it to me.
I do like that they like to portray it as they're doing us a favor.
Yeah.
They always make it look like they're doing us a favor, so we'll go along with it.
I'm sitting here screaming at you, no, I don't want that. And you're sitting there going, no, I'm doing it for you.
Well, they've completely tried to remove the notion that we can think for ourselves in any regard.
Yeah. Ax One Lies says the FBI gave her that talking point. Almost sounds like it, right?
Yeah.
Semper Reload. Hey, and by the way, anonymity. There's a lot of shit in this country's history that doesn't get published if there's no anonymity. You know,
wow,
Nixon
true.
gets away with covering up Watergate if you don't have anonymity. Semper Reloaded with 199 says, why does no one ever talk about Mr. information? Because dads are forgotten in today's society, tragically. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. Yeah, I that Nikki Haley thing is just like, if that's not a big red flag to never support her for anything ever, I don't know what is. Anders says Nikki Haley is the best example of why women shouldn't be in government. Well, I mean, I don't know if I said that.
What I was about to say, though, is that I'm afraid that there's a lot of people like that woman in the red dress asking the question who would hear Nikki's response to that and just eat it up and be like, yes, you're so right.
You know,
and
that's a great idea because I don't like the people on social media either. So, yeah, let's make that a rule.
And it's funny she brought up like Nazis and talking about Nazi propaganda and stuff like that, but we're handing billions of dollars to like a Nazi group overseas right now.
Certainly are. Semper Reloaded, thanks for the 199, buddy. I appreciate that. We are 285 away from today, and not ashamed to say we need a win after our L last night. Those are embarrassing to take. If you knock out the 285, we'll do 30 minutes of overtime today. If we knock out the 100 from last night, we'll do an extra hour. So thank you very much for that. 285 is the number. Keep it coming down today. We appreciate it. The Front Porch Conservative says, Aaron, you're right. Haley won't get near the nomination, but the horrible ideas will go on after her candidacy is done. Her ideas need to be proven wrong and thoroughly discredited forever. Well, now, that's all well and good, but who has to discredit it?
The American people.
The people do. And I don't fucking trust these people.
I don't either. I want people to send that clip around all places and talk about how horrific that is and that we can't let that stand. But I don't think enough people do that.
Scarface wants me to check Rumble. I did. I thought, oh, wow. You know what? Rumble chat's been really busy this morning. I'm sorry. I did miss that. Scarface with $5 says, Aaron, you should have known this fake Southern accent having street was no good 6 years ago when that tiny wearing hat midget Ben Shapiro referred to Haley as his spirit animal. Yeah, but I just kind of took that as Ben Shapiro's gay.
I would agree with that.
I mean, I didn't see that coming, I guess. By the way, thank you to Wayne Chambers also with $20.
Thank you.
Says the Republicans are positioning Nikki Haley to be Trump's vice president. That would be the backroom deal with Trump for the Republican Party to support Trump. Oh,
yeah, let's throw a woman on the ballot, you know.
I think
That'll
Tim
help.
Scott would be good. I think Vivek. I think DeSantis. I think all of them would be great.
Tim Scott just stepped down from that presidency.
Yes, he did.
Though
The
he can
race.
still be
Stepped down from the race.
I couldn't think of the race.
Not the black race. He didn't step down from the black race. I meant the presidential race.
He pulled his roots out. On
He
that
didn't.
one.
Yeah, he didn't stand up and go, "My name's Toby." That's not.
Damn it.
That's not what he did.
Kind of hoping.
Thank you to Wayne and Scarface. Because of you two, we're now at 265 today, and we're moving right along. So just click one of those links and throw an irresponsible amount of money into it, and we will be so happy that we'll get chubs underneath the table. Hey, do you know about shit transplants?
I do.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's a fecal transplant.
I thought I was going to surprise you with something.
Oh no. And I hate to
You
tell
know
you
about
where
you know about shit transplants then?
I do, and I hate to tell you where I know it from. There was an H3H3 clip once of Ethan talking about doing this because he has serious gastrointestinal problems.
Ethan Klein was going to get
a
shit he was going to get a shit transplant.
It's like, you know those little veg caps that your supplements come in and stuff?
Yeah.
You got people's shit particles in this veg cap, essentially. And it gets into your system, but you got to take a healthy person's shit. Like a real healthy person with good...
It's got to be your bowl.
Right, my bowl.
Okay.
Good
Fair
gastrointestinal bacteria that you're then going to put into your body and hope that their good bacteria starts taking over in your gut so that you can have healthy poops too. That's where I learned, like, Ethan.
Serial killer, no offense. I just got rid of you because you're lying. So the lying I don't take. Over 600 of you watching the show at this point. Everyone hit like, everyone hit subscribe, and thank you very, very much. CJ says, so Ethan is just full of shit after all.
Maybe.
But not even his own shit.
Isn't that the funny part?
Yeah, he actually does the other people's shit thing. Now, what is it again that the putting other people's shit inside of you is supposed to do?
It's supposed to take that person with healthy gut bacteria, like their gut works well.
Okay.
And you're putting it in yours to hope that their bacteria will start propagating in your gut and then cause you to have healthy gastrointestinal, not procedures, but...
But I have a question. Why don't you just stop eating whole frozen pizzas?
You might just be fucked. In that regard. No, I'm saying you literally might be lacking those type of things. It's kind of like having a chemical imbalance. You might be lacking sorts of bacteria. And I believe South Park did something on this once too. I'm pretty sure.
Well, we're going to look into it here because I saw a story where a guy went to have those the shit transplants done.
The fecal transplants.
The fecal transplants because he had Crohn's.
Yep.
And Crohn's is ones where you just have really painful hot shits.
Very instantaneous. You must shit now. It hurts.
Oh.
Like, it comes on. I was in a class in college with a poor girl who had to announce to our class in the beginning of the semester that she...
Yay.
It was a cute little black girl, too. I felt so bad for her because she was so cute. But she let our class know. She's like, look, I have Crohn's, and if you see me sprint out of the room, please don't worry about me. I just have Crohn's, and I need to go.
See, no, that's like attention seeking. You just run out of the room.
Okay, but somebody might wonder why.
But that doesn't matter. Just run out of the room. Leave. I don't need you to go, sorry, guys, I got to shit really bad. Like, that's not just run out of the room. We'll assume one of your parents died.
But I kind of do understand why she did that, because if somebody leaves a room and they leave all of their stuff behind and they're, like, gone and out of there,
yeah,
everyone's looking at each other like, do we need to call for help? Do we need to follow her? Is that person, like, safe? Are they dying? You don't know.
I guess I just don't care about people enough. Like, if a stranger ran out of a room holding their stomach, I'd be like, let them go.
Turn the tables. Picture it's you running out of the room. You ran out of the room. When you're sitting in the bathroom then shitting your brains out, are you thinking to yourself, God, I hope nobody's following me?
No, I'm thinking, oh my God, my guts are being turned inside out like an old dish rag. They're being wrung out and there's shit purring out of my body. I'm not really concerned what other people are thinking at that moment.
Ew.
So we're going to talk about the shit guy in just a minute.
Fun.
But first, Wayne Chambers with $4.99 says, Aaron, I forgot to mention the front of your hair is off-putting. Have a great day, Puff and Stuff. Thanks, buddy. And Matt Van Meter, we talked about him earlier. What a guy. $75.
Shit, man. Thank you.
From Matt Van Meter. We take 50 of that home. 215 is the number. Uh-oh, I think you guys have got this.
That's awesome.
I think you guys have got this. 2:15 away, half hour. If you knock out last night's, then we'll do an extra hour today and a 5-hour program. Michael B says, Aaron, is it like when you pump April full of your demon goo and she jumps up and grabs the shower wand? Gotta rinse that shit out of you, right?
Your demon goo.
Gotta get that demon goo out. That's for sure.
That's...
All right, so this guy had Crohn's, debilitating Crohn's. I feel like you don't have to say debilitating Crohn's.
It is just debilitating.
It's just Crohn's.
It's all-encompassing.
That's like saying really bad AIDS. Like, no, you just have AIDS. It's just there's no really bad AIDS.
I've got terminal cancer.
Yeah, I've got terminal. Well, terminal cancer is okay because if you say you have cancer and someone goes, oh my God, like not all cancer should be sympathized for equally.
Or like the kind where you cut a mole off your skin.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be.
Melanoma is bullshit.
I mean, it's not.
It's bullshit.
But
so, like, if you go, I have cancer, there's different responses. Like, if someone says, oh, I have skin cancer, you're like, oh, fuck you. Don't even tell me.
People die of that.
You're going to go have a mole. Yeah, if you're really irresponsible. Go have your mole cut off and shut up. But if someone goes, I have cancer, and you're like, what kind? And they're like, double breast cancer. I'd be like, oh, shit. Like, do we need to take you to your favorite restaurant? Like, do we have to take you on a shopping spree day? Do you get, like, a pampering? Do you get to meet The Rock? Like, how bad are we talking?
The one that scares the shit out of me is pancreatic.
I'll tell you why I'm at peace with pancreatic cancer. It's so fast. What the fuck are you going to do?
I have an idea that I've never even considered.
Oh, my God. What if the idea you're about to throw out there actually does cure cancer because nobody thought about it? All right, I'm excited. I'm here for it.
You're a bad person.
Go ahead. What? Well, you have an idea.
Okay.
Cancer, go.
Diabetics, their pancreas is already fucked. It doesn't work for them, so they don't use it. If you have pancreatic cancer, why can't you fucking remove your pancreas and just be a diabetic and take insulin shit the rest of your life?
So you're saying that you want your answer to diabetes to be removing someone's pancreas?
No, I'm saying the answer to your pancreatic cancer would be to remove your pancreas and become a diabetic.
The reason you can't do that is because usually by the time they diagnose your pancreatic cancers, it's spread everywhere.
Oh, well.
It spreads so fast because of, and I'm about to sound really stupid, because of the enzymes. I failed already. The enzymes and gunk that your pancreas shoots out the cancer as well. So it's just basically your pancreas.
It's ejaculating cancer?
It becomes, it just comes cancer all over your body.
When it's shooting insulin out, it comes with a side portion of cancer.
Right. There's all kinds of cancer cells just being shot out of there.
Okay.
Dustin says April has hot takes today. Yeah, that would be funny if you went to a doctor and you went, hey, that guy has pancreatic cancer. Why don't you just take out his pancreas? And the doctor went, holy shit. Guys, come here. She's brilliant. For years, we've been losing people to this pancreatic cancer. Young lady, tell them what you just told me.
I think it's worth a shot. Hear me out. If they're going to die anyways, take that goddamn pancreas out of their body, and they'll just be a diabetic.
Oh, my God. We
live.
never had an idea. Jesus, God. You just go, oh, boom, boom. It's like forgetting your sunglasses on the top of your head. They're like, it's always the last place you look when you're looking for the solution.
You're such a prick.
Lip Ripper says they do. It's called the Whipple procedure, and you have like a 30% survival rate.
Okay, but you're going to fucking die anyways. That's my whole thing. If you're going to die, which you most certainly will with pancreatic cancer if left untreated, take the thing out. Take it out. You don't know.
They do try that, you know.
I'm just saying.
It's just that it's gone so it spreads so quickly that they don't tend not to have the ability.
Just start taking shit out like the game of Operation, just until, if you're going to be dead, you might as well try anything.
Packerbacker says he's been muted on Rumble. Packerbacker, that was not me. One of the moderators did that. You know what I'm doing right now? I love Packerbacker. I think Packerbacker's awesome. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm going to...
Was it an accident, maybe?
Count options? No, that's not the one. Here we go. Chat settings. That's not the one. Live streaming, scheduled videos,
Guys,
channels, moderate. Here we go.
We'll do tech stuff live.
I'm going to... You're not... Oh, that's moderators. Where's the blocked users list? Blocked chat, comments, and muting. Yeah, I'm unmuting you, Packerbacker. I don't know whoever muted Packerbacker on Rumble is an asshole.
Everything all these names.
Everything else is good. The rest of those are all just people who like spammed links and shit.
Right.
All right, there you go, Packerbacker. You're back. Go ahead and give it a shot. Chevrolet JB says, my bad, looked like a chatbot. Well, there you go, Packerbacker. It was Chevrolet JB that did it to you.
Oh, you shouldn't have outed yourself.
No, I think that's very honest.
It is honest. You didn't need to, though.
Hobo says, then who muted Yeti? Yeti's not muted.
Yeah, what? Yeti gets to insult us all the times.
Somebody says April talking like she knows how to fix cancer, LOL. I mean, that is...
No, it was a suggestion.
I love that April had the gumption to be like, you know what? I don't think the entire medical industry has thought of this yet.
Or did I bring it up here because I don't know if we've ever considered it here in this discussion with us?
I think you really thought you were onto something there.
It was just a thought.
Thank you very much. Packerbacker with $19.99 says, thanks, Aaron. See, being nice to people pays off. $200 away from this morning. Thank you very much for that. Finish it up, I guess. You guys are doing a killer job. A stand-up work, yeoman's work today. All right, back to shit replacement. I've been wanting to talk about poop for minutes now, and everyone's, hey, I'm muted here. Hey, let's rip out this guy's rotten pancreas. What do you think of this here? A man who was hospitalized with debilitating Crohn's disease found relief after putting his mom's poop in his rectum. In a he did a do-it-yourself shit transplant?
No.
So what did he do? Did he like grab a big log of her poo out of the toilet? Well, it's lubricated then. And then he just shoved it up his own asshole?
You don't need much in these instances, but you do need testing done because what if she doesn't have good poo?
Look, I'm no simp for the medical industry or the pharmaceutical industry, but I am saying that if you want your shit transplanted, you should probably involve a medical professional.
I think so.
Look, I may be a cuck or whatever. I'm just saying I think a medical professional might be useful.
What does that have to do with cuck?
It's a joke. Saying like I know this is a hot take.
Yeah.
I'm explaining humor to you at the moment on the show. You know what we're gonna do? Workshops off the air.
Oh, I can't fucking wait.
We're gonna do comedy workshops.
No, I can't
so
wait.
that when I make a silly joke on the show, you don't go, wait a minute, but why? What do you mean?
Sure.
So we're gonna do a sarcasm workshop.
Okay.
What day works for you?
Never.
No, well, you got to pick a day. Come on.
Tuesdays at 6.
Tuesdays at that's perfect. Right before the evening show, so you'll be able to show everybody what you've learned at the sarcasm workshop.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. It really does.
Yeah, hey, good job. That was a little
We're not high-fiving.
Up top, that was a little sarcasm right there. You're not mad at me. You're embarrassed that you asked why I was being a cuck.
No one's upset.
Charlie Kurt, that sounds upset to me. That's what upset
What, are
people
you a
usually
woman?
say. We're gonna have our next workshop is gonna be on sarcasm. The one after that is gonna be on passive aggressiveness. That's all the workshops.
The next one's being condescending.
No, I go to that one separately every year. That's a conference that I go to in Tahiti. It's
Thank you.
so nice. I get so drunk though, I forget what they said. It's too bad. No, your workshops are just here. The ones I go to.
Yeah, I don't get trips.
No. We can't afford it. So now what happened with this guy was he had Crohn's. He kept shitting his brains out all over it inopportune times. So can it like hit at any time? Can you be like getting jacked off and your dick sucked and all of a sudden you just blow shit all over the place?
Yes, Aaron. That's what it means to have uncontrollable shits out of nowhere.
I want to say, if I could have Crohn's but control it, I'd feel like I was a superhero.
That's literally the anti-definition of Crohn's disease.
I know. That's what makes it so bad. So this guy decided to shove his mom's poop in his asshole, as you do. And it caused him to experience her menopause symptoms. So he started getting hot flashes. He started getting the soreness and the mood swings and everything else. So his Crohn's might have gotten better, but he got really, really cunty.
I actually don't know how this would happen. Are there like that many hormones in your shit?
All your hormones are in your shit. Shitting out
Just all the
hormones.
hormones.
And all the stuff that comes with your shit when you take it out. This is again
When
why
you take your shit out.
This is why again, perhaps, call me a slave to the system. I think that a doctor should be involved in this so he can, avoid the whole you becoming a chick thing.
I mean, half of the process of doing a fecal matter transplant is that you do testing on the person you're taking the shit from and make sure that everything checks out and that it will be good for your system.
So you're not taking poison shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, there's a chance that he also still has Crohn's after this. So
yeah, what if mom has Crohn's?
Not only is he bitchy, cunty, mood swingy, hot flashy, but he's also shitting all over the house still.
How do you think that conversation went down? Did you ask your mother to save some of her shit for you?
Hey, Mom, I was thinking the other day, I was watching a documentary. Do you think, hey, could you call back in about 2 minutes? I promise I'll have it hooked up.
No, he doesn't.
This is our daily oops-a-daisy, Aaron forgot to hook up the phone segment of today's show. Happens all the time.
Daily.
There we
I'm
go.
going to send you to a conference for that.
You know what? As long as it's in a tropical location, I love going to those conferences. They're so nice.
I'll send you to Brazil.
So, Charlie Curtis from Toronto, Canada, who's in his mid-30s. Oh, you know what? This is good. He's Canadian, so it didn't matter that much when he started becoming a bitch. He's in his mid-30s, did do-it-yourself poop transplants. Do you think he ate it or shoved it up his bunghole?
I hope he shoved it up his ass.
Right? There's really no winning play there.
No, the whole thing about you don't eat it, because if you were to put fecal matter...
You don't do what?
You don't eat it?
Eat what?
Shit.
What else would you call shit? What would be another word for shit?
You don't eat the poop.
You don't eat the poo-poo. He does this thing with his mother. It's called anal leaking, where he takes the poo-poo and it's like ice cream, and he like that. And sometimes they out comes the poo-poo, and they eat the poo-poo like it is ice cream. Go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
Ryobi here. Two things I want to cover. Number one, there's people in my extended family that have had this procedure.
Ew.
And nothing I'm about to tell you is a joke.
Okay.
My sister-in-law, this is my wife's sister, and my mother-in-law. Well, the C. diff, which is you guys know what C. diff is. A lot of females.
Corn diff.
That's what Ethan Klein has.
Oh.
No, April, come on. You know what C. diff is. Don't fuck around.
What's C. diff?
I don't know what it is.
Disease.
Oh, okay. So it's a nasty.
But you know
disease.
it. Okay. Yeah, but you know it exists. There's people in the chat that I know that have mentioned it as well.
Okay.
It's really bad. It just makes you shit all the time. It's kind of like Crohn's, but you don't have Crohn's. So
okay.
She needed this exact thing. And so the way they fixed her was the mother-in-law, yes, people I've met, all of these.
Okay.
The mother basically had to be the shit donator, and she pooped in like a stool sample jar. So like she shit in a jar, and then they took it to the doctor, and then the doctor medically shoved it up the daughter's butt, and in hopes to do get the good bacteria going and jumpstart the gut.
And how'd it work?
Which is really fucked up. Supposedly it worked.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Which, no.
Go ahead.
No. This is my dream.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This is like a Hideo Nomo wind up right now.
Yeah, you just wait for the ball to come flying through the air.
All right, throw the fastball already.
What is my dream?
Fastball, go.
I thought of an amazing idea based on this. Mm-hmm. It's always been my dream. I've thought of this for like 10 years.
Better be fucking good.
I don't think it exists yet in pornography, and I'd like to be the first one to do it, but I don't know any porn stars, so I'm letting the dream go. The only person that knows about this is my wife, and I'm telling you all.
Okay.
I'd like to pull off or direct, not me pull off, what is known as the shit swap. And it's two girls, and one of them like stretches out her ass real big, and the other one shits in it, like straight in it, and then they switch places, and the girl gives her back her own shit. Ta-da. That is all. I can't see your faces, but I'm sure it's amazing.
Thank you, Ryobi.
I'm here for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, the phones are a good idea.
It's like, here's what it is. It's like, I had a perfect game going because I've been very happy with today's show.
Me too.
I've been feeling very confident in my abilities. And then that call came in. And I went, oh, no, I suck. I'm not good.
This is the Ryobi show now.
And it's Ryobi. I love Ryobi, so I can't hang up on Ryobi.
He's my favorite. I love him too.
And he's like, oh, no, wait. You got to wait for the punchline because holy shit. And then he just quoted me back, 2 girls, 1 cup.
Yeah.
Yule Gibbons with $10 says, it's my birthday. Have some money. Thank you, Yule.
Thank you, Yule.
$2 from Balls Deep says, happy birthday, Yule. Yeah, it's Yule Gibbons.
Happy birthday.
It's Yule Gibbons' birthday, so just give us money. That's how I think this should go.
It should.
God damn it.
Not now, Charles.
Death Proof says this show is cursed. It's just...
I was really waiting for something because I really do like Ryobi.
I love Ryobi, and I really thought this was going to be the thing. 195 is the number after that contribution. Streamlabs, PayPal, all that stuff. Appreciate it. Hooters Girl says C. diff being on an extended amount of antibiotics, and it kills your good bacteria in your colon, and you have severe diarrhea from the bad bacteria that forms. Very contagious.
That sounds
Can
bad.
we get back to the guy who shoved his mom's shit up his asshole and got menopause?
I mean, for God's sakes, yes.
Nothing more in the world that I'd rather have. Charlie Curtis from Toronto, Canada, who's in his mid-30s, did do-it-yourself poop transplants or fecal microbiota transplants for over 4 years.
Okay,
He told filmmaker Saffron Cassidy in the new documentary Designer Shit. We worked hard on that title. We sat in a room. We brainstormed it with the staff. We kept coming up with stuff and kept coming back to Designer Shit. They must have Egg Picker's keyboard, too, because the shit is a $.
Right. We can't see through that.
FMTs usually involve a doctor taking poop from a healthy donor and blending it with a saline solution. Yum. In FDA-approved procedures, the saline... How about the fact that the FDA... That's how we should have known something was up with the vaccine right away.
They were involved.
The FDA, the same group that approved taking shit from someone else's body and shoving it up the asshole of another human being, is in charge of approving things.
Can you imagine being the guy who came up with this idea?
He was probably German.
Somebody with a
We will use the Scheiße! We will do a Scheiße transplant, and that is what will fix him. Take his Scheiße and shove it up her ass. It's
gotta be your ass.
It actually started as a porno in Germany, but then they just went, it turns out she has really good gut bacteria now.
No, maybe Ryobi's onto something. Somebody in Germany was watching 2 Girls, 1 Cup. And they're like, hear me out, though. This could actually help somebody.
What if I tried hammering the Scheiße into them anally? This was a shot.
Can't you just do anal then? Like,
use the cock as a ramrod, just like put shit on the rim of the asshole. And
you're literally do anal sex with the. Okay, you got
you're saying treat the asshole like a musket and just shove the.
Absolutely, the dick ramrod with the poo. Okay, hear me out. You do anal with the person with the healthy poo first.
Yeah.
They clearly didn't prep for anal, so there's poop in there, right? And then you spread it. You do the next person who has the C. diff problem.
Of course.
You shove it in there.
This all makes sense.
What if you're healthy after that?
Just got to keep getting fucked in the ass with shit on your butthole.
You've lost all dignity.
Right. But you don't have Crohn's.
But you don't have Crohn's.
And what would you rather have, dignity or Crohn's? You can only have... No. Would you rather have dignity and Crohn's or no dignity and no Crohn's? You can only pick one.
No dignity.
Ronnie D says, and I'm done eating breakfast. Well, I'm just trying to help. Pool Scam Sam says, the only thing Ryobi is on is a watch list. After that call? Yeah.
You know that I half think that phone call story was fake? Like, I don't think he meant that.
Don't make him call again. And Mr. Approachable says, no, this definitely happened because some sicko got caught doing something very weird and tried to explain it away as medical science and got lucky that it worked.
Or, hear me out, somebody was doing anal with 2 different people, and one of them happened to notice that their poop problems went away after they did it.
But
come on.
My question becomes this. Isn't there some kind of pill, or isn't there an easier way to do this? Like eat some yogurt or something?
Pills, nope. Pills were the problem in the first place, remember?
I guess so. You know what?
Pills killed your good bacteria.
Shove whatever you want up your butthole. I ain't your pappy.
What if you had Crohn's, Aaron, and I didn't, and I could save you?
Lukey Wolf Whisperer says April will be getting ideas for when the camera is off. Right. Sean says a girl raised on a farm shouldn't have that much information, April. Scary.
Hey. Actually, I've handled much poop in my day.
That's great. That's
all the information.
Really, really solid information to have. The recipient absorbs healthy bacteria from the donated stool, and this repopulates the bacteria in their gut, which might be depleted from using drugs like antibiotics or illness, according to the Cleveland Clinic. Okay, so can't we just take out the bacteria from the duty and then have the person take it then? Like,
what are you asking?
I'm just saying that putting shit up someone's ass thing just seems to be more for the doctors and the goof than it does for the medicine, because can't we just extract the bacteria or synthetically create the bacteria and then put it in the person rather than, hey, you got to take shit up the butt?
No, because I know what you're saying, but this bacteria only exists in fecal matter, in poo, and you can't just ingest this shit like orally. You can't put that bacteria through your digestive system on this end, because when you put things of that nature in there, you get really sick. It can only go up rectally because that's where it usually exists.
Hooters girl is very upset with me for skipping one of her comments and says, "You're scared, you fucking pussy." The chat moves quickly and I can't get to everybody, but okay, Hooters girl, you complained. The fermented surströmming that you agreed to eat when I completed another VIP would help your gut bio, Aaron. Get on that. I want to see you eat it now.
It's some kind of fermented fish. We could probably just order it.
Get into that.
Drop it off on my porch. I don't know.
April's Pointy Nips with $2 says, I once saw a Reddit video of a girl puking poop. All right, you know what? I think we have to move on.
That's it.
I just want to know how this guy got the menopause from the whole thing.
I do too, because I don't see that happening.
Now, Charlie Curtis experienced some unexpected side effects from the poop transplant. Sweating, hot flashes, and mood swings similar to what his menopausal mom was experiencing. At the time, I was going through menopause, said Mrs. Curtis in the documentary, and so was he. The donated poop does transmit high levels of hormones.
Oh.
So it's possible that Charlie Curtis was experiencing the same symptoms as his mom because he was absorbing hormones from her poop. Okay, hear me out. Let's say you're a trans person on a budget. Just shove a guy's shit up your ass.
We are full of good ideas today.
I know. We've really revolutionized
the medical industry, really.
I came into this thinking that this fecal transplant stuff was really bad, and now I'm finding out that it might be one of the more underutilized things we have.
It's really oh wow, it's like the discount version.
Yeah, it's a discount transition.
It's like EDT, but for like treatments.
Yeah. Skeezy says, you often ask why this show isn't number one. This is why. Well, then you know what? If this is why we're not number one, then I don't want to be number one. Thank you very much.
Skeezy, what if you had to take antibiotics because you got like a UTI or strep throat or something weird? And suddenly you have C. diff and you have uncontrollable poos, and the only way to save you is your mom's poo?
Mr. D-Ball Money calls it the caca economy. I like that. 195 is the number. You guys have the rest of this. Go in there and be irresponsible with your money. Apparently, there was almost a fight in the Senate yesterday between, and this is kind of on brand, the leader of the Teamsters were in the Senate, and he was being grilled by Republican Senator Markwayne Mullen, and the two of them were about to actually start fighting each other. This is another kind of one of those steps towards idiocracy.
Mm-hmm.
Like when a senator and the head of the Teamsters are like, oh yeah, fuck you, bring it on. What you want to do? What are we, shedding tarps? I'll fuck you up. Like the minute that starts happening is the minute we go, all right, we're one step closer to, Elizondo Camacho with an AK-47 at the State of the Union. We can shooting holes in the roof. And the person who ended up stopping the fight, a very unlikely source for an enforcer, and that would be Senator Bernie Sanders.
Oh,
Bernie was
Bernie?
Yeah, Bernie was able to come in and put a stop to this whole thing, because if there's anyone who's intimidating in the Senate that people will listen to, it's the old nebbish Jewish man. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is Senator Mullen versus the head of the Teamsters.
You mean Fat Ben
Pretends
Affleck?
like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy.
So the head of the Teamsters apparently was pissed off about the way this senator spoke to him at the last hearing. So he sent this guy an email.
Right.
And he was
Always
like,
a good idea.
"Come find me, motherfucker." It's like, yeah, that's good for a guy who negotiates contracts for the Teamsters and goes to the Senate. Like, unfortunately, this president of the Teamsters thinks it's still like the 1960s.
Oh, yeah.
And you can do Teamster shit with like your baseball bats and stuff like that. But
Cowboy.
it's a more civilized time, cowboy.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your...
Stand your butt up.
Stand your butt up, and I'll put my fecal matter in it, and you'll have good gut bacteria.
It's a weird threat
Right,
because
that's
it has like benefits to it.
Threatening a fecal transplant. Yeah, are you a friend or a foe?
I can't decide anymore.
I'm confused.
You're leaving a little mystery in there for
This
me.
is so funny. This is the Senate. They're in the middle of the Senate. They're supposed to be at a hearing, and this guy's like, "You want to fucking go?"
And
yeah, I do. All right, well, let's fucking go right now. Like, are they about to do like the Jim Bowie thing where they kick all the furniture to the corner of the room and throw a knife in the ground? And they're like, fucking, what you want to do about it then?
Maybe. And by the way, look at how excited they're making the ladies here.
I know. This one's wet as a Georgia peach.
She's soaking.
This
right
one
now.
is just so succulent.
I don't know what that one's doing.
This one's rubbing away. This one's going for it already.
She's focused.
Yeah.
Your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
oh, stop it.
Hold on.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, no, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Bernie had to scold him like he was his booby. No, you're a United States Senator. You have to sit down. We're not going to be fighting like this. He's like Howard Stern's dad in Private Parts. Shut up! You're an idiot!
Right. You're embarrassing yourself.
What are you doing? We're here in the Senate. You're going to make a whole mitzvah out of this whole ordeal, and there's going to be schmutz all over the place.
This does seem like a very
I
Jewish.
gewalt. I don't even know what to do.
It's a very Jewishy thing to do, right?
Stop it. You're a United States Senator. You know what this means. You knew then, and you did nothing. Don't give me unprepared. You had the spaceship. What was it? Roswell, Area 51. You knew then, and you did nothing.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it. If we can, no, I have the mic. I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what he
it.
said.
Excuse me, Senator. I believe I was the one talking. You had your turn. I would like to have my turn. If we could please go back to a nice and orderly hearing, that would be ideal.
This makes me nervous watching like Bernie Sanders get all worked up. Like this kills some old men, right?
Right.
Getting this excited.
I can't be doing this at my age. I don't digest
Right.
my meals properly. My heart could give out at any time. I mean, TikTok, for God's sake. Let's try to bring this thing down a little bit.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't.
Bernie's got 2 kids, and he's just like, all right, let me tell you this. Can I tell you what he did? No, not right now. All right, look, there's bigger things to worry about. What do you say we all just agree right now to give $5 billion to Ukraine, and we call this thing off?
Dude, I detest this guy, but his dad voice
He's good at
is
it,
spot
right?
on.
If
Hold
we
on.
can, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't.
He really is like having 2 children. He's like, but he said this about me. Stop it.
No.
What I'm trying to say is, can I talk? No.
You too.
All right, listen, I'll turn this damn hearing around, and that'll end your precious little Senate trip pretty quick.
I hope he puts them in timeout.
I just want to say before we do anything else, That Veronica Vaughn is one fine piece of ash. I would know from experience, dude. No, you don't, Bernie.
No.
No, I don't. But a guy I know, him and her got it on. No, they didn't.
Untoward.
No, they didn't. But you can imagine what it would be like if they did.
This is a hearing. And God knows.
Not a punching. This is a hearing, not a punching, kicking, and pulling hair. You just both look like bitches.
This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough of contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and
Self-awareness.
You know what? I'm a big Bernie Sanders fan in this moment.
In this one, yeah.
What he's basically trying to do is, all right, you shut up. Everybody hates our guts. All right, don't give them more of a reason to think we're retarded.
Everyone thinks we're fools.
Everyone's looking at us. We look like fucking assholes right now. Don't give them more of a reason.
That's great self-awareness, actually.
I know.
Congress, let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies. And that's what-
I don't like you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
They're literally kids. I know you are, but what am I? He literally went, I am rubber, you are glue, to the senator. The senator's like, I don't like thugs and bullies. Must be talking about yourself.
Why does nobody ever slip a gay F word or something in these situations?
I love it.
I know.
For Congress, let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies.
And
that's
you
what-
I don't like you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
You must be talking about yourself then, poopy head.
Hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you and I accepted your challenge.
Bernie's like, Jesus Christ, that's not where I wanted this to go.
Come on.
Fuck's sake.
He just dies right here.
And you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet. I was.
Hold on.
You challenged me to a cage match,
No,
acting like a
sir.
12-year-old schoolyard bully.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
Hold it. No, excuse me.
I will say exactly.
Senator Mullen.
There's only one way to settle this, YouTube boxing. I'm going to call Keemstar. We're going to get this set up.
Oh my
Winner
God.
will take on Sam Hyde. That's the end of it.
Politician boxing would be sick.
Nancy Pelosi versus life.
I have the mic.
Wait, Paul Pelosi versus the Hammer Kid.
I think so. Yeah, we
Questions
can get
on
spouses
any
in.
economic issues, anything that said, go for it. We're not here to talk about physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not
him
talking
in.
about. Of course, I
And,
did.
and let me
He's-
let me show you his hearing, because I want to expose this thug to who he is. And
Could you not point at me? That's disrespectful.
Oh, they're getting bitchy now. Now they're turning into a couple of bitches.
And this guy needs to follow up with saying, I'm not touching you.
Don't point at me. Don't point at me. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Bernie, he won't stop pointing at me.
Bernie hits him over the head with a gavel.
Bernie's just sitting there with a fucking castool in his mouth going, give me a reason. Give me a reason.
I don't care about respecting you at all. I
I don't
respect
respect you at all.
So
All right, hold it.
let me
Hold it. No.
Boy, I'm starting to feel bad for Bernie Sanders at
I
this
am
point.
too. Look at his poor little face. He's like, I don't have enough life left in me for this.
Hold it. No.
You're one of
Yeah,
100 of the most
hold
elite
it,
people
please.
acted.
Please. All right. This is excuse me.
Let the three-eyed raven talk.
No shit.
He looks like Max von Sydow. You don't like that I know that his name was Max von Sydow, do you?
It's just the three-eyed raven.
Okay.
This is a hearing to discuss economic issues. All right? If you have questions for Mr. O'Brien or anybody else on what he has said, go for it. But we're not here to talk about fights.
Oh, don't stop there.
That was it. Bernie had
He's
it.
almost finished.
Bernie had
No.
fucking had it with these guys and their bullshit.
See, that's a fun day in the Senate, though, right?
It's eventful.
You need some days like that just to keep you
Yeah.
alive, I think.
Mick Marshall says Mark Wayne Mullen is a 3-0 MMA fighter, all finishes. No, I don't know if you're joking or Mark Wayne Mullen.
What a weird name.
Is that true? Fucking A, he really is. 3-0. He beat Bobby Kelly, the comedian, in the first round in 46 seconds, choked him out. He beat Clinton Bonds with an arm bar at XFL Super Brawl in 07. Okay, so, he would have fucked up that
Arm
Teamster
bar.
guy. That Teamster guy was in a world of hurt. Mark Wayne Mullen was about to fuck him up.
Wow, I guess so. He wasn't fronting at all. That's interesting.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Spam ruins it for people sharing legit links. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there, are there people, this Yeckel guy was spamming? Okay. Well, mute him forever then. There we go. Carlos says parliamentary fistfights in Ukraine. We'll check that out. Dub's got a link. There we go.
I want to see some like foreign countries still wearing the powdered wigs.
What the fuck is this guy doing?
Why?
Wait, so he brought the guy flowers and then he just started grabbing him by the dick?
There's some nice flowers too.
Yeah. Oh, but now it's choked. This is the slowest fight ever. Oh, now we're getting after it. Now we're World Star. World Star. World Star. World Star. World Star.
Just having a good little Donnybrook.
Remember, after you punch him in face and knock him on ground, you have to stomp on his head and yell, "Yeah, my."
I want to be in the rafters just watching this.
Like Sting.
Yeah.
You're sitting there, you come down on a bungee cord, and you start whacking motherfuckers with baseball bats.
Just taking them out.
Guys, you know what happened was they were in the Ukrainian parliament, and one of the people said to the Azov battalion, like, "Hey, what's your problem with the Jews, bro?" And they went after it.
Somebody suggested they take the swastika off their uniform.
Yeah, somebody said, do you think that the Azov battalion would mind taking the swastika off their uniforms? And this was the result.
What a weird way to pick a dude up.
I know. What a weird. It's like trying to body slam Andre the Giant, and it didn't quite work out.
But you got your dick and balls in there, though.
Yeah, it's I've never seen it quite that way before.
No.
Let's go to Ryan the Garbage Man. Last time we took a call, it totally wrecked the momentum of the entire program. Let's see what we've got.
Can't happen twice,
Ryan the Garbage Man, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
Yeah.
You know, I saw this little altercation between Mullen and the Teamster on CBS News last night. There was also another altercation between Kevin McCarthy and a fellow congressman while he was doing a radio interview, and it was recorded. So if you look up on CBS News, you might be able to find it.
I heard he pushed the guy.
He elbowed him in the back.
Ah, shit. You can't do that. All right. Thank you, Ryan the Garbage Man. I appreciate that. That was at least apropos to what we were discussing. And it was quick and to the point.
That was very quick.
So that was, I'm not going to bust your balls over that one. Josh Allen fan gets in violent fist fight in the stands at a Bills game. Well, if he's anything like Josh Allen lately, he's going to lose.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not doing well.
Not going to do well in the fight.
Not a good record.
Let's take a look. Let's see what happens. Oh! You know what we should do? We should film like this.
Why do people do that?
I don't know. It bothers me. Don't you know that they're going to play it on radio shows and shit?
You're not going to get the whole picture here, guys. You know why people film it in portrait mode?
Why is that?
TikTok and shit like that.
Oh, TikTok.
It's more important.
Shorts.
The
YouTube
Instagram
shorts,
reels and stuff. Yeah.
All right, where's the Josh Allen fan? And where's
shit.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Down here.
Oh, here we go. So that guy, there was a fight going on off camera, and this guy's yelling about the fight while not filming it. God, I hate people who film shit.
And TMC still paid him for this footage.
Hopefully he got $20.
Oh!
Yeah, see, there we go.
Come on! Let's go! Come on!
Oh, he got punched by that guy by surprise. Oh, boy. Oh, shit.
Oh, here we go.
It's 2-on-1, though.
These are some good slugs.
Oh, he went down.
Shit.
He went down.
The Bills made me want to shout too, boys! Yeah!
Oh, the Josh Allen guy's getting after it.
Oh, man!
I think
You know what? I think he wins.
Yeah, I do too. Do you know what I'm more afraid of, I think, at a game like that instead of getting hit? Falling down those hard-ass cement stairs.
Yeah, that's a rough night. That's going to be some bruises just falling down those steps, man. Holy shit.
God damn, your rib cage and shit.
Let's go into the text messages on the show line.
I forget we have those.
She's right. You have been using cuck a lot lately. I don't think that was the complaint. It was that I used cuck in that context.
I was mostly kidding, just so you know.
Here we go. This is, my agent is contacting me.
Okay.
Aaron, I understand my brother Hobo has thrown his hat in the ring to replace me as your agent. Now is not the time to rock the boat. Dance with who brought you. I got you a gig at the VFW this Saturday. The vets can reach into your crevices and win a prize. It's for the troops. Love, TX. You know, it troubles me that my agent always thinks he's getting me such great gigs.
You like the VFWs, though, right?
I do, but I didn't want my crevices reached into, as my agent put it.
You're a fun bag. They just reach in and grab an organ.
I suppose. I guess that's right.
Well, they are veterans. They probably need a new organ at some point.
Nick Stevens says he threw a fist, but it was intercepted. Hey, it's a Josh Allen joke. Hey, unlike Josh Allen, you didn't fumble the punchline.
Hey, I think the Bills head coach was just fired, wasn't he?
Did they No, they fired their offensive coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, their coach is still there, but the offensive coordinator is gonzo. And that seemed really unfair because I saw a stat yesterday that they're like the second highest scoring offense over the last 2 years.
Yeah, they've been doing...
No, they suck this year.
Not this year, but before that, though.
They've been doing well.
Yeah.
All right, boys, you do know we had a huge L last night. If you're just joining the show, we got our ass kicked last night. But we're 195 away from today, so I say what you guys do is you get wildly irresponsible with your money, throw a shitload at the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo, and we knock this thing out. Because if we knock out today's goal, we do a half hour of overtime. We add an hour onto the clock if we knock out this morning and last night's $100 shortage. So thank you guys very much in advance. Gifting memberships is awesome.
Thank you.
PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo is great too. Let's continue on with the program. Of course, we'll get an OnlyFans girl story in there later today.
Aww.
But first, my boy, YG.
Ooh.
One of my favorite rappers. Did a song called My N. And he said the word 200 sometimes, and I've never been more jealous than the first time I ever listened to it.
I thought we're not supposed to talk about ends in a possessive manner.
He's black. It's okay.
Okay.
So YG was at either a party or a strip club or both, and he was putting pictures up on his Instagram of the strippers. And I'm going to show about this much of the picture because you can basically see this chick's pussy.
That's aggressive.
So there's YG. He's, dollar bills are flying all over the goddamn place. And I really almost feel like with inflation, we should be throwing fives at strippers, but that number never really seems to change. Was it more dangerous to be a stripper back in the oldie times when money was worth more? Like, did they throw coins at you?
Ouch.
Did they just pelt you with quarters?
Throwing the 50-cent pieces at you
sometimes?
Ooh, those would hurt.
They leave the stage with a big 50-cent imprint right in their forehead.
Well, that can happen today, too.
So YG took a picture of it and put it up on his Instagram because he thought it was a pretty hot Instagram picture to show. Well, one man put up a video on Instagram, a video reply to YG asking him to take the video down. April, any idea why this man would be asking YG publicly to take the video down?
I'm going to guess it was some man who wasn't supposed to be there that night or didn't want somebody knowing that he was there. What? No. I don't know.
Blop Jones is guessing his daughter.
Oh, it's his daughter.
Okay.
That's a good guess.
Why would he be on Instagram telling YG, I'll give you one more guess, to take down this video? It's pretty humiliating.
Drugs? I don't know, dude.
All right, let's check it out. April was way off. Let's see what we ended up with.
So I'm going to try to keep this short and whatnot. A lot of y'all already know what's going on and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? If you've been on IG lately. But this is a message for YG and whatnot. And from a real one to a real...
Who's whatnot? He keeps referencing this whatnot. I love it when people start using words that they don't know.
It's another rapper, actually.
And they overuse them. Yeah, he's actually... YG's got a new rapper he's bringing up called Whatnot.
Maybe.
Because this guy's used whatnot 4 times in this one speech.
What's going on and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? If you've been on IG lately. But this is a message for YG and whatnot. And from a real...
That's not...
See? YG and whatnot.
Whatnot is not a phrase to use in that context. That would be like me saying, hey, man, what do you want for dinner and fiduciary responsibilities? It's not the same thing. Why would you say that?
And whatnot, and from a real one to a real one, man, I'm asking that you please take my baby mama, off your IG with her, picture of her busting it all open and whatnot.
Busting it all open and whatnot. Okay, that makes sense. It's his baby mama, but
Hey, YG, you know how my baby mama stuck her pussy in your face? I'd like you to take that picture down off Instagram.
does he not understand that if he didn't post this video, no one knows that's his baby mama?
Right. Shut the fuck up and nobody will know it's... Well, I guess some people on Instagram will who know him.
Who cares?
But yeah, don't tell the whole world that that was your baby mama.
Your baby mama's getting rained upon by YG bringing home that bread. I think you'll live.
And also... What, bread? See what I did?
Get it? Loaf piggy.
But not only are you now letting the whole world know, but also that picture is just like her underwear is covering up like the whole of her pussy, not like the lips. Like
the lips have been spread.
They're out. Like everything's just kind of out in YG's face, like he's diving into a sampler platter, and you're sitting there going, "Yo, real one to real one and whatnot. Do you think you could take your picture and whatnot of my girl and whatnot?" With her whatnot all up in the air and in your face, like you sniffing at a pussy and whatnot.
Busting it all open
you
and
busting
whatnot.
it all open all over the place. You think you could take that picture down for me, young blood? Real one to real one. And YG would be like, you crazy. And then just cuts the video.
Her busting it all open and whatnot, you feel me? So, you know what I mean? Baby was telling me, she had to go to her sisters. Her sister is going through some things and, she got to handle some family issues. So I'm like, cool, it is what it is, you feel
So she even lied to her baby daddy about going to strip.
Sounds like she's chose to reproduce with a real bitch.
The one guy who stuck around to raise the kid, and you're trying to push him away by waving your pussy in YG's face.
What if... She's clearly the breadwinner here.
Oh, you don't think this guy, in the middle of the day making this video is making a grip?
This was a very bad look for him.
I think he's in the studio cranking out his next album.
For what, SoundCloud?
Yeah. He's going to pop one of these days.
She already did.
That's why, baby, I need $20 to go down to the stove. But my record about to hit, so I got you.
I wake up, text message, DMs going crazy like, this your baby mama. You know what I'm saying? So I go over to YG Instagram. Baby mama on there busting it open, going crazy. All in the background, cheesing and smiling. Got me looking like a straight goofy, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? And
that's what he's there for, though. And that's what she's there
I gotta be honest. This is a world I'll never understand. This is just a world I'll never get.
I'm trying.
I'll never be able to relate to, no matter how many times I hear the story. It's like, this is just a world I don't... Bro, fucking leave.
That's the thing. You know who she is, right?
She's busting it open all over the place and lying to you about where she's going.
She's clearly busting it open for a real one, too.
She's busting it open. Get the fuck out of there.
Right, go.
Like, if that's your baby mama, you need to keep her in check. You know what I'm saying? Baby, don't listen. You feel me? And, now I'm out here looking like a goofy. You feel me? So, like I say, man, if you're a real one, I'm asking that you please take my baby mama down.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think just a random chick gets to strip for YG. She's clearly a stripper, right?
Well, not only that, but also I believe the agent of Bill Burr has handed him this video and said, could you just repeat this word for word for your wife? It's the same thing. Holy shit, Birdman beat the shit out of a guy? When did this happen? Birdman pulls up on Drewski in menacing surveillance video. Who's Drewski?
I don't know. Don't look at me.
I swear to God.
Uh-oh. Birdman just snatched that guy's chain. Oh, shit. What the fuck just happened?
So we're at a recording place.
Yeah, we're in a studio. And these guys, so wait, they just walked up to you and went, you're a fucking chain, and they all ran like bitches? Oh, man, this is not a good look.
But I feel like it's on brand.
And it's Birdman. He's like 60 years old, dude.
So put some respect on his name.
I guess you got to put some respect on Birdman's name.
Oh, how dare you.
I understand. $5 coming in from Los Federales says, in Canada, we don't have $1 bills. Lowest bill is a $5. Strippers put buckets on the floor so people can throw in loonies, $1, and toonies, $2.
Loonies and toonies.
Loonies and toonies. Hey, baby, what do I get for a Looney Tune? That's when you give her a 2 and a 1. Just throw it in there. That's ballin'. Jake L says, I think Drewski is a comedian.
Why would he be there, though?
Yeah, then get the fuck out of the recording studio. Poop is Lube says, yo, that shit swap talk fucked me up. What the fuck? Your name is Poop is Lube. That was the perfect story for you. Are you out of your mind?
It was fitting.
Thank you, Los Federales. That puts us down to 190.
Thank you.
For today. Everyone load up the PayPal. Everyone load up the Streamlabs. Everyone load up the Venmo. And let's get in there, knock out today's goal, make it a victory. I don't want to bring this I got my ass kicked for $100 last night. I don't want to see this fucking thing the rest of the week. So let's hammer out today and call it a victory. Everyone get super generous, support your favorite show. Apparently Billie Eilish, who, this chick has always creeped me out.
Oh, she should.
Because she's like 19, but she looks 42.
Yeah, like a 42-year-old lesbian that would have a lot of cats.
She's got, and she's also got that thing where, and I don't want to hammer on her too much for it because she went into a really shitty business at a very young age, and she was clearly a fucked up theater kid before that.
Should kind of stay away from that, maybe.
So Billie Eilish is facing criticism this week because she had some things to say about guys and looks and bodies and whatever, and people are kind of, they're doing that thing where a singer decides to share a really deep thought that they had, but, you know, if you have people, they look at you and go, why don't you just keep that thought to yourself? It's not as deep as you think it is.
Yeah.
Well, Billie Eilish says men do not face criticism about their bodies. Right, hobo? Men don't face criticism about their bodies because girls are nice. She says, quote, nobody ever says a thing about men's bodies. Fuck you.
Well,
if you're muscular, cool. If you're not, cool. If you're rail thin, cool. If you have a dad bod, cool. If you're pudgy, love it. Everybody's happy with it. You know why? Because girls are nice. They don't give a fuck because we see people for who they are.
Ooh, see, I disagree with her second half of that argument. I kind of disagree with most of it. Guys do get talked about, but not really publicly. I feel, as much as women do. Like if somebody my size were to suddenly gain a bunch of weight, and let's say I was like some sort of celebrity, it's going to be talked about.
Right.
Now, a man gets, a little pudgy. I don't feel like it's talked about as much publicly.
Oh,
but it
see,
certainly will get talked about privately.
I don't know. I guess, yeah, when guys lose weight, it becomes a big deal. But when women lose weight, it becomes a big deal. I agree with Dr. Till. It's not because women are nice. It's because men have charisma and personality.
Yeah. No.
That's why we don't get our looks don't get talked about as much.
We've talked about that so often. Like, you can be an ugly ass dude and you can still pull chicks if you're funny.
Well, it's interesting because like Billie Eilish is, April's Parents Hobby Farm says, and Jelly Roll isn't a goddamn bowling ball. Exactly. But
that's funny. That's actually the guy I was thinking about. Like he'll get women.
Yeah, Optic Nerve with a great point. Now do it with a man's income. Exactly. There's other things we get talked about.
Yeah.
For. It's different, but it's the same.
You're right. Women's bodies get talked about more because that's like
that's their main thing.
Quality.
Right. It's like, hey, Billy, would you rather we talk about your ability to be funny?
Nobody talks about Amy Schumer's talent, right?
Well, they do. They just don't say anything positive about it. That's all.
I'd say they talk more about her appearance and the lack thereof.
Well, so Billie Eilish said this horse shit, and then the internet does what the internet does, and it looked through Billie Eilish interviews, and wouldn't you know, it found this.
Oh, my God.
Remember, Billie Eilish said, girls are nice. We don't talk about guys' appearances.
Girls are not nice.
We don't give a shit. Well, here's Billie Eilish.
Prom? Ew. It's where the most beautiful girls get asked by the worst dudes to prom, and they're like, yeah.
Nobody's bitter, by the way.
Yeah, I can't get a glimpse into her past.
No, not at all. She's not fucked up.
Because they finally found someone that likes them. Why is every pretty girl with a horrible-looking man? I don't understand.
What is the deal? Old Billy Seinfeld over here. By the way, could she be trying harder to be that girl? Be that thing? Like, I'm the anti-girl.
It's kind of cringy.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not shaming people for their looks, but I am, though. You give an ugly guy a chance, he thinks he rules the world. I swear to God. Because they got a hot girl, they can be horrible. Like, you're still ugly, though.
Oh, remember, girls don't judge guys based on looks because
this is great.
They're nice. They're not mean.
Can't change that. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's like why like guys with small dicks get like huge mansions.
Holy shit, she's the only person who's ever pointed that out. What would we have done without Billie Eilish not judging men's looks?
It's funny how time cures all these things from your memory, right?
I just like this. I'm not mad at Billie Eilish. I don't think she's a terrible person for this. She's a fool, and this is a foolish thing to say, and she said something stupid, so people dug up her saying the opposite of the stupid thing she said. So she just looks like a buffoon, and I think that's funny.
I don't even think she's entirely wrong in this clip here. But
which one is she wrong in then?
The newest one where she says that guys don't get talked about and girls are nice.
Yeah.
To make up for it, you know? Or like really nice cars. You know?
Yeah, you're a modern day thinker.
She's kind of unbearable.
She really is insufferable.
People really thought she was the hottest thing too when she
is. She's still around though, isn't she?
I don't know. I don't like her music very much.
She's still a thing.
I don't think so. I haven't heard of her.
Chef Nation simply says she needs a hug
from a hot dude.
JJ says most boobs are beautiful, but hers make me feel an uncontrollable amount of anger. Oh, wow. Dustin says guys with the biggest wieners do live in grass huts, though. I mean,
like the Dothraki.
There's something about having a giant cock where you're like, I don't really care about money or houses.
I got this thing.
I just need broads to unsheath my sword into.
Oh,
that's all I need. You ain't getting my money says her music is trash too.
Yeah, I don't like her music.
She like all of her music is the same. It's just like I hate when people have this persona that they try to pass off as like their natural persona, but it's so clearly a put-on marketing persona.
Didn't you like a song of hers?
No, I found her first one catchy. But I also, my big complaint about it was, oh, get it. She's like the anti-girl.
I can't remember which one that was.
She's like bad guy. Her first one. And it's like, oh, get it, guys? She's different than all the other girls. She's like wacky and
she's
different.
Edgy.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I always kind of found her a little overbearing and insufferable.
I really, like, when she came out, though, with that song and everyone's just, oh, she's the hottest now. Like, they went after her in, like, this weird, hot, edgy girl thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, it did kind of seem kind of try hard.
Well, a lot of people are dumb, and that's the reason they have those kind of personas built in. Like, music and movies are kind of like pro wrestling where, you know, Vince McMahon always says, I have these gimmicks, and then I assign these gimmicks to wrestlers. I feel like the music business is the same way. Like, hey, Ice Cube, you're going to be a gangster rapper from the hood. And he's like, well, I'm kind of more of like a poet from the suburbs. And they're like, no, you have to be threatening and like very street.
Right.
It's like, yeah, but I live in a nice house with my parents, and I just like to write rap lyrics in my notebook.
But the gimmick sells.
Yeah, you got to threaten whiteys.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like Jews. Does that help? Boom, there's our angle right there.
And he didn't let us down on that one.
No, he hated the Jews all the way. In fact, still to this day.
Yeah.
Not a big fan.
How come when he says it, though, it's not viewed as negatively as Kanye?
Because he doesn't say it. That was Kanye's problem. Kanye said it. Ice Cube alludes to it.
He dances around it.
He dances around it. Whereas Kanye just... here's what Ice Cube says. Yo, you know, that's the thing about Hollywood and entertainment. Like, if you ain't in their tribe and you don't want to be part of their tribe, then they're going to kick you out. Like, so, and the tribe is in charge. So what are you going to do? Like, everyone knows what that is. But if you come to him and try to punish him for it, he's like, what? I didn't say you. It just makes you look guilty. Whereas Kanye just goes, the fucking Jews run Hollywood and music. And you're like, oh, all right. Can't really have any denial towards that one. That's just what Kanye said. Yeah, April's Parents Hobby Farm pointing out in defense of Ice Cube, a Jew did break up his crew.
He did. He did let that be known.
Yes.
That's my favorite line in that whole song, actually.
You let a Jew break up my crew.
I put a little extra emphasis on that one when I rap with it.
Ruthless from YouTube says, you sorry sons of bitches banning me from YouTube. I never thought I'd see the day. A podcast takes my $10 and bans me. Pussy much?
What?
Who are you?
I don't think we've...
This is the, I don't even know who you are. Like, I'm Thanos right now, and you're Scarlet Witch. Who are you on YouTube?
Yeah.
I don't think I banned you.
Say your name.
But
I don't know what to do for people like that who come in all hot and aggressive and it's I don't remember.
You sorry. First of all, anyone who says sorry sons of bitches in a show chat, I immediately assume they're kidding and doing a bit. But
wait, I don't. Except for like a spammy thing, I haven't banned anybody.
No.
I don't think.
So, Ruthless, you let me know who you are. He says Ruthless from YouTube, but I've never banned a Ruthless. So,
Sounds like he's accusing you of being ruthless.
I'm sorry you're upset? Question mark? Okay, whatever. We got, oh my God, boys and girls, we have a new VIP. Ooh. Let's see if he put anything on Streamlabs here, because there's nothing in this deal. I don't want to say a name until I see anything on Streamlabs that says a screen name instead. Let's just get me logged in here.
Okay.
And then we'll point out that a VIP just showed up this morning. We'll go to recent events and... All right, Neil is our newest VIP. Aww. I just had to make sure there was nothing in there. Neil is a VIP. He just became one about 6 minutes ago. Thank you very much. $250 in 1 week.
Damn.
Makes you a VIP. He will be getting 3 T-shirts, a hoodie, 2 of the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, free entry into a $100 drawing every month, 2 free tickets to every live event we do, and when new merch comes out, he gets to claim a free copy. That also takes $150 off of today's goal. That puts us at $40. Now, here's the interesting thing.
Shit. Thank you so much.
Here's the interesting thing. Now, we're officially not going to bring this into play today because we're inside of 50. We knock out the 40, we do a half hour. We knock out 140, we do an extra hour today. So
until 11.
How far we go today, it depends solely on you. Ruthless from YouTube says, Neil became Diamond. Hey, Ruthless must have forgiven us. He's making good jokes.
Dude, you're fine. You don't have to be on YouTube, right?
Yeah, you're okay, buddy. I don't know who you are on YouTube.
Who are you?
I don't remember banning you. So, now, remember, we have a fuck ton of mods.
Yeah, and that's your fault. I always thought we had too many.
We have a fuck ton of mods. He says, hate you again, LOL. Well, shit.
You blew it, Aaron.
We had a moment. We had a moment together, and we'll always have that moment no matter what happens.
Thank you, Neil. Please find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, email, one of those.
And we'll be
for your info.
And we'll be okie dokie. OnlyFans model, Danny Banks flashes boobs at Raiders game and gets banned from the stadium. Okay, this is blurred. Good.
Shouldn't we all just be thanking her?
I'll say this, like getting banned from the Raiders stadium is fine because the Raiders play in Las Vegas. And I've been saying this about our upcoming vacation for the Vikings game. I am a 50-50 kind of a guy. Like I could go either way on this whole thing. Going into that stadium, would that be really cool and awesome? Yeah. Are tickets for shitty seats like $300 a pop there? Yeah.
I hate that.
Would I rather take that $300 and bet it on the Vikings to beat the Raiders and watch the game in the sports book? Kinda.
And that's fine, but you're gonna have to talk your buddy down.
I know.
You got to.
I mean, I take that $300. I don't go to the game. Plus, then if the game's a blowout, I don't have to leave the stadium and get on a tram or anything like that.
To it, yeah.
I can get out into the casino and have some fun or go have some dinner or whatever.
Probably get a drink for cheaper somehow.
Yeah, exactly. So, boy, even though the Vikings are really good and I love them, you know, my buddy has never been to Las Vegas before, and I think that might be part of it.
Right. This is going to be your 5th, my 4th.
Yeah, so with this guy, I think maybe once, I won't say anything, maybe once he gets there and he starts having a whole shitload of fun, he's like, wow, maybe I don't, because by the time the game's over, you're going to have spent at least 5 hours of your Las Vegas vacation at that stadium. Do you really want to spend 5 hours of your Las Vegas vacation at that stadium, or would you rather put in a bet in the morning, watch the noon games at the sports book if you want to, and then watch the game at the sports book, and if you want to do other things, you can. I'm looking at your face. I'm even selling you on now watching the game at the sports book.
I do know what he means, though, like the feeling of watching a game live right there, and the sounds and the loudness of a stadium really is like kind of intoxicating. But I do get it. I don't like the money.
That. Like I said, I'm 50-50 on this. This is not me shitting on either idea.
Our stadium here is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And you can get the best of the best seats for cheaper than dog shit seats at their stadium. Right?
Yeah. Oh, God, you can get club seating. Yeah. Ruthless from YouTube says, I got bored. Daywave called me over. I'm not here for you. Don't feel special, Aaron. Thank you, Ruthless. Good to know that we're pals.
Who are you here for then?
You. Maybe he just loves you.
I always kind of figured that the only reason whether it's me or Johnny next to you to be here typically is you. Because you're the main character.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Like, technically, we don't matter.
Sid Saraf, the new David Chandler. You know what? Maybe Chandler won't come back to reclaim his throne because Sid Saraf has so aggressively taken it from him.
Maybe.
$40 away, and he knocked it out.
Damn, Sid.
Today's goal is over.
Aw,
it's
thank
done.
you.
We're doing 30 minutes of overtime. $100 now from last night will go towards an hour of overtime today.
Thank you so
yeah,
much.
and also it's not club seating in Las Vegas, so you're
No.
going to have to wait in the beer lines and the bathroom lines and all of that shit.
The food in the stadium does look dynamite.
It looks good,
Options. But you can get really great food at every corner in Las Vegas.
I'm
so-
very conflicted still on watching
I
at a
think-
sports book or watching in the stadium.
How many days do we have? We have like 3. No.
3 full days. We're there 4 nights, 3.5 days.
No, I'm saying how many days do we have in the city before we have to consider getting to that game? 2 full ones?
2.5.
2.5 days?
Well, I guess 3 technically because you got all Sunday morning, all
So-
Saturday, all Friday, half of Thursday.
So the friend has that much time to get acclimated to Las Vegas and see how he's feeling.
Right.
And if he really, really needs to go to that stadium. Right.
Yep.
Give him some time.
We'll see what he thinks. Hobo Chili says, Daywave is garbage and so is the show. I love Royce. I like Daywave.
You just like that
all
he's
that
beefy
stuff.
now.
I mean, don't make me rank the ROTC shows like Daywave, Nightwave, ROTC. I mean, that's not fair. I don't want to do that.
Who's your favorite character on it?
You know,
Pick
look,
a favorite.
when it comes to, well, first of all, when it comes to ROTC, my favorite might be Virgie. I've always been a big Virgie guy.
That's a real hack answer.
Virgie might be my guy. But you know what I love about Revenge of the Sis is that some days I'm a Mersh guy, some days I'm a Royce guy.
I have a very clear answer, but I don't want to put it out there. So
You've said numerous times you're a Mersh guy. So
I don't want to rub anyone the wrong way.
you're a Mersh guy. You already said
I'm
it.
being a fence sitter right now.
Hobo says that's awesome. Aaron is already scouting out the food. Stay portly, my friend.
Dude, if you're going to be scouting food, that's the only place to do it, though, right? I can't. I have so many favorite locations there. It's hard to pick it all, like shove it all into one trip.
Boy. Thank you guys very much. I just checked 700 of you watching Steel Toe at the moment. What a great audience.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. Wednesday is turning out to be a fantastic day. You guys have knocked out everything. 700 of you here. I apologize to the 3 people so far who have mentioned that Tukey has decided that he's moving Tukey Soup to Wednesdays. That sounds like a bad deal for him. It's probably not doing the 700 that we're doing, but I do wish him the best of luck. I'm sure he'll do a great job. He works his ass off and he deserves attention. Model Danny Banks isn't used to complaints when she drops her top, but the Raiders are apparently a much different story. Her tits got her booted from Allegiant Stadium. She tells TMZ shortly after she recorded herself flashing her breasts inside Allegiant, security guards and police officers swooped in, not in appreciation. Well, yeah, you can't do that. That's called sexual assault. You can't just, the security guards can't see your tits and just go, blah!
Latch on.
And also, I love how they're like, there was somehow a proposition of this could work out or not work out with her flashing. No, you flash your tits at a football game, you're getting kicked out of the football game.
I agree with you, and I don't think you should be flashing your tits at a football game. However, I think if you were going to pick one singular stadium where this might be a little more appropriate than the rest, it's going to be Las Vegas. And I still don't think you should do it.
Maybe the Mafia days.
I don't know, but you're in Las Vegas. It's like Tit Nation out there. I feel like it would just be a tiny bit more excused than the rest of the country.
Maybe. But for me, I think this is a brilliant idea if you're an OnlyFans model.
It's good advertising.
This is great advert. Getting kicked out of the stadium. You're on TMZ. People are checking out the OnlyFans. She's got giant tits. Now, she's got the kind of tits that I don't like, which are the cartoonishly too big for your figure, and they can't stay up.
Okay.
I need my tits to... strike
it. Your tits.
Rephrase.
Okay.
I like tits that stay up. I don't like hangers. Some people like hangers. God bless them. There's plenty of tits in the world to go around. I'm more of a, standing at attention kind of tits. It's nothing criminal about
I like
that.
it too. I do like a nice proportionate tit.
Yeah.
And they do, they sit up.
People who have slight frames, then all of a sudden these giant things hang out over the sides, like past the sides of their body.
Kind of know they're not real.
You're like, lady, fucking relax. This is the move that got this Danny Banks in so much trouble, but probably made her a shitload of money. And also, I'm not into the boy haircuts on girls either. I don't know who started. I don't know if that's an Amber Rose thing.
It's an Amber Rose thing.
I hate the boy haircuts on girls. It really makes me violently angry.
She's very clearly going for the Amber Rose look. It probably sells well for her. And
which sucks because Amber Rose was insufferable.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sure that she still is.
They gave her a talk show. It was one of the worst things that ever existed. They gave Amber Rose a talk show.
Oh, she trapped Wiz Khalifa with a baby too.
Oh man, and she's like every joke on her talk show was like, "Ha, I'm a hoe." Ha.
I bet you. I never heard of that show. I don't know it, but I bet you Wiz Khalifa is worth so much money. I bet you he funds everything that she does.
Are they
child
like
support
together? Oh, I
no.
see the child support.
Oh no, he got out of there.
That's how all rappers and athletes go broke, by the way, is they start out making $20-30 million a year, and they're like, oh shit, this shit'll never end. And then a judge goes, well, you had a kid and you make $20-30 million a year, you've got to pay, $2 million a year, $4 million a year in child support.
Yeah.
Because you make this much. The problem is, they're only, like, athletes and rappers usually only make that for 3 to 5 years tops.
Right. Technically, I think he's mostly done rapping. Like, he still does some gigs for funsies type of thing. Like, it's a hobby, but he's got, like, a whole...
Do you think he calls it funsies?
He probably.
Probably does.
He's got a whole, like, weed empire now, like a legitimate one.
Everyone's got a weed empire.
They do, though. That's the new trend.
That's the new vodka.
Even, what's his name? Ric Flair.
Yeah, Nate has got a fucking weed line. But I think he's doing his through Mike Tyson's empire. Because now Mike Tyson's got a weed empire now.
Yeah, but this weed empire, and then whatever he still gets from royalties from his music, I guarantee funds every bullshit thing Amber Rose does. I guarantee it.
JJ says this is the same girl that accused ex-Raider player for stealing her watch, phone, and money. Oh, so she's just totally a jersey chaser.
The
Danny
OnlyFans?
Brooks. Yeah.
Okay.
T-Ball Money says Aaron has Butters hair. I don't know why certain things just get me. I don't know why certain things just get me for some reason.
Because somewhere deep down it struck a nerve.
Somewhere deep down, I've thought, you know what I have? Butters hair. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories while we do. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, our pals at Midland have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, and much more waiting for you. Use the promo code SteelToe when you go to MidlandArmory.com and make your order, and they will make sure that you get the best at a discount. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, MidlandArmory.com. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch here in our home base of central Minnesota and your car won't go, you need somebody. And it doesn't matter if it's a car, motorcycle, heavy-duty equipment. All Care has the trucks and wreckers for all of it. So, as the weather gets colder and inevitably shit goes bad, use All Care Towing. Nobody's faster. 320-253-5203. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's where you want to watch the Vikings game, my boy. That's where you want to go on Saturday nights for live music and a great party. That's where you want to go for no judgment and just the best goddamn dive bar in the area. Go to Rockville, Minnesota, and Stoney's Bar. So much fun. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go say hi to our boy Cheetos, or just go have a beer after work today. That's Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Love those guys. And if you need a boost in the morning because you stayed at Stoney's maybe a little too long, How about crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com? You've got April's Magic Bean Coffee. You've got the Steel Toe Whole Bean Coffee, medium and dark roast, in ground coffee or whole bean coffee. Get April's Bean intact or ground to a fucking pulp. Just go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com to get your Steel Toe coffee today. The links are right there in the chat. Perfect. Death Proof, are you secretly, are you Gray Aaron and you forgot to change your account? He said, oh, shucks, come on. Oh, no, he's doing a Butters thing. I thought he was speaking as me, and he was, I thought I had one figured out. Death Proof says, oh, shucks, come on, fellers, don't make fun of my hair. I'm not Butters. Now people in the chat are saying Butters. I cannot unsee it, but I wonder if it's not Butters and Cartman had a baby. Shit. I'm sorry of accusing you, Death Proof. I didn't realize what you were doing in that chat. It looked like you. There's an account, Gray Aaron, that chats as me. And I thought that's what you were doing with your. All right. I apologize. All right. What did you get a glass of milk?
Yeah, try it. It's totally milk.
What is it?
It's coconut water. It's cold pressed coconut water.
You hear that, guys? She got herself some cold pressed coconut
The
water.
one and only Chrissy Mayer got me hooked on this specific drink when she was here.
We got an invitation from Chrissy yesterday, and I really wish it was coming at a better time.
I do too.
Because
It's
I
tough.
don't think we're going to be able to pull it off. And I don't know if I can say what it is because I don't know if she's announced that she's doing it.
Don't do it yet.
Okay.
It's just time-wise for us. I don't think we can make it
It's
happen.
literally right when we're coming back from vacation.
It's hard, man.
And like going on vacation is hard enough because it's like we got to cram in as much time with the kids as we can. Then we got to swap out days with the kids. So once you do that, it's like, okay, you got to do your regular schedule for a while. And then like doing another thing right after that is extremely difficult. But
I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll talk.
We'll take a look at the dates and whatnot and see if we can make it work. Plus, we would get to see our buddies Gino and Keanu again, which is always nice.
And you would, not just you, but we would get to meet Frank and Fealty.
Lovely Frank, yes, and Fealty. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him when I see him.
Fealty's
I
fine.
fucking hate Fealty. I hope.
Whoa!
No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
Excuse
I
me.
have zero feelings about Fealty whatsoever.
I liked his cowboy hat.
I just really like doing that. If I like someone, I don't like doing that. But if I don't really have anything against
them.
If I don't have anything against someone, it's fun to be passionate one way or the other about them. And for me, it just felt like a good time to threaten Fealty with violence.
Christ, that's refreshing.
Dana White has a clip that I want to watch today that I want to show people. And I hope that this is a feeling a lot of people have. And I don't care if you've had it for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, but I really am kind of interested to see if people have developed this feeling about doctors and medicine over the last 3 years. You know, don't be one of those people who's like, I felt this way long before the pandemic. That's cool, man. That's awesome. You're ahead of the curve. You're better than all of us. I think all of us who kind of got it during COVID tapped out to our conspiracy friends a long time ago.
Right.
And went, we got it, dude. You saw it before we did.
You're right.
We were wrong. You were right. Move on. Sorry.
Exhausting.
People want, because the internet has kind of ruined polite conversation and people are desperate for polite conversation. The only problem is if you want polite conversation, you have to take your W's gracefully.
Okay.
So like if someone goes to you and says, it's so rare in the internet age to have someone go, oh man, I was wrong about that. I'm sorry. That I know you have the impulse to rub it in their face when they do that. But if you want more people to do that, you have to, when someone goes, hey man, I was wrong and I'm really sorry. You're like, hey, don't worry about it. You know what? Hey, I'm just glad you figured it out. I'm just glad you're here. I'm just, I'm glad that you're not fighting against it anymore.
A smidge of humility.
A little bit of humility, because then more people are going to feel comfortable telling you, hey, man, you were right. But if every time they tell you you're right, you go, aha, you fucking loser, you piece of shit, I fucking told you. Then they're like, well, I'm never going to do that again.
Well, yeah, now they feel like a pussy.
Exactly. I tell you, man, and I've been this way for years now. Somebody changed their name to Aaron is Butters and made their logo Butters. Oh my God. But when it comes to, we need to start a whole campaign on transforming Aaron into Butters. Here we go.
I want you to talk like Butters.
Oh, hamburgers. But like I love, especially online, when someone's like, no, it's actually this, and they get really worked up. I go, oh, okay, then I'm wrong. Because then they do this weird thing where they go, well, but I mean, thanks, but like they were gearing up for like a fight and a big back and forth, and I'm like, why would I fight with you if I'm wrong? If I'm wrong, I don't want to fight. I'm just going to look like a bigger retard.
Yeah, but online, too, if you're not there talking to the person, like literally talking, you can assume that you might have just shittily said, okay, I'm wrong. Because you do that, too.
They're so used to people not admitting they're wrong that when someone does it, they're like, you being a fucking cunt to me?
Well, there are times where you'll do that, even on the show, and you'll be like, okay, I'm wrong.
No, I never say, okay, I'm wrong, unless I'm like, okay, I'm wrong. But like, also on Twitter, I've done it before too, where like fans of the show will be like, yeah, fucking this. And I'm like, all right, you piece of shit. What's your problem? Like, oh, no, dude, I'm a fan. I'm kidding. I'm like, oops, sorry.
I do watch you get into those sometimes.
Yeah, where the guy at the end is like, dude, I'm a big fan of your show. I'm like, oh, sorry.
Whoops.
Yeah, apologize. I really like kind of kicking the shit out of people, and sometimes I do it when it's not warranted, and I apologize
Just
for
a
that.
big bully.
I really am. When you really break it down, I'm just a big bully. So Dana White was talking about doctors and medicine and all this other stuff. And I thought what he said, it's one of those things where like if someone with a lot of money and influence says it, you feel more comfortable saying it out loud too. Mm-hmm. And that's the important part of like famous people speaking out on shit. I know we hate it when actors sound like retards and all that, but I don't want to take that away because I do want people with wealth and power. They may not be the smartest people alive, but I do want people with wealth and power to share their most fucked up thoughts and feelings, because then it'll make other people feel comfortable. They're like, oh, if a guy who's got his shit together like Dana White says this about this thing, then I guess I can go ahead and say this about this thing.
Sure, it opens the door for you.
It opens the door. So Dana White said something about doctors and medicine that I actually hope a lot of people feel over the course of the last couple of years.
I will never talk to a doctor about my general health ever again. If I break my arm, I'm going to go see a doctor. If I need surgery, I'm going to go see a doctor. My general health, never again. None of them know what they're talking about. They're all full of shit. All they know is to put you on pills and put you on medicine.
I couldn't agree with him more. I mean, if you come to them going, oh, I've just got a thing with me, and they're like, oh, well, maybe you need this. Boom, prescription. You think it's hard to get a prescription at the doctor's office?
Oh, no, it's not. It's pretty easy. I mostly agree with him. However, I don't like pills. Like, I've had people close to me in my life that would know this about me. I don't like medicine if it's unnecessary because I'm somebody who seems to have a lot of side effects from medicines, and I don't like that. You can find doctors and just walk in there, let them know, I don't like pills. That is a last resort for me, and that's how we're going to treat this shit. And then you can find a doctor like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, going to I'm the same way as Dana White. Like, if I have something seriously wrong with me that hasn't gone away in like 4 or 5 days, I'll go to the doctor. Mm-hmm. A lot of people go to the doctor because it's just, quote, something they're supposed to do. And how many people like just find out something's wrong with them because they go to the doctor? They end up on pills because they went to the doctor when maybe you didn't need it. You know, it's so taboo to question medicine, but I feel like over the course of the last 3 years, we've found that medicine doesn't always have our best interest at heart and sometimes just wants to wear out those fucking prescription pads.
I agree with that. But what you said does have two sides to it. What if you go to the doctor and you just find out something's wrong with you? That can be a really bad thing sometimes. And if it had gone unchecked, you die now.
Like I said, if something's happening for 5 or 6 days with me and it hasn't gone away on its own, because let's be honest, 99% of the shit that we think is wrong with us goes away on its own.
It totally does.
It does. Whether you have a pain or an ache or something and you're thinking the worst case scenario, you're like, could this be bursitis? Could this be this or that? Even like injuries that they would treat you with medicine for at the doctor go away on their own. Like, what was the one I had recently? I injured something. I couldn't box for over a week. And
a nerve thing in your wrist or something?
It was sprained ligament in my wrist or a pulled ligament in my wrist or something. And I was thinking about, well, do I go to the doctor for this? And you go online, they're like, no, if you sprain a ligament, you literally, all the doctor's going to do is maybe give you some painkillers. They're going to give you painkillers and they're going to tell you don't do anything with it for about 5 days.
Well, and I'm
like, well, why don't I just stay home and not do anything for 5 days?
I think, though, too, a lot of people, especially like hypochondriacs a lot, will make the big mistake of Googling every symptom they have ever. And then Google tells you that you have the worst of the worst wrong with you or you're dying. And then now you almost have to go to a doctor for them to tell you, shut the fuck up, you're fine.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go crazy otherwise. Like, we have to stop doing that too, though.
The scratch cornea thing was 2 days, cleared up on its own, goes away, you're good. You go to the doctor for most of the shit you go, like that people, like not hypochondriacs, but people who just kind of lean on doctors too much.
Yeah.
You're just going to end up with a shitload of pills. When you probably just could have stayed home, it would have been uncomfortable for a few days and you would be fine. In fact, most injuries that they give you prescription drugs for will go away on their own.
Yeah, if you have an infection or something like that, that's a little different.
If you've got a black wound and it's pussing, yeah, you should probably go see somebody.
Right.
You should probably take care of that.
I mean, there's levels to this shit, much like everything. So I mostly agree with what Dana White said. Doctors 100% are pill pushers. I believe that to my core. I've always believed it, and I've worked diligently in my life. When I have a problem, hey, guys, can we try everything first before we get to that pill?
But I hope that COVID taught people that just because they're doctors doesn't mean you swallow everything they feed you.
Oh,
because
it should put some skepticism in your head.
Yeah. It's also taught me to take people more seriously when they tell me their nightmare stories from doctors. Because I used to be like, oh, you're just being kind of a high-maintenance patient, and you're just being kind of a fucking annoyance.
Wow.
But now I'm more like, you know what? Because I've watched my mom's Addison's disease, what do you call it, diagnosis get fucked up for years to the point where she almost died because they kept saying, oh, it's a bowel intestinal obstruction, or it's IBS, or it's this, or it's that, until like her skin's literally turning black from having no adrenaline in her body. And they have to go. My dad carries her into the fucking hospital. And then she finally gets diagnosed with Addison's disease. This is probably like 20, 25 years ago. And then just they put you on medication and then you can live with it. You know, that's the whole deal. Or like your thing with the tumor deal where they go.
That's my tumor deal.
The tumor deal. Where they go, you just got some shitty stomach stuff. And, you know, meanwhile, this tumor starts pulsating and growing inside your body.
That's the one that taught me, you know, too, like you should really think for yourself sometimes because how many times have I had to tell the story to somebody? No, I went to an urgency center for over a year, multiple times telling them, no, this is what's happening to me. And they're like, no, you're just constipated. Meanwhile,
you just really have to shit.
I quite literally had a tumor this size on my ovary, and it needed emergency surgery.
Okay.
You need to advocate for yourself sometimes.
If I may help out the doctor on this one here, though, did they not kind of have a point? I mean, you did need to shit. Shitting that tumor out would have helped.
It is not in my shit tract.
Right. That's where they got it wrong. You did need to shit that thing out. It just wasn't.
And I'm sure it was actually blocking everything else, you know, but I also wasn't eating anymore.
I mean, the shit needed to come out of the plumbing pipes, but it was in the electrical pipes.
Yeah.
Not that you have electrical pipes in your house.
You have electrical
wiring.
You know, you have nerves and nerve endings and synapses, but.
You almost met your nerve ending. Oh, the nerve.
Quite literally, though.
$4.99 from Semper Reloaded. He says, the anger doesn't stem from them telling me I'm right. It's that I know that the next time they're going to insist I'm crazy and then say I was right.
That's what happened to me.
I understand
and that happens to many people every day.
This happens every day. This happens all over the world.
Do you know how maddening that is to go to a doctor and know that there's something terribly wrong with you and you can feel that? But then your loved ones, like a boyfriend or your parents or somebody close to you, will go to the doctor with you in support of you. And the doctor will sit and almost convince them that you're crazy too.
Yeah.
And then you start living in your home and you're telling this person, like, no, I'm not okay right now. And they're like, you've got anxiety or something.
You're saying you can feel it. Yeah?
Right.
And you don't stop. Because it's 187 on a motherfucking cop. Is that what you're trying to say? It's deep cover. Sorry.
You're a lovely human
Snoop
being.
and Dr. Dre on some incognito shit. SH says that, or I'm sorry, they did some very funny South Park jokes. I want to acknowledge these. I'm way behind in the chat, guys. Sorry. I'll go to Rumble in a second, too. Johnny is Timmy writes, Johnny! Stephen Perlowski says, Lou, I got some apples. Lou, you got some, too. Skeezy says, have some courage in your convictions. Pretty pathetic that you need rich people to make you feel safe to speak your opinion. It's just, human nature, though. Human nature. A lot of people don't feel comfortable saying something. Well, it's kind of like the Me Too thing. A lot of people didn't feel comfortable accusing, what's his name, Weinstein, of the shit he did until other famous people came out and said he did it to me too.
When somebody with some authority speaks up about something, weaker, afraid people feel that they can do it too.
You feel like you have people behind you at that point. Aaron is Butter says, my dad said I'm going to get grounded if I keep Johnny around. SH says, that's true. Every time I go to the doctor, they suggest a new pill or to increase what I'm on, but never offer me the good meds. Well, that's because, I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe they get bonuses.
Yeah.
When they throw new drugs at you.
I hate too people that struggle with sometimes depression can be a chemical imbalance, but people are so quick to just throw every SSRI or whatever at people with depression and anxiety, and sometimes those things have such evil side effects it makes it worse.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Instead of saying, hey, maybe we need to occasionally therapy is a good thing. Let some of these things go in your life. Maybe go work out. Go to a gym.
I was just
going to
say, before we put people on these drugs, how about we tell them to go for a walk every day?
Getting physical exercise and those endorphins that come with it cure so many things. I can't even tell you how many bad days I have where going to a gym in itself for a couple hours feels so good.
April, I hate to disagree with you, but I don't know what a black porpoise is going to do to help this situation. Why would we release endorphins? I mean, first of all, why are we keeping the endorphins locked up? I mean, that's not very nice just because they're endorphins.
They prefer it that way.
But if we're releasing endorphins, how is that going to help people with depression?
Because it'll make them realize that they have less problems than the endorphins.
I'm calling all my old Chappelle Show fans. What was Flipper's actual name? What did people at the beach know Flipper as? I'm behind in the chat, so I'm giving you guys time to guess. JJ says, I'm convinced most doctors just Google symptoms and guess a diagnosis. They've legit experimented with prescriptions on me after guessing the problem. You know what's funny is they tell you not to Google your symptoms, but what do you think they're doing?
Well, they do. Most of the time, they literally will have had some training on your symptoms, and sometimes they need to
because
pick what's closest.
They will have had to read about it.
Right, but
that's how
you
people
don't
read
do
about.
that.
But that's how people read about shit if they're normal. Is they don't Google your symptoms. Well, I'm sorry. I needed to know what the fuck. I had to have a general idea of what's wrong with me. A mechanic doesn't tell you, hey, don't Google the noise in your car. Mechanics appreciate it when you come to them and go, hey, I think it could be around here.
Look,
because then they kind of know where to look.
In my past, in worst days of my life, there were times.
So 2 weeks ago.
No. Years prior, I used to be a horrific hypochondriac. I've kind of let that go, especially after having the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
They get sick, whatever. And I don't care as much now. But I used to Google symptoms, and that'll fuck you up worse than whatever thing is actually wrong with you sometimes, because you can convince yourself that you have whatever this horrific website says you have.
Oh, really? Because I go with the least problematic thing.
Nope.
I'm the opposite of you in that way.
If my symptoms used to fit whatever thing, I didn't assume I had it. It would be more of a back of my head. I'm worried that I have it.
Okay.
And that kind of just eats at you.
I'm the opposite.
You got to stop that.
I Google my symptoms
I quit doing it.
to convince myself that I have the lowest thing.
No, once I realized what I was doing to myself at some point, I completely quit Googling my symptoms, and I just assumed that whatever you're reading, you can convince yourself online. You can always find a website that will tell you you're right.
God, I've had AIDS.
You got to stop doing that.
I've had AIDS so many times doing that.
I know.
Semper Reloaded says if your doctor doesn't accept Medicare, Medicaid, they are literally being paid by drug companies to push drugs. Yeah. KF Sage with $5 says you were on South Park. Proof in your Twitter DMs. I'll check it out in a second.
That'll be
I
good.
want to hear from the audience, though. I have a feeling that this whole topic is going to be very popular with the kids. Dennis Archibuke says the medical profession has become corrupted by profit motive and making money. God bless America. Well, it's all publicly traded.
Yeah.
The only way you can get more people to invest in your company if you're publicly traded is not to just turn a profit every year. You have to turn more of a profit than you did the last year. Endgame capitalism is a real thing, and it's something we have to kind of keep an eye out for. Meaning that unfed, and I'm one of the biggest capitalists you'll ever meet. I'm damn near an ANCAP. But when the whole system is fueled upon, hey, you can't just turn a profit and make money. You know, like if you're a privately owned business that doesn't sell stock, you don't give a shit. You're like, hey, man, as long as we're in the black, I'm okay. But if you're But if you're a publicly traded company, in order to attract new investors, you have to show that, hey, every year from where you bought in, we're going to go up.
Right.
And then people will want to invest in your company. So when you do that, it has to lead to inflation. It has to lead to profit chasing and less of a product quality, if you will, depending on what the product is. So, yeah, I think that does need to be considered when we're talking about the risks of capitalism and shit like that. I've literally hit the ceiling of anything I know.
I was going to say, you just started talking to a point where now I've kind of shut you out.
Somebody says, had a relative 36 years old. Oh, I'm 36.
Uh-oh.
Go in because he had chest pains the last 6 months, and they told him he was just fine, just stressed. 3 weeks later, had a heart attack. Turns out the chest pains were small heart attacks. Ruh-roh.
Yikes.
Queso Donkey says, my wife has some aches and symptoms, and she's been to the doctor like 3 dozen times. She's been convinced she's had MS and a brain tumor. Everything checks back fine. Mr. Approachable says, but every once in a while it goes the other way. A friend of mine thought he just had a bad cold and didn't go in. Turns out it was a bad lung infection, and he's been in the hospital for 3 weeks now.
Well, that's what I meant when you had that comment. Like, when you go to the doctor and just find out you're sick with something and you didn't think it was.
Yeah.
Like, you sometimes need to go to a doctor and find out that you're sick. You do.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, damn, I'm so sorry. I hope your mom is doing better. Wow, that's a really nice thing for Hobo to write, isn't it? On another note, giving birth to you did not really help. Oh, thank you, Hobo. I appreciate that.
Just wrecked her life.
Aristocox says, Aaron inherited Fattison's disease.
See, that's mean-spirited.
Yeah, it does seem a little mean-spirited.
You know?
SH says, my mom was full of cancer. I'm going to say that the next time I think someone's lying to me. We'll be like, you're full of cancer. He'll be like, what? Why would you say something like that?
Because then they're going to wonder why you would say something like that, and they're going to worry.
I'm actually a cancer-sniffing dog.
You just sniff tits for breast cancer.
I just go, oh, yep, you've got cancer. And then they go to the doctor. They come back, and they go, hey, the doctor said I don't have breast cancer. I go, okay, let me smell them again. Yeah, no, you're right. I was wrong. No, you don't have cancer.
Look, sometimes I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's not 100%. It's not a science. You know,
I wish you would do that. That'd be so fucking funny.
Start sniffing tits and telling women they got.
I can't take you anywhere without you sniffing all the tits.
You've got just telling women they've got rotten tits and them going, "Oh my god, really?" I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. You're in the ballpark. Sid Saraf says, totally agree. Exercise is huge for mental health. Yes, there they go. They got it. It's the Flipper's actual name that they knew him by at the beach, James the N-hating dolphin.
James the N-hating dolphin?
Yeah. Get out of the pool, everybody. It's James the hating dolphin.
Why?
He hated I don't know. The dolphin hated black people.
Do you know how grapey dolphins are for some reason?
They do molest.
All the time.
199 from Semper Reloaded says, I don't care when my kids are sick. April.
Oh, that's mean. That's not what I meant. I just meant that I'm not afraid of them. Like, I'll get in there. Like, to me, like, when I was growing up, and let's
Phrasing.
say... Yeah.
I'll get in there.
Come on, you guys.
Sorry.
No, when I was a kid, and somebody in the house would be sick, let's say my brother's sick. He had food poisoning even, so it's not even contagious, but he's puking. Oh, I'm terrified. I'm staying the fuck away from him. And now it's like, oh, my family's sick and they're puking. I got to take care of them, and I'll just do it now.
Yeah.
And for me, that was a big win.
What's
in
really
like a
weird,
maturing moment.
What I don't like about you, though, is you went too far the other way. Like, now you take their vomit, you smear it on your face like war paint. I've always thought that was kind of weird. But that's
let me just get out of your hair so that you can do it.
I wish you'd get the vomit out of your hair. It's weird. Granny says it was James the N-word hating dolphin, Eddie Butters Munster.
Oh, wow.
Stop yelling at me.
That's mean.
Steve's Guitar says it's not a tattoo. April has sickle cell on her left arm.
Oh,
well, you figured it out.
Well, it's from all my time on that couch, you know. Wait.
The leather wasn't the only thing that was black. Hey-oh.
Hold on. I seriously have a question that I don't know the answer to. I know that's a genetic thing, right? You can't catch that from somebody. It's a genetic thing.
Catch sickle cell?
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think you can catch sickle cell.
Of all things to catch from those people. I don't
Dan Soder's new podcast premieres now on YouTube, says Omega Wolf. Anyone interested, please check it out after the show this morning. Thank you for that last part. April's Parents Hobby Farm says April's going to catch Aaron's fat chin and fucked up forehead.
How dare you put that evil on
Now,
me?
wait a minute. Do I have a fat chin or do I have no chin? I can't be both.
Yeah, that is true. No. What is it? I don't know.
Thanks. She looked at it perplexed.
I'm looking at it, and you're just one of those people, I don't even think it's fat. You know how some people just have extra skin here? I can't even give it to myself. Like, I have a very defined jawline.
Yeah.
You just have a soft jawline.
Thank you. Makes me very happy. Stevie J says the only thing I catch from steel toe is feelings and STDs. Oh, yeah. If you guys didn't know, people who are obsessed with steel toe and just rage at it constantly, we've given that a name, steel toe derangement syndrome, or STDs. If you're obsessed with steel toe and just like, oh, that fucking guy, STDs is what you have.
Nabo's like, April has sickle cell. I didn't know she was half Shaka. What if, didn't you do a story with Johnny the other day that said something about Swedish people being black in the like origins or something like that?
Way back, yeah, at the very beginning.
What if I did, and I would never do this because I don't need the government looking at my genes. But like, what if I did one of those 23andMe shits and I found out it was like half black?
Well, half would be impossible, but a lot of people
bleach my skin.
Look, man, a lot of people take those and they find out that they're like 2% black.
That's really low. That's like not being black.
Thank God. Let's go check it out. Sage sent us this one. It is proof that Aaron was in South Park. It's a 3rd Street shirt. It's a black eye. It is a balding head. There is a teddy bear and a donut. And he's wearing glasses.
That could pass as you in a cartoon.
It's wonderful.
Who did that? That was mean.
That was Sage.
Sage.
That was our buddy Sage Retard. PhD. KF.
I don't want to laugh anymore at
Thanks. Yeah, Royce liked my response to him. I said, I apologize. I spoke for you, and that was wrong.
He'll beat the shit out of you, too.
He's a big, giant, fucking deadlifting Cuban now, for God's sakes. Oh, my God.
My cheeks hurt.
Mr. Approachable says, April, just FYI, the Litchfield Christmas tits are going up today.
Oh, maybe I should make a trip out to the woods for the rest of my slow bow season.
Slow
Check
bow.
out the tits. Slow bow.
You know, we're $5 into tonight's evening show. Thank you very much. If we go $100 over for this morning, we do end up doing an extra hour today. But, of course, being $5 into tonight is fine with me, too. I've got some breaking news that everyone needs to know. Our education system is about to get a shot in the arm.
Okay.
A much needed shot in the arm. You know, a lot of
sponsored by Pfizer.
A lot of these parents now, they're saying that like they're homeschooling more than they ever have. They want to get these kids out of public school, and I think one of the big problems is the lack of quality teachers. You know, there aren't enough teachers out there doing the job to the point that the parents like them and don't think they can do a better job themselves.
I think so.
Well, we've got a new teacher. You could almost say a new sheriff in town, and he's going to straighten this shit out, and he's going to make sure he could single-handedly save American public education. There's a new professor at Tulane University teaching a class on fake news. And thank God, because like the media is out of control. We can all agree on this. Mm-hmm. They say shit that's not true all the time. They manipulate elections by, claiming things are one thing, and then we find out after the election that they're not.
It's misinformation.
Well, look, man, I'm just saying, thank God we finally got someone to address this, and it's at a Division I university like Tulane that's respected. The new teacher of the class, Media Polarization and Public Policy Impacts on Fake News, is, and I want you calling him Professor Hunter Biden.
You're making me sick.
Now, before any of you go, the fucking nerve of these people, tell me why Hunter Biden should not be allowed to be a professor teaching about fake news. I mean, Hunter Biden would know about fake news.
He would.
He's been the beneficiary of it his entire life. Right. No, we never did any dirty business dealings that my dad knew about with China or Ukraine. He knows about fake news.
It's all Photoshop.
That laptop wasn't mine. It was Russian disinformation. I've never been with hookers. I don't smoke crack anymore.
That wasn't me.
The cocaine in that locker wasn't mine. I mean, who has more experience with fake news than Hunter Biden?
That is true. He might be the only one to teach this.
Like, who better to teach missing game-winning Super Bowl field goals than Scott Norwood? He's done it. Who knows more about fake news than Hunter Biden? His family has thrived on it. The 10-week course, 2.5 months. Boy, they're going to let him. They're going to let him do drugs during that time, aren't they?
I hope so. That's the only way I want him if I'm in that class.
I don't want to go to a Hunter Biden class if he's going to be clean. That shit's gay, bro.
No sober Hunter.
Yeah.
I want him teaching in class actually how to party correctly while you're in college.
Yes. How exactly do we sniff cocaine out of a woman's ass without getting the poo stank? That's the question I want to answer.
He just answers, well, son, it's damn near impossible.
Yeah, I mean,
you've just got to learn to love it.
If you want to sniff coke out of a woman's asshole, you're going to have to learn how to deal with the poo stank. Because where are you snorting it up into, son? My nose. Can't get that near an asshole without getting a little waft of poo. Sorry, bud.
That actually troubles me. Just some people just not mind that smell. Because
a lot of people don't mind poo smell.
People eat ass. They'll sniff drugs out of it.
Yeah.
Is that just normal?
And people are like, oh, well, but you know, it's clean. You wash it. Okay, well, I don't trust your asshole unless it's like out of the shower and then boom, there we go. And even then,
there's stuff inside.
Are you getting your pinky inside your asshole all soaped and disinfected and like cleaning around inside the rim?
I want to picture you doing that. I want Aaron to have a specific bottle of like a specialized
asshole soap.
Like it literally just says asshole soap on it. And he just soaps up the tip of his pinky and he fish hooks his anus.
Yeah, like unless you're doing that, I don't want anything to do with your butthole. No, thank you. I'm old school. April was saying something yesterday, and I went, oh, that's fucking gay. And she goes, oh, you're so old. What was it?
What was they saying? Because it wasn't ass
Oh,
stuff.
she was asking me. She goes, did you ever double team a girl? And I said, no, I'm not fucking gay. I'm not double teaming a girl. She's like, oh, with your friends, though. I go, that's still gay. And she goes, God, you're so old.
And I'm not saying a double teaming is good, by the way. Wasn't the TV saying something about it, like Law and Order?
There was something about being double teamed. Yeah, it was an episode with the guy who played Max Baer in Cinderella Man.
And I just asked Aaron, and I'm like,
I'm totally not trying to think of his name.
And you shouldn't. You should quit that. I just asked Aaron because the TV brought it up. I'm like, have you ever like tag teamed a girl like with a friend or something? He's like, ew, no, it's gay.
It is gay.
It's not gay when you're fucking a woman.
I will fuck a woman. I don't need a set of balls swinging around while I'm fucking. Get your cock and balls out of here. This is mine. I'm very possessive like a caveman. This is my pussy. I slay it. You go find your own. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not kidding. If you come in here and double team this girl with me, I'm going to break your fucking dick off and shove it up your ass, and I'll show you what gay is.
I think tag teaming a girl is more about the dominance than anything. Isn't it?
You're fucked up. You got mommy issues if you're double teaming a girl. There's some kind of hatred of mommy where you want to punish the girl. Yes. You fuck a girl. It's fine. You got another guy.
That's what Aaron's been trying to tell himself his whole life.
Fuck a girl. It's fine. You don't need that man's asshole. No, I mean, you know what I want in there when I'm fucking a girl? Another dick. That's gay.
Wouldn't one of them be up front and you're back there?
Yeah,
so your dicks are technically
tell yourself whatever you need to tell yourself to make it not gay. But I'm sorry, in my world, if you're going through that many levels of explanation, then the shit's just gay.
It's like having to ask what the age of consent is per state. If you have to ask.
You see, I took out a tape measure and the distance between her vagina and her mouth is this far. So nope, it's gay. You took out a tape measure. It's gay. Is there a guy in the room with his dick out and you guys are doing sexual shit? Yes, it's gay.
What if you didn't look at it?
Gay. I mean,
mixed breeds, communists, homosexuals, and all other walks of godless degeneracy.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
Hey, disavow.
So anyway, as I was saying, spit roasting a girl is homo as fuck, bro.
Spit roasting.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Jesus Christ.
Producer Robert says, did you hear how Keanu was able to monetize on Charles' call? Charles or someone on his behalf have to send a $10 super chat for Keanu to take his call for 2 minutes. Make it a $20 super chat, Producer Robert. That's your job. You're supposed to be maximizing profit.
That's true.
On that program. You should absolutely be asking for $20 for a Charlie call.
Thank Christ you can't monetize his phone calls because you'll actually be paying in.
I think I'm up to $1,000 I owe people.
I hope it's
if
more.
I take a Charlie call. It's 100% accurate. Vagina and mouth is okay. Vagina and butt is gay, says JJ.
That's kind of how I saw it, too.
I disagree.
Like, you can't both be back there in the nether regions. One had to be up here.
Aristocock says, if double teaming makes you gay, then I'm Richard Simmons.
See,
all right, well, then it's gay.
I think it's not gay for men to do that to a girl. You both just really want to dominate that chick, is what that must be.
Together with your dicks out as friends.
As men.
Gay.
Like, in my mind, that's how that would be.
Go dominate your own lady.
I don't think it's necessary. It's just that I asked the question because of Law and Order. I think it's a dominance thing.
So gay. Producer Robert says, but one could send a super chat to remove minutes. Oh, okay. That's a fun little wrinkle.
See, now that should be how that goes.
Dr. Silverrose says, it's not gay in a three-way with a little honey in the middle. There's some leeway. See, exactly. If you have to parse it that way, it's homo.
Or is he right?
Rusty Tromboni says, April wants to be double stuffed. See, that's kind of where this is heading, right?
I am whatever you say I am. Rusty Tromboni.
Miss
fucking guy.
You're not taking Rusty Tromboni's prediction as the most accurate?
I don't even care anymore.
Okay. April brought up the tag team conversation as a door opener, says Mr. Approachable.
The TV said it.
They were double teaming a girl.
They were doing the thing.
Ambivalent Bastard says, I couldn't do it. I'm not interested in two girls with me threesomes either. I don't need all that. Yeah, quit your crying, heifer. I don't need all that. I got a job for you. Braid it up. Pimp his back. Lose the handcuffs. Fuck you, man. Move something. He asks you what you doing, say, ooh, nothing. We've been doing the best. Do something. And I'm going to beat that pussy up and down smooth. Fucking.
Boy, you really think you're hard.
I'm not gay. Jade.
See, I feel like when somebody reacts the way you are to the idea of two men fucking a woman, like you're just afraid of something. You're so anti that moment.
That's the weirdest thing about degenerates is they all think that the non-degenerates are the weird ones.
I don't even think you need to think anything of it. It's the thing.
Gay. I don't care if other people do it, but I don't like people going, oh, you've never double teamed a girl? That's weird. No, it's not weird. It's normal.
I didn't say it was weird you didn't do it. I said your reaction was so strong to the thought of it.
Because society doesn't agree with my take, and it needs to if we're going to live in a better world.
Look, most people don't know that people do that. That's supposed to be a private event.
And 99.9% of men don't double team, so what's the fucking point?
Exactly. There's no point in being rambunctious about it.
I think he's so anti-gay. I think you are, says Ladies Man. I mean, look, we don't have a psychiatrist here. We don't know. We don't know what the verdict is there. Jericho says, you feeling all right today, buddy? I'm in one of those moods where I feel like this rant is entertaining the audience, so I'm kind of leaning in a little bit.
Okay.
It's fun for me.
Yeah.
Without giving the game away. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, so your circle jerk back in the day was gay. There was no circle jerk.
Actually, yes. That is way gayer than anything I've just brought up. If you are in a room full of dudes with their wieners out and there's no pussy present.
Nobody's wiener was out. Nobody's looking at each other in the same part of it's
But no, you said you were all watching porn.
It was a different time back in middle school.
If your wieners are out and there's no puss around.
Our wieners weren't out.
Prove it.
Well, I can't. We didn't have cell phones.
What were you doing then? Were you just watching and not touching yourself?
I don't remember.
Because that's even more weird.
Your Honor, I do not recall. Who's on first says, it's gay. Yeah, thank you. It's gay. I don't want to see my buddies naked, so no thank you, says
Don't look
D.
at him.
Gulag. Yes, exactly. Queso Donkey says, a buddy of mine was dating a chick that wanted to do a tag team. I said, no thanks, not for me. You got to dump your chick if she says something like that.
I mean, yeah, that's weird.
You've got to get rid of her.
Girls shouldn't be bringing that up either.
Right. She's like, oh, should we do a double team? I'm like, oh, cool. So you just want cock just all over the place. Well, then you know what? Here, I'm going to do you a favor. Go get all the cock you want and take your shit and get out, bitch. Oh, fuck out of here. Who's on first says those guys are really looking at each other's dicks. Exactly.
There's no way. In my mind, if there's two dudes that have
Out of your
agreed we're
mind.
going to have sex with this chick, there's no way you're looking at each
You're
other's dicks.
out of your mind. Stevie
Really?
J says it's not a dominance thing. It's a desperation thing. They either put up with some gay stuff or they get no play that night. Exactly.
I've never okay, maybe that's true, but I've never heard a woman bring it up. I've heard men.
Right, because it's gay.
No, I've heard men bring it up.
They want to be gay with their buddy.
Is that all that is?
And yes, that's
I don't know.
exactly
Then-
what it is. They're not going to tell you that.
Then why include the woman?
Do both dudes dump loads in her? If so, the second dude used the other's jizz as lube. Jesus,
Oh my
queso
God.
donkey.
That was aggressive.
Ambivalent Bastard says, I'm so glad Aaron is in a rapping mood. I'm always in a rapping mood. If Aaron thinks it's gay, that means two of us can DP April. No, of course not,
That
you
is
fucking
not
lunatic.
what that means.
I can't do 3 ways with 2 girls either, says JJ. Disappointing one at a time is enough for me. Attaboy. Attaboy.
Oh, those poor girls.
Attaboy. Hey, those girls are lucky to be in his presence.
That's true.
Want a threesome, get a mirror? Well, then it's a foursome.
Get a mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a partners thing. Ambivalent Bastard says most people don't know that people do it. Not just opening the door, but also telling on herself. Oh, shit. Is
No,
that what
I
you were
haven't. I have not done that.
Aristocock wants to know, how does April feel about double anal?
Ouch.
A lot of people feel it's on the same level as the double rainbow. It's majestic.
It sounds painful.
Hookie Kookie is gay, says Michael B. Well, I mean, two things can be true at the same time. Hobo Chili Recipe says, if Gino is not looking you in the eyes, we call those stolen glances.
This is getting gross.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron told his friend, hey, I saw this in a movie once. Let me give you mouth kisses on your privates.
You guys are getting way too graphic right now. I regret that you ever brought this up.
We taught it says, April is really pushing this double team topic. April,
No,
what are
I'm
you really
not.
trying to hint at?
I didn't even bring it up. No.
Toad Shark says Aaron is a sex guy. I'm a me sex guy. I'm a get the fuck out of my sex. I'm having my sex. You get away from my this is not gay time. Not that there is a gay time. I'm not saying there's a gay time. I'm saying
You're really
this
not helping
is
yourself.
definitely
right now.
not gay time. Max Bandwidth says if the chick's at 10 and you're a 5 and you get another 5 and she's an option, it's math, not gay. That's the best explanation I've heard so far.
Sex math.
Crazy Goffo on Rumble says it's sword fighting.
What?
Labglass says Aaron could get a 3-way with 2 chicks and end up fucking a guy somehow. Hey, wait a minute. Ryan the Garbage Man on Rumble says, which is more gay, spit roasting a chick or sacks rubbing together while DPing a female? I mean, they're both in the same neighborhood. He's a bit homo-defensive, says Crazy Goffo. It's true. I'm being very homo-defensive at the moment.
I feel like I need a shower now.
All right, guys, let's, well, not yet. We're going to dirty you up here. After the program's over, not in front of everybody. For God's sake, we'll get our channel taken away. Let's real quick. I got a few thank yous to throw out, and then after that, we'll move on with things here. Thank you very much to April is really into anal play today. What the fuck? LOL. Right. That's from Sean Raz.
No.
Thank you, buddy. $10 into this evening. We appreciate you guys contributing to this program. You're a very nice and generous audience.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Question mark.
All right, so anyway, Hunter Biden is going to be teaching this class on fake news.
What happened? Why did you do that?
I don't know.
See, to me, that means that it's top of your mind.
Oh, sniffing coke out of women's asses.
Because I would have never gotten
So we were
there.
in the vicinity of a woman's anus, and we said, hey, about that gay thing. The 10-week course in the fall focuses on the current state of media landscape in the United States and how media polarization, fake news, and the economics of the news business impact public policymaking in Washington, D.C. The fact that Tulane gave this gig to Hunter Biden shows me that not only is nepotism alive and well, but they just really stopped. Like, COVID made them stop giving a shit what we even thought of them for doing it.
Oh.
Like
It's insulting.
There's
actually.
they know that if I come to them and I go,
Lucky them.
if I came to them and I went, explain to me why he's qualified to be a college professor, they would go, who the fuck are you? I go, no, I just want to know what was the qualifications for him being a college professor in this instance. And they're like, we don't have any. Yeah, but that's fucked up. Yeah, we know, but it's our school, so go fuck yourself. And we're like, yeah, but we're all going to think that this is nepotism. We're like, it's fine. You think that. It makes you undefeatable in a weird way if you're the school. Because you're like, yeah, Hunter Biden's going to teach this class. And you know the kids are going to love it because either they're a Republican and this is like a shit show and they're going to check it out, or they're Democrats and they love Joe Biden, so they want to meet his son. So it's going to be popular.
Oh, it's just all that life experience he has.
That's what it is. 51-year-old Hunter is one of 10 scheduled guests to appear. The others include columnist Susan Glasser, Washington Post columnist Margaret Sullivan. Okay, I want you to listen to these names and then tell me where Hunter Biden fits in. Kylie Atwood, Fox News political analyst and The Five co-host Juan Williams, Margaret Brennan of CBS's Face the Nation. Hunter Biden doesn't teach classes. That's Margaret Biden. See, you don't have to change Kevin's voice because it's already so effeminate.
It kind of is, actually.
Yeah, he does. He talks like a bitch.
Well,
doesn't he? I mean, he just kind of
look
goes, this guy has more than I do. I don't like it. This guy sucks. He's not any good.
Any masculinity he could have held was removed from me when I saw the biking.
I bike with my helmet on to be safe. Ugh, that's so gay.
I don't want my men wearing helmets.
Yeah, Kevin, men wearing bike helmets is the gay F word, personified. So Margaret Brennan of another Brennan doing better than he is. By the way, isn't it ironic that he started the so-and-so doesn't do clubs thing? And you know who doesn't do clubs?
He doesn't.
Kevin Brennan doesn't do clubs. You know who's made more money than Kevin Brennan this year doing stand-up?
I don't want to answer.
Gino Bisconti.
Oh, that's fine.
You know who else has made more money than Kevin Brennan doing stand-up this year?
Probably you.
Chad Zumach.
Oh.
And me. Both of us. Nick Rekieta has made more money doing stand-up comedy. Chrissy Mayer, more money doing stand-up comedy than Kevin Brennan.
Not even hard. I mean,
It is one of those things, though, where, like, it's kind of like Melton being a really big fat fuck, and so nobody obviously should take him seriously on his critiques of anyone because he's so irresponsible with his own life and health that he can't even wipe his own ass. Same thing with Kevin Brennan. If you're a comic, don't worry about what Kevin Brennan thinks of you. You're more successful than he is right now.
So did he quit his comedy club he had with Levy? Or
what? Yeah, that went under a long time
I don't keep up with this.
And they're also going to have former White House coronavirus task force member Deborah Birx on this fake news class teaching. Wow, isn't that wonderful? I mean, who would know more about fake news than the person who was in charge of COVID? I mean, right? She would know about fake news. She made half of it.
The common thread all of these people have is they have benefited. They are beneficiaries of the fake news. Yeah, fake news, right?
Yeah. I mean, they know just because you benefited from it or you did it doesn't mean you can't teach about it. In fact, you're technically...
You know more.
Yeah, you're technically the best source there is for teaching about fake news because you are the one who propagated it.
You should have Fauci out there.
Fauci should be teaching about fake news big time. Hillary Clinton should be great at it.
Oh, man.
FBI, CIA, get them all in there.
You could at least have people from both sides getting in there. I'm guessing that all those people are very left-leaning.
George Santos?
The
Republican. There you got a Republican who could do fake news.
I don't know because he's all out in the open now.
That's true.
Yeah.
Scarface says, while spit roasting a chick, you must make eye contact with the dude to establish dominance. Well, I mean, clearly. Right?
See, now I'm feeling weird. I don't like it.
Bigot on socialist media says, how much is he getting paid? Just a way to get him more cocaine money? Or are they just paying him in cocaine? I mean, think about that. You could just cut out the middleman.
Yeah, you could just offer him the drugs.
Yeah. Dustin says Aaron got paid for stand-up he didn't even do. What? Where? This would be awesome.
What are you talking about?
I would love to get paid for stand-up I didn't do.
We'll have to do another one where you get paid for stand-up you didn't do in a few months here.
Oh, my God. That would be wonderful. They give me the money and then go, yeah, you can just go home. It's wonderful. Ambivalent Bastard says this is like the media were the ones investigating election fraud, and they would go to the people accused and say, did you commit election fraud? Nope. There you have it, folks. They didn't commit election fraud. Yeah, all the people withholding the Hunter Biden laptop story are going to all these Democrats and go, hey, did you do anything wrong? They're like, no, did you? No. Okay, well, we investigated.
Sounds good to me.
Took a look at it. Yeah, I mean, the nerve to say that Trump was interfering with the election. And then literally you took this story that would have torpedoed Joe Biden and you hid it and you said it was Russian information and it wasn't real and you never reported on it. And then you have it's one thing to do that. It's another thing to do that and then go, these guys are fucking with the election. That's where the nerve comes in.
But nobody will ever be punished for these wrongdoings, okay? Nobody. So to me, God, I get tweaky almost when I hear shit like that, like how wrong somebody like Donald Trump's been treated. Even if he's a bag of shit of a person, I don't care. He has been treated poorly. By comparison, and nothing will ever be done about it.
Here's the deal. You know where that kind of stuff is held accountable? In a free country. So
it doesn't seem so free, does it?
It won't happen here. Kyle says the only stand-up Aaron does is waiting in line at Subway. That is not true, Kyle. You're totally allowed to sit in the booth while you wait.
What about when he's waiting in line to check out at Quick Trip with his tacos, his little Quick Trip tacos, and his burger?
You know how I got gas yesterday?
Probably eating those things.
I filled up the vehicle with gas yesterday.
Yeah.
I filled it up at Quick Trip. I got the quarter pounder bacon cheeseburger. It was delicious. Oh, and shit, I got myself a Celsius for today, and I never got it. Would you be able to go upstairs and grab me my Celsius?
Hold on.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Is that why you didn't care when I made supper?
I ate.
I know you ate, but when I had asked you, like, hey, are you hungry? Like, your answer is just kind of, oh, if you're going to make some supper, I'll eat it. And I always find that insulting because I'm like, well, maybe he just doesn't want to eat my food then, but it's that you ate.
Listen, I come to you with these things because I want to be open and honest with you.
After the fact?
I can't be open and honest with you if I'm going to be shamed. Arista Cox says gas station hamburger class. Can somebody please defend the Quick Trip cheeseburgers so that I can at least deflect some of the criticism?
Oh, wait. You not only, what time was that you had that quarter pounder?
Probably about 3.
We had supper probably at about 5:30.
Yeah.
I guess you could have ran through that cheeseburger in that time.
Right. So people, by the way, criticizing you for saying supper because it is a 1950s thing to say. But you guys have to remember, April was born in a town where it was still technically the 1950s.
It's still supper to me.
To farm people, it's still that word.
Somebody please support me with the supper thing. Now I'm feeling out on a limb by myself.
All of you who grew up in retarded tiny places will be able to defend you. What? What?
I love my little retarded
I lived
tiny
in that
place.
town for like 6 years.
It's not your town.
Okay. Sorry. They do have good food at Quick Trip, says shut the F up, Karen. Somebody says, I can't defend you when you bitch about your weight. Look, I get it. I understand.
Interesting.
Another person says Quick Trip glazed donuts. Quick Trip burgers are elite. I can attest hot spot food is pretty good. Quick Trip chicken tenders are great, says Zach Anderson. Now that's a special kind of trash right there.
Okay, I used to have a special addiction to their waffle breakfast sandwiches until I started feeling like cancer AIDS after I
Could you
eat
tell
them.
people what constituted the waffle breakfast sandwich?
What constituted?
Yeah, what was in it?
It was like 2 of those the little but thick waffles that had like the syrup and the sugar built into them.
Where you could chew the sugar
You
crystals.
could chew the sugar crystals, and I love that texture.
Okay.
But then there was a sausage patty, I think cheese, and an egg in the middle of it, and it's God's gift to us until you eat it, actually. And you feel like you have AIDS now and you're dying.
Somebody writes, it's always been supper, you city fuck.
Thank you, somebody.
I apologize.
Oh.
JoJo says Quick Trip food is better than some restaurants. See, a lot of people defending Quick Trip.
Blasphemy.
In fact, I can't keep up with this chat. It's moving so fast. Oh my fucking God. You bring up gas station food and you guys go fucking retarded.
Do you want to know the one food at Quick Trip that has actually caused me to stop eating food at Quick Trip?
What's that?
It would shock the shit out of you.
Okay.
You know that in the paper, the white paper sleeve where you can get the 2 cheese-filled breadsticks?
I love those.
You do. I know you do.
I like those a lot.
Okay.
I don't eat them because there's so many calories and shit in them.
You can't look at the calories.
I do all the time.
Station.
I look at the calories at Quick Trip.
If you have to look at the calories, you shouldn't be eating
If it's under 500, I'll eat it. If it's over 500,
Did you hear what I just said?
can't.
If you have to look at the calories, you shouldn't be eating
Oh,
it.
you're absolutely right.
Okay. I picked up a pack of those cheese-filled breadsticks one day to eat by myself. And I took one out of the sleeve while I'm driving to eat it. And I got it in there.
You should do that hand motion some more.
And it was soggy. It lied to you on the top. It looked nice and taut and like crisp, like a nice crust on it. And then you bit into the bottom side and it was wet. It was like somebody had like taken it and placed it in a puddle of water.
And that turned you off of Quick Trip food forever.
It was a wet breadstick and there was something so off-putting. I almost threw up. And out the window it went, never again.
Mr. St. Caesar, Jesus, Aaron, a quarter pounder with cheese. Was there queso involved? Christ, loaf piggy. Sorry. Supper and dinner are two different meals, says Ambivalent Bastard.
No, they're not.
We call it supper. 2 April, says Kane J. Dario Delfino. April comes to us via time travel or another dimension.
Do you know where I'll actually defend that guy who said supper and dinner are two different meals? It used to in my house. It wasn't lunch. It was breakfast, dinner, and supper.
Yeah, that's retarded. SH says, I've only had the chicken strips from Quick Trip. 383 Novocaine says, Quick Trip has better food than some fast food restaurants. Levi Hood loves the breadsticks, April.
Okay, until you get a soggy one in your mouth. You don't want soggy in your mouth.
Soup Can says, I grew up on a farm. We also call it supper. Larry Schulte, I'm from Texas. It's supper. It's supper from Helgi. Steph says supper is real.
Awesome.
Aristocock King Yeti says, Aaron, come down off that high horse and look me in the eyes while you inhale your breakfast pizza.
Do you want Casey's for breakfast?
No, not today. I'm an Eggman. I'm an Eggman. Crispy Critter says, yes, supper.
Supper.
Quick Trip burgers are mid, says Silver Wolf, and it's dinner. There you go. Supper is for rich people, says Dario Delfino.
Whoa.
Amanda Hugginkiss says it used to be known as breakfast, supper, and dinner for the 3 daily meals. Well,
see, mine was breakfast, dinner, supper.
Dario Delfino says brunch and supper are for fancy people.
I didn't know supper was ever considered fancy.
I didn't realize how fucking behind I was. Jesus Christ. Ladies Man says, I love simple but awesome conversation. Well, you're getting it here in the last hour of Steel Toe. I fucking hate the word supper, says Kyle. I have an aversion to it as well, but
Phage Lives says supper is supper. I agree with April.
Fucking Philip says just sounds like nobody cooks anymore. The Blind Trader says, what about the breakfast tornadoes? Do you like the tornadoes? Do you like the crispy sticks with the filling in them?
No. I make a damn fine breakfast.
You get those.
I'd rather eat my breakfast.
You get those at Speedway, and I have to say, not against them. I don't hate tornadoes. Cheesy pepper jack, I'll bite.
I bet you will.
I will. Barely, though. I'll barely chew. Just down the hatch.
Just
Max
deep throat the tornado.
Max Bandwidth says, supper and DP. April is ready to move to the villages. Oh, boy.
So, you know what? Because Max Bandwidth said that, it's going to happen someday.
Cockdiff says, Aaron is getting an erection. Keep going, April. I get it. The breadsticks. Tin Man Taylor says, my family calls it supper. KT burgers are not that good, but the fried chicken is pretty good when it's fresh. By the way, you can have any Quick Trip make you any item on the spot. Haha, that means that you asked and made them do that once to find out.
You can literally go in and request gas station food. What are you? You animal.
Dario says, you have robbed my quote of context and humor. I demand a reparation. All right, I give you traction. How's that? I give you traction. Aristocock King Yeti says supper is definitely for hillbillies. Randall B, breakfast, dinner, supper in my house too.
Wow.
Who the fuck killed lunch, you tards? You
Lunch sounds persnickety.
Oh, God. Lunch? Lunch is like the most
Listen,
poor person word you can have. Lunch.
It's gross.
You want to have some lunch?
See, exactly. Do you really want to say that word?
Dinner sounds rich kid-like if you're talking about middle of the day.
Supper. It just rolls off your tongue.
How about time to eat, you fat fucks?
Are you talking to yourself? I made a nice dinner last night, and you already had your cheeseburger.
She said dinner. She said dinner. Loaf Piggy needs some potatoes for second breakfast, says Stevie J. We don't have any potato wedges left.
We do. I know you're going to eat them, too.
Love some eggs and potato wedges.
You know why? Because I don't like potato wedges, but you and the kids love them.
I love a good wedge, for sure. Ned's Rusty Taint on Rumble says, in Canada, we call it supper.
Wow.
Scarface says, Quick Trip is terrible. Wawa is the superior food and gas station. Now, the ones I keep hearing about are Wawa and Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's, I've heard by all accounts, are like superior.
Next time I'm driving in an area that has a Buc-ee's, I will go to a Buc-ee's and I will see what all the goddamn fuss is about.
Is that not just a Texas thing?
No, I think Buc-ee's are in the South in general, I believe. Let's talk about this new Speaker of the House and how his son and him like monitor each other's porn use. This is fucked up. In a recently resurfaced clip from last year, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson, a Republican from Louisiana, admitted that he and his son use technology to track each other's porn habits. I think the healthiest family is the family that doesn't know what anyone's doing porn-wise.
I don't want you to know what I'm doing online in general. Leave me alone.
I don't need my kids going, Dad, I want to hold you accountable. I saw you were watching DP Princess last night. It's like, who wants to have that conversation with family members? And also, how is you going to your kid and confronting them on their porn viewing, or your kid going to you and confronting you on your porn viewing? How is that helping anybody?
I don't think it does. Unless you want to like broaden your horizons and you think your kid's the only place you can do that.
What do you like monitor the history and look, and then when they come down for breakfast, you go, I was whacking off yesterday, son. No. We're not going to know.
Oh, you know what else gets me is like people that wear those watches that like monitor your heart rates and shit like that. What if your parents can track when your heart rates?
And then your heart's going. The Republican Louisiana congressman disclosed that he and his son employ Covenant Eyes. Oh, so it's all godly.
Get the fuck out of here.
Covenant Eyes software to monitor each other's internet usage for explicit content. This revelation came from a clip from a 2022 forum at the Cypress Baptist Church in Benton, Louisiana. During the forum, Johnson explained the purpose and function of the software, saying Covenant Eyes is the software we've been using a long time in our household. What is it with religious people's obsession with what other people do with their dicks?
Right? Like T.I. checking his daughter's hymen and stuff like that too. Like,
Yeah.
I feel you got to stop that.
Yeah, we've made a godly app, and it makes sure that your kids aren't whacking off. And when they are, you'll know they're whacking off. It's like, oh, that's great.
You're going to force your children to go to other lengths to do that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then you're going to find them like hanging from a closet with their dick in their hand because they just had to go to so many lengths to whack it.
Isn't it interesting how important that is to human beings in general? To like feel that way.
Get that evil out, you know?
Yeah.
Get the demons out.
Exercise the demons.
Right. The religious people should want you to jack off because you're getting all the demons out.
You'll be happier. That's for sure.
Every time I come, I just feel like listening to music. Mostly gospel.
What?
Johnson said he learned about it at a Promise Keepers event. Stop going to Promise Keepers events. Stop doing the shit where the dads and the daughters and the sons and the mothers
balls.
Stop.
Purity balls for dads and daughters. There's never been anything more creepy than that.
It's so bad.
Or like a purity ring that your dad gives you. Oh. I bet your dad gave you one.
Yes, he did. He wanted to make sure that my butthole stayed pure for my wedding night. Johnson's,
Which one?
Which butthole?
Yeah. No, I didn't get a pure butthole anymore.
My butthole had been torn asunder. Johnson said he learned about it at a Promise Keepers event in the early 2000s. What, like, if you're into politics, why would you watch any show but this one? Like, I know we don't talk about politics all the time, but when we do, there's no better show for talking about this stuff. Because at least we don't make you feel like you have any power or you can change things or that any of it matters. We just make fun of the Speaker of the House watching his kids jerk off.
Even the word covenant to me is like grimy somehow.
Covenant. It's an anagram.
That's a reach.
They were at a Promise Keepers event in the early 2000s because they take really rad family vacations, describing it as the largest accountability software that there is. Great, so there's more than one of them.
Cool, but you'll also teach that kid that he has zero privacy in the world.
Yes, he endorsed the software to the audience, noting that it's about $15 a month, $16 a month. That means it's 20. Something like that, and you go up to 10 devices. Yeah. He elaborated on it. So the kid's going to get burner phones to whack off. That's great.
I kind of hope so, though. I hope that kid is, like, diligent in finding ways to watch his porn.
He elaborated on its functionality, saying it's accountability software. It scans. You obviously opt into it, but it scans all the activity on your phone or your devices, laptop, tablet, what have you. We do all of it. How about the fact that I don't want people tracking my internet use for the simple fact that I don't want them to know how much Vikings content I consume on a daily basis.
Right. You're going to be looking up something that you'd be embarrassed for somebody to know. And it could be the most innocent thing in the world, like Vikings shit.
Like Johnny checked in on Zoom on the Monday night show and the Tuesday morning show. And both shows I'm listening to my Korean Vikings guy. And it's just like, dude, how much fucking Vikings content do you consume? And I'm like, such an amount that I don't feel comfortable telling you. Especially when they're winning. And we're winning a lot lately.
Mine would be food. Like, I look up a lot of shit about food.
History documentaries, boxing documentaries, Vikings content. That's kind of my big three lately. Oh, and pro wrestling shoot interviews, mostly Jim Cornette shit. I don't even watch pro wrestling now, but I love listening to Cornette go off about stuff.
It's your dad.
It's true. It's my pops. We have accountability software on each other's computers. He shared that, quote, it sends a report to your accountability partner. And in his case, my accountability partner right now is Jack, my son. That's why commas are important. Jack, comma, my son, not Jack, my son.
Jack, my son, he's 17.
His partner right now is Jack, my son. So he's 17. Johnson proudly reported that his son, Jack Johnson, got a clean slate, but detailed that the software is very sensitive. It'll pick up almost anything. It looks for keywords, search terms, and also images.
What if a pornographic image pops up in an ad somewhere?
Well,
now your kid's in trouble.
His wife found a loophole in the software. Turns out if you just search the words Negro peeners, the software doesn't pick it up. So when she Googles Negro peeners, he has no idea what she's looking for.
Why are you using that word?
Which one?
The second one. I won't even
Peeners?
say it.
Because it wouldn't get picked up on the search. So when Speaker Johnson's wife types in Negro peeners.
I have one.
Yeah.
You could just type in Black Mamba and just say that you're looking up snakes. That's what I'd do. I mean,
Latina maid. You could look that up and nobody would know you're watching porn.
You're just looking for one.
Yeah.
I liked mine better.
That's good. You should be confident in your own jokes. Becoming a member for 5 months is I don't greasy. It didn't greasy. I forgot. 1776 says, did you see Mersh Terrorspurg out the other day screaming about Medicare made horse noises and nearly blacked out into his monitor? Well, that's funny. I like it when people go. Yeah, I like it when people go on rants and yell at people and then pass out in their monitor. That's fun.
I'd love to see that clip.
What are you saying, that that's something that made you upset? It's fucking hilarious.
Did you want that thingamajig?
I did want the thingamajig. Not the
Black Mamba.
Not the Negro peener.
The Black Mamba.
I wanted the oh, you know what? I think I did get a watermelon Celsius.
Would you like your Latina maid to bring it to you?
I'd wish my Latina maid would bring me my watermelon Celsius, please. That would be
well, I'll be
wunderbar.
Right back.
Do you want to watch the clip of this guy talking about how he watches to see if his son's watching porn or not, or no?
Well, why the hell not?
Remember, this is the Speaker of the House. This is the guy who's the leader of the House of Representatives right now.
Okay. Covenant lies within your home. And so why is that such an effective tool? Why do parents need to put this into their home?
Because I don't want my son touching his fuck stick without me knowing every time he does it.
Right, like that sounds almost like you get off on that somehow. Isn't that kind of
right?
damning?
Why do you want to know? The last thing I want to know.
Oh God, no.
Like I got we got 6 years tops before the son starts.
Don't even want to hear it.
I don't want to know.
Nope.
It's nothing I can do. I watched it when I was his age. He's going to watch it. I didn't want my parents knowing. He doesn't want his parents knowing.
Yeah, but back in our day,
I don't need to know.
Back in our day, though, it was like a GIF on Twitter, okay, or something dumb.
Oh God, you're way after me though. You got to remember, in my day, it was a 9-second video on Sublime Directory that you had to loop until you were done. There were 4 thumbnails, and each thumbnail was a scene, and each scene was about. If you were lucky, you could catch a 30-second one, but that was rare.
Yeah, for me, it was like there used to be a lot of really sexual like porn sites on Twitter that could get away with a lot, but it'd be like a lot of GIFs, so you'd have to find like a really, really hot one and just keep watching it. And then eventually, you graduate to like the Pornhubs and the Xvids, and the world is your oyster.
We didn't,
or your clam.
We didn't have that when I was a youngster.
Oh.
Yeah, that's great question. We probably could have called this more appropriately a war on the darkness of technology, because there are some good things with technology, of course. I mean,
right, like I can track when my son's whacking off. Like apparently that to this guy, that's great fucking use of technology.
Apparently when he's talking about the darkness of technology, he's talking about the black wieners.
Yes, the Negro peen.
The Bible apps we all love, we broadcast our services, on our social media, and there's some very positive things, but there's also, as Clint's pointed out aptly, some really dark things. So Covenant Eyes is the software that we've been using a long time in our household.
Covenant Eyes.
Doesn't that kind of just say you don't trust your
I
kids?
want to see if my son's jerking it. Covenant Eyes. I see the cum on his bed sheets, yeah.
That's a good point. I'm going to make you wash all of his bedding when he gets on that age, because I will be damned.
Oh.
I will be damned if I go to change that kid's bedding and there's fucking jizz on it.
My plan will be to be dead by that time.
Maybe I'll just be out of here. I'll be old. You won't want me anymore in 6 years, right?
Yeah, of course not.
What'll I be? I'm almost 29. I'll be 35.
Might as well be 56,
I first learned about it at, I think, a Promise Keepers event in the early 2000s. I think it was developed in about...
Does this guy know how to party or what?
The year 2000. But it's the largest accountability software that there is.
Fun.
And there's some paperwork out there on the table that I think everybody may have picked up on the way in. If not, go get it.
Sorry, it's covered in jizz, ironically.
The page is stuck together.
It's a subscription-based... I mean, we don't make any money on this. I'm telling you, we use it, okay? I'm endorsing it because I'm a user. It's about $15 a month, $16 a month, something
That's
like that.
a lot.
And you get up to 10 devices. And what it is, it's accountability software. So men in a church...
Why is the interview guy dicking around on his iPad? Well, this guy's trying to talk about the see if your family members are jacking it software.
He's either downloading this software or he's searching for porn, seeing if anyone notices.
That's true. What if they've installed the accountability software and now this guy gets a notification on his phone? He goes, as you can see, Ben is looking at... well, that looks like cuckold gangbang videos. That's
which is seriously concerning.
We got to talk. We have to have a discussion about this. This is something we need to commit some time to. I mean, Ben, you went hardcore right off the jump.
It escalates to hentai immediately.
I get tentacle porn.
Bible study groups will do it. That's how it's presented at Promise Keepers. But they also mention, hey, when your kids become teenagers, especially if you have boys, dads, they're talking to the guys at this event, you might want to think about doing this with your sons. And so we've been doing that. And so what it does real simply...
You might as well be helping them find porn to watch. Because it's as weird on that side as monitoring it is on the other side.
Or they're going to do it in really untoward places now. Like they're going to use their school's library and look at porn.
We caught your kid whacking off in the janitor's closet.
And then he's going to tell people, he's like, well, Dad doesn't let me do it at our home computer.
The most troubling part was the janitor was in there with him. Janitor was standing in the corner.
Well,
the janitor was in the corner jamming a thumb up his asshole while your kid whacked off in the closet.
The plunger came in handy.
Smell of turpentine got them all rock hard and retard strong.
Stop it.
Your son was pounding away like a tree monkey, and the janitor was sodomizing himself with his thumb, and God knows what's under those nails. He's not a clean man.
Are you done?
You see, you become perverted when you're this Christian.
Is it has an algorithm.
The moral of the story is God makes you a weirdo.
This is actually how deviants are created.
Yes.
I'm convinced.
Rhythm and software, it's way above my head how it works, but it scans, you obviously opt into it, but it scans all the activity on your phone or your devices, your laptop, tablet, what have you. We do all of it.
I hope that everyone on this panel is listening to him talk right now going, the fuck is wrong with this guy, man?
I hope they're all like, dude, I wouldn't have liked that if I was a kid.
No,
stop
monitoring. And then
monitoring.
it sends a report to your accountability partner. So my accountability partner right now is Jack, my son, right?
Jack,
so he's 17. So he and I get a report of all the things that are on our phones or all of our devices once a week. If anything objectionable comes up, your accountability partner gets an immediate notice. I'm proud to tell you my son he's got a clean slate, all right?
Oh, so when you go watch porn, it's the dings. I was joking when I said you'd get a ding notification if somebody was watching porn on your accountability thing, but that's exactly what happens.
Can you imagine this guy's out to dinner with like colleagues or something and his phone's going off?
Oh, sorry, my son's jacking off. It's like, why do you know your son's jacking off? My phone tells me.
Stop knowing that. Like I hope your colleagues are looking at you like you're insane.
Why didn't this disqualify him from being speaker right away? Republicans are weird. They think this is okay.
They're not all this way.
But we get a report and it says, hey,
Rand Paul went to this guy and he's like, I just want to say for the record that I think that, if I was 17, I wouldn't want my dad, Ron Paul, walking in while I'm jacking off trying to tell me about inflation and the gold standard. So I think all 17-year-olds should be left to just whack off whenever they want to. Like, who wants to know their kids are jacking it? It's already, the damage is done. Leave it alone. Let it go.
Okay, this guy has a public video out here, though, now telling everybody, the whole world, that he monitors his 17-year-old son, Jack's phone usage. All of his friends, he's going to have no friends eventually.
Right. He's going to be like, dude, your dad watches you beat off. And the kid's going to be like, no, that's not what it is. But that's what they're going to think.
That's the line.
Yeah.
And now this guy is going to basically ensure that since he can't look up porn on his phone, he's just fucking now.
Right.
It actually went a skosh beyond what you were trying to
He's just
do.
going to be knocking up bitches left and right because that won't show up on the accountability
He'll blame
thing.
Dad.
Yeah. Sorry, Dad, but you wouldn't let me whack off, so I just had to go bust in girls' pussies.
When these women apply for the child support, it's actually going to be through him.
Yeah. Your God says that I have to be fruitful and multiply, so congrats, you're a grandfather. It's half black.
no activity of concern, and it's really sensitive. It'll pick up almost anything. It looks for keywords, search terms, and also images. And
Son, have you been reading HuffPo? No, Dad, I've been jacking to gay Mexican porn.
Yeah,
well, that's fine, as long as you're not watching HuffPo.
It's all just gay stuff.
we'll send your accountability partner a blurred picture of the image. And so on occasion, I get one. I was just looking at the one from this week I got on Jack, and it said, This is the only one that may be questionable, and it's this blurred image of two women talking in a live screen thing, and I zoom in and I have to unblur it, and it's two middle-aged teachers.
Like, does this guy? I'm going to be sensitive about this because he may not know, but does he know he's gay, or does he think he's like the straight as an arrow guy?
I hope his kid hates him. I would be so mad if my father went out publicly and talked about me that way, and talked about what I had looked up to everybody.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he went on stage. He's like, "Oh yeah, he was talking to two middle-aged divorcees." Like, "Oh, your son's a fucking speed burner over there with the pussy." Michael B says, I was molested when I was 15. She was 17, and if I had my iWatch, my parents would have called a Lifeline helicopter to pick me up. Steph L says the halo over Aaron's head while talking about porn. I'm an angel. What are you talking about?
I bet you are.
I'm an angel. April likes the massage ones. That's
Why would you know that?
Because you've said it on the show before. That your
like
go-tos,
one of them I used to like for sure. I don't really watch much porn.
Your go-tos were the massage videos.
I like a lot of outside sex. Also, that was
outdoors. So you're an outdoorsy type.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You like a lot of fucking intense, did you?
No, don't need a tent.
I can't watch outside like tent sex, and I'll tell you why. I just think that's got to be a smelly pussy. Because they're out, you haven't been washing right, and you're in a tent, and
I don't watch tent porn.
It's too much backstory.
It's just you're outside.
Max Bandwidth says we should send his son a VHS care package, app free. Yeah, he can go underground with his shit. We can send him like old 70s bush porn.
Now he's almost 18, then he can get rid of this shit.
Somebody says, what about back of a truck in a field, April? Is that your...
Always.
I don't remember that being a big subcategory.
Picture myself being bent over a nice tailgate.
Oh, no. With exhaust blowing in your face.
Why does the truck have to be running? You're not in it.
Because the guy doesn't want to keep you around very long. He's like, look, in, out, drop you off.
You're very mean about my fantasies.
We're keeping the truck running.
Can I have anything?
Aristocrat King Yeti says there are some Christians that believe there is no shame in their sin, so they think it's okay to just tell people about others' sin. Oh, I see. So he feels fine talking shit about his kid.
But, not what he does.
Right. I like reading good stories more than watching anything, says SH. You're jostling around.
That's not bad. It sounds kind of gay when you say that. But, no, he's not wrong, though. The images that you can conjure yourself when you're reading something is pretty cool.
That's like the hipster of porn. You're just like, oh, I like the book better. The cum shot is
That
so
is
much
a
more.
very hipster thing to
Blowing in
say.
her face is
Like
so
I
much
said,
more vivid in literature.
It does sound gay. Well, what if you watch it blow in her face and it's not very exciting?
Oh, well then, goddamn, what a waste of time, huh? God, I feel cheated. I want my time back. Egg Picker Win says April likes the DP ones. Oh, see? That would explain a lot.
You're right.
Phantom X says, Aaron, they're called granola girls, and yeah, some of them believe in being natural and smell a bit, but at least it's not hogging.
What the fuck, dude? You don't have to smell bad because you're having sex outside. What is wrong with you?
No, you don't
two?
have to, which is why I wish they'd clean up their shit a little bit, these Bush people. So anyway.
I have to pee.
Why don't you grab me my Celsius?
I don't know if I will.
We've got overtime coming up here. We did say if you guys knocked out the other 100 from last night that we would do a whole hour, but you're $10 into tonight, and I'm fine with that. So we'll do the half hour of overtime. Somebody did send me, my buddy James sent me an Elisa Jordana thing where she actually streamed with this husband who's basically this pay pig, this whale of hers, who throws her a shitload of money. And she's streaming with the husband, and he's just being shitty and like demeaning to her the entire time, but it's an hour and 7 minutes long. So if I have time this afternoon when I'm prepping the show, I think what I'm going to do is go through that and take out clips. And I want to watch this guy who, by the way, looks shady. I mean, it looks like there's something weird going on there with Elisa and this husband of hers. And maybe we'll watch some of that for overtime tonight. Sci-Fi 20X says dry showers and tent love don't mix. I hear it. Bigot on Socialist Media says so her husband is who is giving the most money each week. Yes, that's Elisa Jordana's husband. Dario says, hell yeah, Aaron, Elisa is such a spectacle. Well, she wasn't like in charge of this stream and like how she usually is, where she's pushing people around and being a cunt and all that. Like, this guy is being really shitty to her about like her looks and everything else. And I am really excited to check out the rest of it. Quick, as we go to the listener text line, future conversation between Aaron and his son. Oh, this is my agent. Future conversation between Aaron and his son. DPing a woman is gay and you shouldn't do it. Son to Aaron. What about you and Uncle Gino clapping each other's cheeks? Aaron to son. Do as I say, not as I do. Thank you for that. And thank you very much for knocking out today's goal well ahead of time. It's been hours since we've had to worry about it. We appreciate it. Today has been a fantastic day, and it's our last day of double duty for the week. Now, NYU is apparently, we've been talking about this since this whole Israel-Palestine thing started, and we talked about it with the Nikki Haley thing today. I just really, schools in general have just failed the free speech test so hard, and for years now they've been failing it. But then when they have like a really good chance to pick it back up again, which is Israel-Palestine, which the answer is let everybody say whatever they want, they just fuck it up so bad. They're threatening lawsuits now. The Jewish students there are suing because they want to stop on-campus anti-Semitism, which I get it, like racism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, all these things, not preferential things to have happening, but also all part of free speech. When you talk about free speech, hate speech is protected by free speech. And we have to kill this phrase hate speech. We've got to get rid of it because it's being used as the battering ram to knock down the doors of freedom of speech. Once they can say that what you're saying is hate speech, therefore you can't say it anymore, they can take away anything. They can take away speech because you're making people uncomfortable. They can take away speech because someone said, oh, I don't feel safe when this is being said. Mm-hmm. Once you go down the hate speech route, you can eliminate people's speech pretty easily. Skeezy says, wait, what? Jews are getting litigious? And you know, at such a young age, too, which is just great to see. But I don't, I'm sorry, but the pro-Palestinian students get to say mean things about Israel, and the pro-Israel students get to say mean things about Hamas and Palestine. This would be a perfect time to learn that, but no. And not only that, but we're in America. We shouldn't be taking sides. We're America. We should be America first.
That's kind of what I always think. Can we stop talking about it? as much.
Right.
I understand, like, if we were to be involved, which I really caution against. But,
Right.
I mean, it's not like we're there.
And technically we are involved. We make ourselves involved. We're on Israel's side. But then again, we've given money and weapons to Iran in exchange for prisoners the last few years. And I'm sure that's been used to buy weapons and give them to Hamas. So we're probably arming both sides of this thing.
Always.
U-Block says, I hate speech. Yeah, is that okay to say? I hate speech.
Yes.
I use hate speech against hate speech. SH says, Aaron is a stupid head. Actual hate speech. Do something. Dario Delfino says, also, words are violence. Needs to be broken back down. Returned to sticks and stones.
I love that. I've done that a lot lately where I hear people freak out about words somebody used, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Are you going to live, though?
Yeah, the whole unemployable list, the threatening the lawsuit because people said bad things about Jews on campus. I mean, these are all a bad look. You know, these are all terrible looks for free speech, for the future of the country, because as these people get older, now we have to count on them unlearning this shit, or we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Zach Yag says, is hating hate speech the same as a double negative?
Is it? I don't know, because
if you
you're
hate
objectifying.
hate speech, do you love? Well, I guess if you hate hate speech, you love freedom of speech. No, I think it's just piling on hate.
I think you're piling on because you're viewing the hate speech as an object and you're hating it.
Yeah. Crazy Goffo, I consider this a compliment. He says, this was a great show. Dan Bongino is on. Hey.
Okay.
If you're switching us for Dan Bongino, that's a compliment that you've been here all day, Crazy Goffo. Just make sure you follow.
Thank you.
Everybody, before you leave today, I know we're into overtime right now. Everybody, before you leave, do me a favor. Just hit thumbs up. Hit subscribe, and hey, if you hit join as a member, I mean, I'm not going to, fight you on that.
He loves members.
The bigger, the better. So, yeah, the lawsuits over protests and over, demonstrations, it just sucks to be part of a dying breed. And that dying breed is the people who say, hey, it's totally okay to say shit that I find completely indefensible, that I find offensive.
I don't like it.
That troubles me, that I feel absolutely incensed about. It is okay for people to say that, and they should be allowed to say that all day long. That's giving way to people who go, oh, this limit they're going to put on other people's speech is going to benefit me this time. Well, then I'm for it. And if we go with that attitude, then that just chips away at free speech forever until it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
If you want to be able to say everything you want, you have to let everyone else say everything they want.
And it's going to be something less offensive each time that they take away, too. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, you could say something like, oh, I think Hitler was viewed wrong or something like that. And that's pretty bad,
Well, that'll
right?
be one of the first ones
That's
to
one of
go,
the
yeah.
first ones. But pretty soon it'll be like, oh, the color of his hair was so nice.
It'll be something involving climate. It'll be something like, oh, yeah, I think these people who think we need to stop eating cows are insane and that eating cows is fine and you should eat beef if you want to. They'll be like, well, that's very damaging to the climate, and a lot of that triggers a lot of people, and they're upset that you're bringing up what they feel is the end of the world, so we should watch that.
It'll be that you said, oh, I think we should open the pipelines. And
yeah, that destroys the climate.
Like, no, the world's going to fall apart.
And it's not just banning things, like banning words directly. Sometimes it's just shaming the shit out of people for thinking something, and then them not feeling comfortable saying that. Now you've already put a damper on free speech as it is.
Yep.
Queso Donkey with $5 says, I'm surprised Aaron didn't say dying bread instead of dying breed. There's only one place that bread dies in this house, my man. In my belly. Was that bad? Was that bad? Because you looked at me like it was bad.
I want you to sit with that one for a little bit.
All right, fair enough. Queso Donkey just put us $15 into tonight's goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
U-Block says, is it true that Aaron loves black members more?
He does, because they're so rare for him.
Yes, they're
all the white members come for him, but the black
when
ones don't.
When I catch a black member, I go, oh, you don't really see these around these parts very often.
It's like a unicorn for
I
him.
always cherish the black members because, it's fewer and far between.
And they're always bigger and clearly,
they're not. That's
clearly more supportive.
That's absolutely a myth. They are just as big as the rest of them, and nobody is bigger than anybody.
Against their nature, they stick around and support.
See, now that's racist. RFK Jr. is, I guess people had a problem with him being barefoot on a plane.
Yeah.
This was a thing. I don't know. I don't really care.
Go fuck yourself. I have a problem with it.
I know everybody has a problem with it, but me.
That's disgusting.
Everywhere I've read, I'm like, oh, RFK Jr. was at it. So he was at the airport and he took his shoes off while he was waiting. And people thought that was disgusting. And then I guess he kept his shoes off while he was on the plane. But he's only hurting himself.
He's hurting himself because, yuck, airports are disgusting for the most part. But if you're in the air, like maybe sitting right here isn't as big of a deal because I can stay away from you.
Sure.
If you're in an airplane and you're somebody who has fucking smelly feet and you have the nerve to take your shoes off,
okay,
that's a disservice to the whole plane.
What if RFK Jr. doesn't have smelly feet? Do you have
But you don't know that.
Okay, but what if you... Okay, I'm giving you a hypothetical. Let's say he doesn't have smelly feet. Do you have any problem with him being barefoot on the plane?
I guess not. If
Okay.
I don't notice it because your feet don't stink. However, if I notice that it smells like feet and I see that
You're
you
going to
don't
be
have your
mad.
shoes on,
That's
fuck
fine.
you.
Well, look, sitting next to a person who has unpleasant body odor would be troubling too.
That is very rude.
Like, to me, it's not the feet thing. Here's where I am. I am aggressively private on an airplane. Like, I'm aggressively into my own flight, what you and I are doing, the whole thing. I don't want to know anything about anybody. I don't want to, like, we're all going to fly. We're getting to our destination. I got my movies to watch. I don't really want to talk to anybody. You've got porn to watch on my Covenant app. So, like, if someone takes their shoes off and they've got their bare feet out, like, to me, that's I hope I don't even notice.
Okay, here. You said hypotheticals. Here's one. All right. You're sitting in the middle seat and the guy that sits next to you takes his shoes off. He's got remarkably ugly feetsies and he's sitting right there next to you. You have no choice but to look at them.
I don't want to see him.
But they're right there. Do you have a problem?
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
But he should be allowed to take his feet off. He should be allowed to take his shoes off. He should be allowed to take his feet off, too, if it doesn't make too big of a mess.
What if he's got toe jam and you can just see
Look,
it
man,
there?
I don't like that. I don't find that shit pleasant. But at the same time, I don't... Like, I'm so minding my own business on a plane that I'm hoping I don't even notice this barefoot motherfucker during the flight.
Why can you not wait to take your shoes off till you get wherever you're going?
You would think.
What if I would feel way more comfortable without my pants on?
I think the airline would have a problem with that.
Okay, but it's just kind of a human thing. You keep your pants on, right? Why can't you keep your shoes on?
Sean Raz with $5 says, for the link. Sean Raz, I don't see the link is the problem. So throw that link at us. It's not Rumble Link Friday, but I'll play it during overtime here. So RFK Jr. apparently had to respond to this. There was enough controversy about him being barefoot on an airplane that people wanted to hear his side of the story. So let's take a listen.
Hey, Harvey and all the gang at TMZ, I want to thank you for all you do to keep politicians honest and make sure that they...
Can we all just admit that it would be weird to have him as president just for the voice?
Yeah. I don't
care
listening
if
to
this
him.
guy matches up with me 100% on every issue and I'm like, oh my God, this is exactly where I want this country to go. I'd probably still vote for someone I like less because I'd go, I can't listen to that voice for the next 4 years.
Maybe I just don't listen to his speeches and I vote for him anyways.
He talks like Ned from South Park with the trach thing.
Oh, yeah.
Politicians honest.
Hey, question, RFK. Could you go ahead and say it's coming right for us? Thanks. Could you please say, what you got, biatch? Appreciate that.
To make sure that they comply with all the norms of our society. And even for
It's
me,
strenuous.
for calling me out on going barefoot on an airplane, that was inexcusable. And I can assure you that will never happen again.
Oh, and he's that son of a bitch. He tricked us. He set us up and said, Harvey, TMZ, I'm sorry. I have to comply with the norms. I'll never go barefoot on the plane again. April, what does that look like to you?
Looks like a couple of bare feet.
That son of a bitch is barefoot again. Some long-ass feet on RFK Jr., though.
Can you just, to me, that's like a
Got that Kennedy dick.
That's a self-control problem. You can't even just keep your shoes on as a courtesy.
I'm not saying that it's that it's not inconsiderate. It is inconsiderate to do that. You shouldn't do that. But at the same time, again, like, I just don't want to give a fuck. I really don't want to. I get it. You're making it harder for me to not give a fuck.
You're making me give a fuck. No offense. Like, yeah, it's...
I don't care what you do on the plane. Just don't make me notice you and hate you.
If somebody can get pissy that Chrissy Mayer and Keanu C. Thompson had shorts on that were too short, in their humble opinions, and make them change at the gate, you can put your goddamn shoes on.
The only thing the person at that gate should have said about those short shorts is, hey, ladies, what that puss look like,
Yeah,
though?
not short enough.
Yeah. Where them pussy lips at, girls?
And I'd rather see those two smoke shows in fucking booty shorts than anybody's feet.
Yo, baby, what that pussy like? And it's like, oh, who's that? Is that the security guard? No, that's the CEO of Delta. Like, oh, what a fucked up guy that guy is. He's an odd fellow. Michael B says, I have size 14s. You know what that means, Aaron. Call me later. Oh, I see.
What is that about, like, supposedly dudes that have big feet have big dicks? I really don't think that can be true.
I don't think it's true.
I don't think there's a correlation there.
Like, I have really big feet, and I got a good dick, but I wouldn't be like, my dick, it's like a rowboat. It's like a fucking canoe oar. It's good dick. But I don't think it has anything to do with the size of my feet. Like, I feel like the size of my feet should have me with, like, an 8-inch cock that's as thick as a Coke can.
Canoe oar is actually what Gino calls his dick.
Oh, canoe oar. Oh, it's one of the little baseball bats you get from the stadium, though. You know?
Oh.
One of the toy bats. That's still a big dick. If you had a dick that was as big as the toy bats at the stadium.
But you're making it sound little.
Oh, my God. That would be a fucking huge cock, those
And what
toy
is
bats.
this that you're referring to?
How long are those toy bats?
No,
Those are like 8 or 9 inches long.
Do it for him. What are you referring to when you're holding your hands out and showing everyone the size of this dick?
That's the bat. That's
trying to get Gino a good Aaron thinks your dick's big clip.
With souvenir, how long is a souvenir bat from Wuhan? Souvenir mini baseball bat. They're 18 inches long. You'd impale a woman through her mouth with that.
18 inches?
You're calling it Gino's Pinot. That's cute. Phantom X says, Max Bandwidth says, everybody knows it's not the size of your feet. It's how lifted your truck is.
Yeah, did you get a 6-inch lift? All right.
Phantom X says, it might be if your feet are large relative to your height. No, I just think people have dicks.
No.
And then some dicks look this way and some dicks look that way. And
some of them are growers, not showers.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Like, you know, some of them stay packed in tight, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, is that guy got a small dick? And then all of a sudden, bam, right in your face. You're like, what the fuck happened? I mean, I wanted a nice-sized one, so I was disappointed when I saw it soft, but then it got hard, and I went, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Settle down, for fuck's sake. And you're like, hey, maybe you're the problem here, a little too picky. You know? Does it matter?
You have a lot of opinions on wieners.
I think end stage dick is the only dick that matters. I think if you got a bad one, like let's say you got a big healthy hog, but when it gets hard, it gets no bigger. It's like, uh-oh, that's not good. But if you got like a small one, you're like, oh, that's not good. Then it gets hard and you're like, oh, fuck. You're like, well, that's really all, you know, it's all that matters. I don't know. I think hardness is the way a dick should be judged.
Yeah.
Did I say something gay?
No,
that's
just anything else
that can
about
come
the
back
dicks?
to haunt me?
About the hard dicks?
I really have too many thoughts about hard dicks, don't I?
You really have a lot. Yeah, ladies man just says you guys are fucked up.
Yeah, it's a little fucked up, I suppose.
I don't even have that many opinions on wieners.
Death Beholden says
You're a
April's
dick.
like, shit, only 18? April's like, I want a dick that tickle my tonsils, motherfucker.
Yeah, if my uvula is not swaying to and fro, like it's.
I agree
it's a
with
fail.
Omega Dread's gaming channel also. I heard it's all in the girth. Girth, you got to have thickness to it, too. You got to have some, you know, stretchability.
Are you saying that there's nothing worse than something that delivered in length but not?
You
girth?
don't want a long, skinny dick. That's just weird. That is a weird dick.
Wiener dick.
Yeah,
noodle
that's a
dick.
wiener dick. You don't want a wiener
It's
dick.
like a wiener guy, but it's
You don't want a wiener dick. You want a cock. Phantom X says Aaron starts like this. Oh, it's a shrimp and ends up like this. Is that a
What is that?
golf club?
That's not a golf club.
Says my man. It looks like a golf club.
It looks like a saxophone with a ball next to it.
That animation needs to be better. All right, guys. It's field hockey. Okay, it's a field hockey
Nobody should know what field hockey is.
Lesbians who go to Ivy League schools do. So I guess RFK Jr. was confronted about this, and he spoke about it at length a little more over the weekend.
So then RFK gets up.
Too loud.
And he goes to the bathroom. And as he's walking to the bathroom, I realize the guy has no shoes on and no socks.
Ugh.
And the floor is covered with food and like disgusting food. And
you know, that's the only thing about being barefoot on the plane that really bugs me. But it would only bug me if I was doing it. Like if someone else wants to get food crumbs and puke and piss and pus and shit all over their feet, I don't care. Go ahead, knock yourselves out. But I would never go barefoot on a plane for a multitude of reasons. But number one being, they don't get those carpets clean.
No. And not only that, you're going to go into, I would consider an airplane bathroom a public restroom with bare feet.
Yeah.
That tiny of a bathroom, too, that you know gets fucking piddle.
You know piss is dripping
everywhere.
all over that thing.
You're stepping in piss.
Look, man, I would never have bare feet on a plane. But if someone else wants to, I don't even want to know you exist on this
But that
flight.
collective thought that you just had is the overwhelming majority of people that are like, ugh, no bare feet on a plane. I think that should get a say. Like, there should be almost like a majority vote here. Like, no, keep your goddamn shoes on.
The tribe gets to vote on whether or not you have to put your shoes back on.
Can't you wait till you get to your destination to let your dogs breathe?
he's walking to the restroom with no shoes and no socks on.
No.
He goes into the restroom sockless and shoeless, something I've literally never seen in my entire life.
I mean, the socks alone would at least soak up some of the urine.
He's going to go hop in his hotel bed with those feet later. I want you to think about that.
Of all the times I've been on planes,
You can't be president. You can't be president if you do this.
Right. Just, you have a total lack of decorum, in my opinion, and self-respect.
Happened before. And I thought, okay, I know, like absolutely disgusting, right? And I'm thinking, like, this guy's a presidential candidate. You know, he doesn't wear shoes and socks and a plane and
This guy's voice is bugging the shit.
That guy sounds like the guy from Horrible Bosses, the little guy.
Oh, Charlie Day guy.
Charlie Day. Yeah. He sounds like Charlie Day.
The whole RFK Jr. deal. Now I know why the Democrats wanted him to run as an independent. They didn't want a shoeless freak running around. I mean, my God. A crackhead who fucks whores and takes bribes, that's fine.
If
a guy running around barefoot in a bathroom, I mean, that's not a guy you can trust.
If I may, just on a very basic human level in today's society, being shoeless is like, that's frowned upon, right? Like having no shoes, no shirts, like no service type thing. Think about that. And you're just going to have the nerve as a presidential candidate to walk around with no shoes on?
That is the wrong way to put it, Garrett. Garrett writes, RFK just shot himself in the foot. Sir, he's a Kennedy. We can't say.
Oh, no shooting.
No shooting in the foot. Even his feet had the... Boy, a Kennedy had... anything they put the top down on, they're going to shoot themselves in.
Keep your pants on, son.
Robert Kennedy died from getting shot in a kitchen. JFK died getting shot in a car.
What?
RFK Jr. is gonna die from a fucking staph infection because he was walking around. He got
MRSA.
He got MRSA and died.
Oh,
what a terrible way for a Kennedy to go.
He had like an ingrown toenail and he got a bacterium in it from the bathroom.
Hey guys, I have great news. Scarface got his PayPal back after his Hamas joke.
Yay.
$5 coming in from Scarface.
Congratulations.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
And thank you to Neil for becoming a new VIP today. You guys are $20 into tonight. We appreciate that. Very, very cool. Last evening show of the week coming tonight.
Yeah.
Last
Wait,
one. I just had an energy drink burp. They're very... They're teeming with sass, I think. Do we want to watch this Adam Driver cursing people out thing?
I would watch it.
I kind of wanted to see this. Apparently, I love when actors that I like just shit all over people like that.
Do you
Christian
like Adam Driver?
Yeah, I do. I think he's good. That Christian Bale clip from back in the day when he was yelling at the guy on the set of the Terminator movie.
Okay.
Mwah, loved it. Where he's like, it's fucking distracting. Walking back and forth and fucking up my light.
Well,
oh, it's great.
For me personally, I'd watch Mel Gibson yell at anybody.
Oh, for sure. Get all hard. Adam Driver got testy during a Q&A session for his upcoming film, delivering an F-bomb to someone in the audience for asking a question he found annoying. Okay, I need to know what. Because I could just as easily see myself as thinking Adam Driver's a cunt as I could being on his side for this, because if the question was fine and you're just sensitive to it, then then you're being kind of a bitch.
Sure.
However, if the person did ask kind of a cunty, shitty question, then I'm really excited to team up on that person with Adam Driver and just yell at them and call them an asshole. So, not double team him. That's not what I meant.
Oh, you're not double teaming Adam
I don't want
Driver.
to double team anyone with Adam Driver.
Oh, with him.
Because it's gay.
What do you think about crash scenes? That they look pretty harsh, drastic, and I must say, cheesy for me. What do you think about them?
Okay, that's a cunty question. He's saying, what do you think about the crash scenes that are kind of rustic and old and cheesy to me? Fuck you. Who are you?
Yeah, I mean...
Hey, I thought your crash scenes were cheesy. Would you like to comment on that? No, because you're a nobody. I don't give a shit.
Why don't you make your own movie?
Yeah. That is a dog shit question. Good. I hope he does. I'm really excited to hear him call this guy a fucking idiot. I hope we hear that.
Cheesy for me. What do you think about them?
Fuck you, I don't know.
Perfect.
I like that. All right, I'm even a bigger Adam Driver fan than I was before.
That's a good response.
Fuck you, huh? Because that's what I was thinking too. Like, that guy's like, what do you think about the fact that I think that your crash scenes weren't very good, Mr. Actor? He's like, I don't know, fuck you.
I have a question for you.
What?
What do you like him in?
I think he's the only good thing in the Star Wars movies.
Never seen a Star Wars movie with him in it.
Oh, okay. He's the only, well, not the only, but he's one of the only good things in the Star Wars movies. We've seen him in an episode of Law & Order. Remember? Back in the day, before he was like Adam Driver.
Okay.
Adam Driver.
So it was old.
He was in the Divorce movie with Scarlett Johansson. He was really good in that. And there's one other movie that I've seen him in that he fucking killed it. He was really, really good.
I'm starting to think I've never seen him outside of Law & Order.
IMDb, Adam Driver. It's going to bug me. I'm sorry, guys. I have to look it up because it's going to bother me. You know what I've seen him in where he's really good? Or you know what I'd really like to see him in? I'm sorry, that would be really good. Any kind of like, and it's mostly because I love these kind of movies. I'm a piece of shit. A medieval movie.
I knew it.
I think he'd be great in like a crusade.
You want to see him in like a, what is it? The fucking movie?
Kingdom of Heaven.
Kingdom of Heaven.
If he was Orlando, I love Orlando Bloom, but if he was Orlando Bloom's character in Kingdom of Heaven, I think that movie would have been just as good.
I can never tell if he's very, very attractive or very, very ugly when I look at him.
I'm not going to comment on that. That's not a win that's not going to be good for me.
It's not a gay thing. Is it an attractive person or not?
Oh, also, he did an episode of Saturday Night Live, which was like the only good one they've had in a long time.
Okay.
He was really solid in that. The sketch where he's a science teacher who just yells at the kids and calls them stupid. It's fantastic. God damn, what was the... Inside Llewyn Davis was a good movie, and he was in that. He was in Lincoln. He had a small part in Lincoln, I remember now. That was pretty good. Yeah, so he's been in a couple of things that I like, and I don't think I've disliked movies he was in, like some of the Star Wars movies, but I've always thought he was good in it.
Okay.
So I want to hear that again, where the guy goes, what do you think about my thought that you fucking crash scenes are dog shit? And he's like, fuck you, I guess.
What do you think about crash scenes? That they look pretty harsh, drastic, and I must say, cheesy for me. What do you think about them?
Fuck you, I don't know. Next question.
Okay, we have one.
I love that. That's great.
That's a good response. It's proper.
There's nothing else to say. I mean, you kind of put Adam Driver in a weird spot where you've asked him to respond to something where there's no other answer but fuck you, next question.
Right. We clearly made it this way because that's how we liked it.
Honestly, if it was Steven Spielberg who raised his hand and asked that question, you would go, wow, okay, that's one of my peers. That's like a legendary director. I mean, that's something I'll have to think about. But Steven Spielberg would never put it that way.
No.
You know, he'd be like, hey, what do you think if I told you that? And he'd also never do it publicly. You know, if you go, hey, you know, I think that these crash scenes they could be redone. They're a little passe. They
I
look
would
a
do
little
it this way.
corny. I would do it this way.
Yeah.
He would you add something like, here's how I do it different.
Constructive.
And then Adam Driver would be like, wow, that's really interesting. That's a fascinating take, Steven Spielberg. But fucking neckbeard McGillicuddy sitting in the peanut gallery of the Q&A you're doing and going, what do you think that I thought parts of your movie were shit? Like, suck my dick, I guess. I mean, what are you looking for from me? You want a fucking hug and a cookie? Go fuck your mother.
It's some nerd with like thick brimmed glasses on.
Yeah. Granny Loves Anal says, if Aaron promises to do another 30 minutes, I'll cover the rest. Well, we're good. We're already 20 into tomorrow.
Yeah.
My man, don't you worry about it. I think the only thing that would keep us on an extra 30 minutes would be if someone threw 80 at us right now, but I'm fine if they don't. I think we've done a good show.
We came in for a landing.
700 some odd people at our peak today. Look, this is like a walk away from the table with all your chips.
Yeah, this is good.
Kind of a moment. Apparently, Tukey tried to crack whip on a Wednesday morning and we kicked the shit out of him. That's pretty cool. Although I like him, that's good. You know, anybody steps on my turf and, you know, tries to beat the old 700 club here, they're going to hear about it from me. So that was nice, too. Michael B. says, you see, Aaron, we are trying to give you constructive criticism for the show. Oh, talking about the Adam Driver thing. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. I didn't know. Stop being fat, number one, he says. Random Man says, I don't know who Adam Driver is, but I'm going to buy his movies. Right, because he told some fat guy to shut the fuck up.
Right, that's kind of funny.
I like it. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. I think we've covered it all. We didn't get through everything we have,
good.
But that's what the evening show's for.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, great show. Awesome time. I'm going to let this Celsius kick in after the show for once instead of during the show and just be googly-eyed for about 6 hours straight. That sounds good. Phantom X says mornings are for Steel Toe and nights are for Tim Pool's centrist takes. There you go.
We should start wearing beanies.
Yeah, we should start being a little more lukewarm and milquetoast in the middle of the road.
Fence sitting.
Yeah, in our opinions. All right, guys, take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. And we will talk to you at 7 o'clock tonight. Watch Johnny this afternoon at 2 p.m. on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. Talk to you soon.